So I didn't realize that the complete second season of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews would be over 12 hours long once it was all put together. So that's why you got part one last week. That was about 6.5 hours long. And here's part two, which is about another 6.5 hours. Enjoy!
Ahoy, mateys! Salty, pride of the seven seas. I'm the new Diesel, and I'm here to give you some help. I don't need any help, Salty, especially from a Diesel. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another Thomas and Friends Home Media Review. This episode is on Salty's Secret and Other Thomas Adventures. So let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Salty's Secret. So Salty's Secret was originally released back in 2002 on VHS and DVD and was re-released in 2009 on DVD. And that's all I could find. Extremely short release history. I'm actually surprised to see how short that is. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Salty's Secret. Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up view at Salty's Secret. I only have one copy to show you. I know you're all disappointed that there's no menu tour like there was last episode, but, you know, whatever. So, anyway, this is the 2002 VHS copy of Salty's Secret, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. Thomas and Friends, Salty's Secret, and Other Thomas Adventures, and I like this dark blue outline. They made it to where the outlining didn't flush with the background, and I like that they went through that extra effort to change the background. It's a small thing, but you know what? I really like it. There's Salty on the front, obviously our new character for Season 6. This is our first Season 6 release. Hey! Season 6 is a part of the classic era. Season 7 is not, in my opinion. We will get to that later. Here's a picture from Thomas and the Fogman on the side. Cartoon Thomas, he has not gone away yet. Scrolling down, Ghislaine. On the back, you got a snapshot from Harvey to the Rescue and one from Salty's Secret, storyteller Alec Baldwin. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and a little thing here says, new friends, new adventures, and new secrets. The journey begins here. Cool. Our story stops down here, and we'll Thomas off to the side. Here's our tape. It's basically the same as the best ofs with the little like black and white Thomas there and then your title. So that's your close-up look at Salty's Secret. Short, I know, but there's really not else to cover. So let's go ahead and move on in and answer the 5 main questions as always. Okay, so we're back from a close-up and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? You might be lucky and find this product in stores, but I've never seen it in person. The only place I've seen the DVD copy was at a library in Ohio when, here's a little tidbit about me. When my aunt and uncle used to live up in Ohio, we used to go to this library all the time, and one time I rented Salty's Secret on DVD from there. But yeah, you might get lucky and find this in stores, but I would say it's very unlikely that you will. So I would say eBay, Amazon is your best bet for this. Number 2. Is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Being as I like Season 6 better than Season 7, I think Season 7 is pretty bad. What? I didn't say that. But, yeah, I like Season 6 more than Season 7, so I would say yes, I would recommend this to anyone. I think the episodes on here are pretty good. And, yeah, this product comes recommended. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For basically everything from 2002, Don't want to go over $5 for that because it's really not that rare. For the 2009 version, I would definitely say go upwards of 10 for that. So that's the home media review on Salty's Secret. Next week's episode will take us into July, and that will bring us to the week of my birthday, actually. And that week's episode is going to be on Percy's Chocolate Crunch and other Thomas adventures. So thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another supplemental episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Salty's Secret on DVD from 2002. So let me just give you a brief history of Salty's Secret, just to recap here, because we haven't talked about Salty's Secret in quite a while. So the original way that you could get Salty's Secret was on VHS in 2002. As you can see, there's what it looks like. I'll show you the tape again, but you could also get it on DVD in 2002, and that's what our HMR supplemental is going to be on today. And apparently this has also been reprinted in 2009, I presume by Lionsgate, and the only difference between that and this is there would be the Lionsgate blue thing down there and a hit logo up there. So that's literally the only difference as far as I'm concerned. So let's take a look at them here. Here's our VHS and the DVD side by side. As you can see, the poster art is pretty much the exact same, with the DVDs being extended. You have a nice grand picture of Salty, where on the VHS it looks kind of squished. There's Thomas on the bottom with the Fogman image. And of course we've got the DVD logo down there in the corner. On the side, Cartoon Thomas, DVD logo. Scroll on down. Anchor Bay. This is where the Lionsgate logo would be if this was 2009. Here's our back for the DVD compared to the back for the VHS. Pretty much the same. Blurbs are the same. The only thing that's changed is the fact that the VHS does not have a bonus features section for where the story stops are, because obviously VHSs have no bonus content. So, there's our bonus features and our story stops. We open this up. There's our disc, squished up version of the poster art. As always, we also have a pamphlet. Almost couldn't get that out there. So, the pamphlet has the exact same poster art. We open this up. Salty's Secret steams in with all new extras. Main menu, pick a story, fun and game section, read along, sing along, and the Thomas Gallery. Now we move it over here. And would you look at that, it's a little extra section on the new characters that are introduced in this release, since this was the first Season 6 release ever. So we have introducing Thomas's 3 new friends. Salty, the diesel engine, 2 words I can't say without having to pause. Salty is an older diesel engine who loves to tell tales of the sea. He will occasionally work in the quarry and other areas on the island, but he's happiest down by the docks. That's the place to be. Down. I apologize for singing. Nice picture of Salty there, and another nice picture of Salty there as well. We've also got a bio for Harvey, the crane engine, Sir Topham Hatt said proudly. Harvey is a good-natured crane brought to the island by Sir Topham Hatt to help with loading and unloading freight. Although the other engines teased him for his unique look, Harvey soon proved that he too was a really useful engine. You've also got the picture of Harvey from Harvey to the Rescue. And our last character here is Elizabeth, the vintage quarry truck. Elizabeth is a vintage Sentinel truck. Like most trucks, she thinks that roads are more important than rails, and is often rude to the other engines, proving this point. Funny how it says she's rude, but she's smiling in this picture from Elizabeth, the vintage quarry truck. And if you open this up, you get a complete list of bios for all of the stories on this release. So you have a summary for Salty's Secret down there. You have a summary for Harvey to the Rescue, No Sleep for Cranky, A Bad Day for Harold, The Fogman, and then Elizabeth the Vintage Quarry Truck. And you've got little cartoon images of all the engines all around. So this pamphlet's set up in the same way as the Best of Percy and Thomas pamphlets were, and also the new Friends for Thomas pamphlet, where it has this big center thing that folds out like this. And I really like when they put that in the pamphlets. I'm not sure if James and the Red Balloon had one, because my pamphlet's literally just a sheet, because a lot it used, obviously. And I'm not sure if Percy's Chocolate Crunch has that as well. It might, I'm not sure. There's an advertisement for Day Out with Thomas. And then here's an ad for Thomas and Friends CDs. I had Thomas's Training Yard Tracks growing up as a kid. I don't know where it is. And then my grandparents had a cassette tape of Thomas's songs and Roundhouse Rhymes. They didn't have the CD. And you've also got this All Aboard with Thomas playset. It's a CD or cassette version of Thomas's Roundhouse Rhymes, Pop-Up Village, 20 press out play pieces, Wind Up Thomas Train, Locomotive Sound Chip. So it's like a whole interactive playset as you listen to Thomas's Roundhouse Rhymes. Interesting. And then you've also got an ad for a Thomas and Friends PC game, building the new line and Railway Adventures. I don't have this one. I do have Railway Adventures. I've done a Let's Play on it. You should check that out on my channel. And I'm looking to get building the new line at some point. And on the back, we have just advertisements for other Thomas and Friends media, along with advertising the ones that are on DVD at this point. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the gist of Salty's Secret on DVD. Let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour of Salty's Secret.
Salty has a secret, and your Sodor friends can't wait to find out what it is. Can you? Today is an exciting day, and all of the engines are ready to help you explore the island with the help of their new friends Salty, Harvey, and Elizabeth. So get ready for all new stories and trainloads of fun. All aboard!
I've made some new friends over the past few months, and I'd love to introduce you to them. Visit my shed to learn all about Salty, Harvey, and Elizabeth, and their important roles on the island of Sodor.
In my shed, you can play all the new stories of Salty's Secret from start to finish.
I like to be really useful, and in my shed, you can select your favorite episode and go directly to it. Get ready for fun while you play games in my Fun and Games shed. You can read along to a fun-filled Thomas story, play the Learn to Count game, paint your favorite engines, sing along to a Thomas tune, and much more. You can also enjoy Sir Topham Hatt's scrapbook of all your favorite friends. I'm Harold, and I'll fly you to visit the Thomas Gallery, which features fun trailers on all your favorite Thomas merchandise. Have a good time.
Alright, so after that absurdly long menu intro, we're finally here for the Salty Secret menu tour. Okay, I really like the Season 6 style of menu here, with Season 7 as well, because of New Friend for Thomas and all that. But man, they're absurdly long, and you can't skip them. Every single time you watch a Season 6 Thomas DVD, you have to sit through that absurdly long intro to the menu, and you can't skip it. It takes you about 2 minutes to actually watch the release, and there's no trailers at the beginning. That's me being a little overcritical of these. I really like this style of menu, but they were god-awfully long. So, just like the engines explained to us, we have 5 options here. We have Playhouse Stories, Pick a Story, Fun and Games, Meet Thomas's New Friends, what the heck is that? And the Thomas Gallery. We'll save Meet Thomas's New Friends for last. Let's go to Pick a Story first, which I believe that was Toby's shed. Yep, that's Toby. We have Salty's Secret, Harvey to the Rescue, No Sleep for Cranky, The Fogman, A Bad Day for Harold, and Elizabeth the Vintage Quarry Truck. I am a special kind of truck, said Elizabeth. That's from a different episode, but whatever. Fun and Games shed. Let's take a look at that. Oh, well, that's interesting. It's the older style of menu from the older classic series releases. Let's look. Is there any dialogue?
Your journey of the island. It's time to have some fun with Thomas, Percy, Salty, and all our favorite friends. There are several activities for you to choose from, including Learn to Count, Paint My Color, the read-along story, sing-along songs, web fun, and last but not least, My Scrapbook. Use the up and down direction buttons on your controller to choose an activity and press enter to begin. Have fun!
Does anyone else think that Shoutin' Matt sounded a little out of breath when he was saying that? I mean, I'm glad that there's dialogue and all, but he sounded like he needed a break. Or the voice actor needed a break. So, we have a lot of options here for fun and games. Jesus Christ. Let's do read-along. What's the read-along story? Breakfast time for Thomas. Thomas the Tank Engine Storybook, which I think is just Thomas Comes to Breakfast, which happens to be one of my favorite episodes. That's cool. Paint My Color, Learn to Count. Those are games. We're not going to play those. Shoutin' Matt Scrapbook. I'm not sure if it's the exact same scrapbook. I will look at it here, and if it's the exact same scrapbook, we'll just jump right back to the menu, and if it's not, then I'll show you the new ones. Okay, so that's the exact same scrapbook from New Friends for Thomas, except it doesn't include the new characters from New Friends for Thomas. So, since this was released in 2002, I guess that means the scrapbook came from Salty's Secret, not from New Friends for Thomas. I was wrong in saying that, but I didn't know that because obviously I didn't own Salty's Secret until a couple of weeks ago. So, that's interesting. But there is no Harvey. There's no Salty. There's no Elizabeth in the scrapbook. And they're the new characters that they're trying to market, and they're nowhere to be found. It's just kind of interesting. They did have Peter, Sam, and Rusty in there. I'm not sure if they were a part of the New Friends for Thomas one or not, but they seemed out of place to me. So I guess they weren't, but I'm not sure. Go to the sing-along. It's James the Really Splendid and Dread. And I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the James and the Red Balloon HMR, but I think that this song should have been on James and the Red Balloon, and Down by the Docks should have been on Salty's Secret, because it's on James and the Red Balloon. So I think that those songs should have been switched, because obviously James is in the title of James and the Red Balloon, so it would make sense if he had his song on there, and then Salty loves the docks, so Down by the Docks should be a no-brainer to have on Salty's Secret, but they didn't go that route. If it was me, I would have personally switched them. ThomasTankEngine.com, probably a dead site, so that won't work anymore, like always. So, go back to the menu. Let's take a look at the Thomas Gallery, because I was actually very surprised, because there's a trailer here that I had never seen nor even heard of. Let's take a look at it. Here are the Thomas Gallery here. As you can see, I've seen this trailer. This trailer is extremely common. This trailer is also sort of common, but I have seen it. It's actually on the Best of Thomas VHS, surprisingly. The Wooden Railway trailer, we've all seen. We all love it. It's classic. CD-ROM. I've never seen this trailer prior to owning this release, and it's a very well-done trailer. I will go ahead and play it for you here in its entirety. Here we go.
Now you can join Thomas and his friends for lots of fun on your own computer. It's the latest in Thomas and Friends games. Building the new line. Join your favorite characters on the island of Sodor. Build multiple tracks in 3D environments. The quarry, the farmland, the docks. Clean and decorate engines for the big grand opening. Create your own landscape. And click into play mode and drive Thomas, James, Edward, or Percy around the track. But get ready, you never know what surprises you may encounter. Colorful and exciting, Thomas and his friends come to life on the tracks you design and build. Look for Building the New Line wherever great computer games are sold. And you can experience even more of the magic of Thomas and Friends with the entire collection of CD-ROM games. Learn more at www.funkidsgames.com.
Did anyone else notice that Edward and James didn't have tenders in a couple of those shots? Anyway, that's a really good trailer. I really like that trailer. That actually gets me jazzed to buy that game, even though it's not very good, from what I've heard. But that gets me jazzed to buy that game. It's a really good Thomas trailer. I'm surprised that that wasn't included on any other release prior to Salty's Secret. I would have loved to have seen more CD-ROM trailers for something like the Great Festival Adventure, Railway Adventures, or Trouble on the Tracks, which I think there are trailers for those out there. I have personally never seen them. Maybe I'll look them up once this video is done. But that is a really good trailer, and I was very surprised to see that here. So, we're almost done here. Meet Thomas's new friends. What's this, you may ask? Let's watch it.
Over the past few months, I've made some new friends on the island that I'm really excited to introduce you to. Sir Topham Hatt says they're all great additions to his railway, and I think you'll like them too. As a matter of fact, I think I hear one of them coming now. Hello, Thomas. Hello, Salty. These are all my friends that I've been telling you about. Everyone, this is Salty. He's an older diesel engine who loves working down at the docks. He's extremely kind, hardworking, and loves to tell us interesting tales of the sea. It's really nice to meet all of you, and I can't wait to share some of my seafaring stories with you. Thomas, I think I hear Harvey coming.
Hello, Thomas. Hello, Salty. Isn't it a beautiful day on the island?
It sure is. Harvey, I'd like you to meet my friends. Everyone, this is my friend Harvey. As you can see, Harvey is a crane engine. He was brought to Sodor recently by Sir Topham Hatt and has proven to be really useful at helping to clear away things from the track. Although the engines teased him at first because of his unique look, we're all now friends.
I can't wait to share my story with you about my first days on the island.
Oh no, I think it's Elizabeth coming. She's an old Sentinel lorry who has to be one of the rudest lorries I've ever met.
I'm not old, Thomas. I'm vintage. Besides, what are you sitting around here for? Just like I always say, you engines are so lazy. If it weren't for us lorries, there'd never be work done on the island. Come on. Sir Topham Hatt says he needs us all down at the quarry.
Well, that was Elizabeth. She's rude, but she does work hard. Anyways, we'd better be off to the quarry. Bye. See you soon.
What that was a little segment where Thomas introduces you to the new friends. And it's the voice actor who voices Sir Topham Hatt, who voices Thomas in all of the PC games, who I think this voice actor has basically done everything for Thomas menus and PC games, because he basically does all of the voices in the menus and PC games for Thomas. However, the animation is a little crude, but hey, it's nice that we even have it. One glaring issue though, why is Salty steaming when he pulls up on that bridge? And why does he have a whistle? So anyway, that wraps up the menu tour for Salty's Secret. I apologize that this one was a little longer, but hey, that's more bang for your watch time, I suppose. That's a new phrase that I'm quoting, bang for your watch time, patent pending. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Happy birthday to me, happy birthday to me, happy birthday, dear Lego Lover 117. Happy birthday to me. Oh, God, there's a microphone in front of me. Hi everybody, welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on Percy's Chocolate Crunch and other Thomas adventures. Let's not waste any more time, let's go ahead and jump into the history section of Percy's Chocolate Crunch. So Percy's Chocolate Crunch was originally released back in 2003 on VHS and DVD was re-released again in 2006 and again in 2009. This gets one more release over Salty Secret because Salty Secret only had 2 years where it was released. Percy's Chocolate Crunch has 3, so that's a step up over Salty Secret. So let's go ahead and jump into the close-up section of Percy's Chocolate Crunch. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Percy's Chocolate Crunch and other stories. You can see there's the SpongeBob sticker on the front there. This is a childhood copy, of course. And I said this in Salty's Secret, but they did not do it for this release. They didn't change the outline to where it doesn't flush with the background. This tone of green that they used, it flushes with the background up here, and it looks like the outline's not there unless you really look at it. And that, not a fan of that. I really like it when they actually change the outline to where it doesn't flush with the background. But hey, whatever. I do like that they changed Chocolate Crunch to a chocolate brown and, you know, didn't leave it yellow. That's a nice touch. Nice snapshot of chocolate-covered Percy on the front there. And a snapshot from Gordon Takes a Tumble. On the side, cartoon Thomas with a bit of edge wear. Hit Entertainment. What? That's right. Hit has come into the scene because at this point, Hit has bought out Thomas and Friends because it's after Magic Railroad and after that movie flopped. On the back, you've got a snapshot from Middle Engine, and I think that's from Gordon Takes a Tumble, from when Thomas and James are tooting Gordon or something like that, I think. Storyteller Alec Baldwin, blurb about what's on the tape and such. Your story stops, and your song, and your Thomas. Tape is just your standard tape, but the Thomas is now more black than white. And now you've got Percy's Chocolate Crunch and everything else in there. So that's your close-up look at Percy's Chocolate Crunch. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always. Alrighty, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Same answers as every other episode. I'm not going to go into it. Really, Amazon is your best bet for some of these earlier DVD releases of Season 6 and Season 7, because Amazon has an abundance of this stuff. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Considering that this product has my favorite sing-along song on it, absolutely I'm going to recommend this. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the earliest versions, the 2003 prints, don't go over $5 for those. They're really not that rare. A lot of these were overproduced, so there's a lot of them out there on the secondary market, so they really shouldn't be that hard to find. For the 2006 and 2009 copies, I'd say for the 2006 one, I'd keep it in the $5 range. For the 2009, that one is probably worth upwards of around $10. So that's the homemade review on Percy's Chocolate Crunch. Our next episode will be on James and the Red Balloon. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This time around, we're taking a look at Percy's Chocolate Crunch on DVD. Now, there's not a lot of history I really need to catch you guys up on since it's been a long time since we've looked at Percy's Chocolate Crunch, but again, the history is extremely brief. The original VHS release, which was this, was released in 2003, along with the original DVD release right here. So here's what the original VHS release looks like. There's its ink label. It also got a Wooden Train bonus pack version, which we'll take a look at briefly here. Came with a breakdown train. I think this is the only version of it. Take the tape out. It's the exact same one as the original one. That's why I assume it's from 2003. Maybe it was from 2004 or maybe from a later year, but that's what the Wooden Train bonus pack version looks like. So now let's move in to what the DVD has to offer. Its front cover, pretty much the same as the original VHS releases version. However, it is larger and longer, so we could see more of Percy, you could see more of Gordon's Crash, Percy's Chocolate Crunch. I think I mentioned this in the original HMR, but I really love how they changed Chocolate Crunch to brown. I think that looks really nice. On the side, we have our cartoon Thomas, if the camera will focus. DVD logo, we scroll on down, Percy's Chocolate Crunch, Anchor Bay. On the back, we have the same screenshots from the VHS version, one being from Middle Engine and the other one being from, I think that's Gordon Takes a Tumble. Storyteller Alec Baldwin. Our blurb is presumably the same. Bonus features are the Thomas Tells a Lie read-along story, Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame, a sing-along song, 2 games, Percy's Puzzle and Sodor's Special Spelling, website fun, and an 8-page commemorative booklet. Cool, and our story stops are listed below it. However, my version, which I bought off of eBay, did not include the 8-page commemorative booklet thing, so sadly we don't get to see that here, but here's what the disc looks like. It's a squished up version of the poster art. And also, real quickly here before we move on, I just want to say that I think that this insert got wet, because if you see how it's bending inside of the case, normal inserts don't just bend like that. If they just sit inside their cases forever. Like I have DVDs from when I was a kid, and they still look like they're in perfect shape. So I think that whoever previously owned this got their copy wet, which isn't terrible. I mean, I'm not saying they're a bad eBay seller. I'm just saying that's what I think happened. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour of Percy's Chocolate Crunch.
Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Sir Topomat, and I hope your journey here was a pleasant one. We have so much planned for you today, and the engines can't wait to take you on the adventures of Percy's Chocolate Crunch. The sky is shining, and the engines have their orders to take you to wherever you want to visit.
Hi, I'm Percy, and if you visit my shed, you'll enjoy all the exciting adventures Percy's Chocolate Crunch has to offer.
I'm Gordon, and I have the important job of pulling the express coaches. Come visit my shed, and you'll get to express to your favorite individual Percy's Chocolate Crunch episode. I'm James, and I love to sing while I'm hard at work or getting washed down at the engine wash. Come visit my shed and sing along with me to an all-new Thomas and Friends sing-along song. Hi, I'm Thomas, and there are a lot of fun things to do on the island. Visit my shed and get ready for non-stop excitement. Here, you can read along to a Thomas adventure, play Percy's puzzle game, join in Sodor's special spelling game, and visit the Sodor Superstar Hall of Fame.
You know, I actually kind of missed that really long intro. It's been a long time since we've looked at a Season 6 DVD here in this long cycle of supplementals. Anyway, here we are for our Percy's Chocolate Crunch menu tour. So let's go ahead and get started here. Let's go ahead and move into Pick a Story, which was, I think that was Gordon's shed? Yes, it was. Hello, Gordon. So here we are at the Pick a Story section. We have Percy's Chocolate Crunch, Thomas Percy, and The Squeak. Gordon Takes a Tumble, Buffer Brother, Middle Engine, and Faulty Whistle. Sing-along song, this is James's shed. I had no idea James liked to sing when he worked or whenever he was getting washed down. Our sing-along song is Little Engines. You know, this song actually used to be my favorite when I was a kid. I loved this song, and I think that was partly due to the fact that I myself was technically a little engine watching the show. I was considered a little engine, and pretty much everybody was when they were a young Thomas fan. Nowadays, we are practically, you know, the size of like Gordon and James and Henry and stuff. So now we are the mainline engines who always boast how big they are. Superior by far. Fun and games. Here we go.
We're glad you decided to stop here on time to have some fun with Thomas, Percy, Salty, and all of your favorite friends. There are several activities for you to choose from, including a read-along story, Percy's Puzzle, Sodor's Special Spelling Game, our new Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame, and Web Fun. Use the up and down direction buttons on your controller to choose an activity and press enter to begin. Have fun.
Thank you for that, Sir Topham Hatt. That means I don't have to explain any of this. Good for me. Read along. What's our read along? It's Thomas Tells a Lie. I don't think I've ever read that before. I probably won't read it, or I probably won't listen to it because I'm lazy and won't read it. I'll just have the narration read it for me. Percy's Puzzle and Sodor Spelling Game. We're not going to play either of those games. Sodor Superstars. I know we've seen this previously. I can't remember what release it was on. It might have been Salty's Secret that it was on, or maybe James and the Red Balloon or something along those lines. But I know we've seen this previously, so Sir Topham Hatt, don't lie to me. This isn't all new. Web Fun. It's on the Web Fun tab. It's the stock standard image that's like, hey, if you want to visit the official Thomas website, insert this DVD into your computer DVD-ROM drive. You may need a grown-up to help you. And then it gives you the ThomasTheTankEngine.com that probably doesn't exist anymore. I don't know. I haven't looked it up. I've been saying that for over a year, and I've never taken any time out of my life to actually look that up. So anyway, guys, that's the end of the Percy's Chocolate Crunch menu tour. That's also the end of this supplemental episode of HMR. So anyway, thank you all for watching, and as always, a good night, everybody. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to another home media review. This review is on James and the Red Balloon. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right in to the history section of James and the Red Balloon. So James and the Red Balloon has kind of a short history. It was originally released back in 2003 and then was re-released in 2009. And that's it. This has a brief history just like Salty's Secret. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of James and the Red Balloon. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at James and the Red Balloon. So we only have one copy to look at here. This is the 2003 VHS release. So let's go ahead and get started. It is a red outlining, because obviously it's James. James and the Red Balloon and Other Thomas Adventures. There's the red balloon there. James looking quite scared. And a snapshot on the bottom from James and the Red Balloon. On the side, we've got our cartoon Thomas. Scroll on down here. Hit Entertainment. On the back, we've got a snapshot from James and the Red Balloon. And I think that is Edward the Really Useful Engine, where that snapshot's from. Storyteller Alec Baldwin. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such. And your story stops. There's no Thomas, actually. The Thomas is gone now. I just now noticed that. That's interesting. Same ink label as every other release in late or early 2000s with the start of the ink labels. So that's your close-up look at James and the Red Balloon. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, sir, back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Basically every answer in every other show. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Again, I really like Season 6. I would recommend this. Just a little side note here. The episode, The World's Strongest Engine, Diesel says a quote in there which is now a popular podcast that I happen to really enjoy. I think he says like fuel and tar, or grease and oil, or something like that. And now it's a podcast run by these two nincompoops who really have nothing better to do but talk about Thomas toys in a podcast form. Yeah, that's a reason why I'm recommending this. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answer as number 1 in every show ever. And number 5, what price should you pay? For every version of this from 2003, don't want to go over $5 for it. For the 2009 version, that's a little more rare. I would say go upwards of 7 to 8, maybe even 10. So there's something I don't think I mentioned in the close-up which I'd like to talk about here. The song on this release, it's Down by the Docks. And if we go back, I don't think I talked about this either in Salty's Secret, but on that release, the song is James the Really Useful Engine. I think that it would have made a lot more sense if they switched them so that Down by the Docks is now on Salty's Secret and James the Really Useful Engine is now on James and the Red Balloon. That makes sense because a seaside character is being introduced in Salty's Secret, and a lot of those episodes take place at Brendam Docks, and obviously James the Really Useful Engine makes sense to be on James and the Red Balloon because of the fact that, well, James is in the frickin' title. So that's our review on James and the Red Balloon. I just want to say I'm sorry that these episodes have been a bit shorter than they usually are. I know Salty's Secret and Percy's Chocolate Crunch were about 5 or 6 minutes. This one's probably going to come out to being either 6 or 7. The thing is, there's just not a lot to talk about with these Season 6 releases. So our next episode is going to be on Thomas's Snowy Surprise, another Christmas-themed release. And we're still in summer. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? So I will see you all next time, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everybody and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on James and the Red Balloon from 2003 on DVD. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Take a look here. We've got James and the Red Balloon, Thomas & Friends logo, the red outlining, as well as on the VHS version. You've got our little balloon there, the red balloon. We've got James on the front there, with Thomas and Percy on the bottom, which actually makes sense. And James is very surprised because the red balloon is right there and it's about to fall on his face. On the side, we have Cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo. Scroll on down here. We've got Anchor Bay on the bottom there. On the back, it's exactly the same as the VHS copy. We've got a snapshot from James' Red Balloon and one from Edward, the Really Useful Engine, storyteller Alec Baldwin. Got our blurb, our bonus features, and our story stops. We open this up, got our disc, squished up version of the poster art, and this is the last release that I'll be covering here that came from that thrift shop, and as such, this one did come very used, and there's sort of a pamphlet here, but it's, we turn this over, the pamphlet was completely ripped, like this only came with this piece of paper here, so it's kind of a pamphlet. But we have one half of it. We've got the main menu, pick a story section, and the fun and games shed. But that's it. So, sheet of paper, I guess? I'm not real happy with that, but, you know, you can't really trust stuff that's used. But hey, I have it now, so I got nothing to complain about. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour of James and the Red Balloon.
Welcome to the Thomas and Friends DVD experience.
Hello, I'm Sir Doppelmat, and I'd like to welcome you to the island of Sodor. I hope your journey here was a pleasant one. I've let Thomas and the rest of your friends know you're coming, and they're all excited to take you on the exciting adventures of James and the Red Balloon. Each engine friend has been given their orders to take you to a different place on the island. So listen carefully and hop on board the engine which takes you to the place you'd like to visit. Hi, I'm Edward, and if you hop on my train, you'll enjoy all the exciting new adventures in James and the Red Balloon. Hi, I'm Thomas, and if you hop on my train, I'll take you to your favorite individual episode, whether it's Donald and Douglas in Double Trouble or watching Rusty save the day. Hi, I'm Percy, and if you hop on my train, you'll get to join in on all the musical fun of our new Island of Sodor work song, Down by the Docks. Hi, I'm James. Hop aboard my splendid red engine and join in with the rest of your engine friends in some Island of Sodor fun and games. Today, we'll play Sir Topham Hatt's word fun, Which Island Picture is Different, or My Connect the Dots fun. You can also learn more about all of your friends in the Sodor Superstar Hall of Fame.
Alright, so we just went through all of that unnecessary dialogue. Anyway, this is the menu for James and the Red Balloon. So we're jumping back to that new Friends for Thomas and the Jet Engine style menu for Season 6 and some of Season 7. So anyway, let's go ahead and move right into the Pick a Story section. As we all know, Thomas is going to puff out at us and run us over. Ah! Alright, so here's our Pick a Story section. We have James and the Red Balloon, we have Twin Trouble, Edward the Very Useful Engine, the World's Strongest Engine, Rusty Saves the Day, and Duncan. So now let's move to the sing-along song section. Percy's going to run out at us too. Obviously, as it said in the intro, it is Down by the Docks, which is a really good song. And our last place we are going to look at here is the Fun and Game Shed with James. Oh, that's interesting. They use the old menu style. Cool.
To choose from, including Sir Topham Hatt's word fun, Which Island Picture is Different, My Connect the Dots fun, the Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame, and Web Fun. Use the up and down direction buttons on your controller to choose an activity and press enter to begin. All aboard!
Alright, thanks for that, James. Anyway, we're not going to play any of these games. We are, however, going to take a look at the Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame.
Welcome to Sodor Superstars. This is your chance to get to know your island friends. You can learn Thomas's favorite saying, or a fun fact about James, or maybe you want to find out where Duncan's favorite island spot is. Simply use the direction buttons to choose the friend that you would like to learn more about, and then press enter.
Let's see, let's choose the Scots, since they just came back this last season.
Donald and Douglas are the Scottish twins, and always like playing practical jokes on the other engines. Their favorite place on the island is at the quarry. As you can see, both Donald and Douglas are black. Their favorite saying is, when we worked in Scotland, we used to. Did you know that I had the nameplates put on the side of both engines so I'd not confuse the two?
No, I didn't know that. Let's click Other Starring Roles. We've seen the Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame in a previous episode. Can't remember which release it was, but I do know it was on another release. So, yeah. This is basically like a souped-up character gallery. So, let's do Duncan. Why not?
Duncan means well, but has a mind of his own, which sometimes leads him into trouble. Duncan is yellow, and is often found in the quarry or mountains. His favorite saying is, I love to rock and roll. Did you know that Duncan first went to the narrow gauge railway when Peter Sam had an accident?
No, I didn't know that. Thank you for that valuable information, sir. Oh, man, this is out of focus. My apologies for that going out of focus. I wasn't paying attention. There's not a lot of natural light right now. So, let's look at other starring roles. So, Duncan can be found in these other releases. So, it's basically an advertisement. So, anyway, that's the Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame. I like that better than the actual character gallery, to be honest. Even if it is just an advertisement, it's still cool. So, Let's look at the web fun. Again, website doesn't exist anymore, so this is useless. So that pretty much wraps up our menu tour of James and the Red Balloon. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. We've got another copy of James and the Red Balloon to take a look at here, and this one is particularly interesting. It's not this one that you're seeing on screen. We've looked at this in the past. This is my version that has the CD sampler, in quotation marks, because it's not actually the CD sampler. It's a second copy of James and the Trouble with Trees, which, I don't know, I kind of like having it because this makes this package feel more complete and I can pretend that it's inside of it. But, yeah, that would be really nice if I could actually get my hands on that CD sampler. Anyway, let's take a look at the new copy of James and the Red Balloon that I've got my hands on here. It looks like this. This is one of those 2008-2009 reprints of James and the Red Balloon. I think The Best of Gordon got one of these. Thomas and his friends help out most definitely got one. That one was retitled, though. It was kind of odd. And then I think a few others got this, too. I think Salty Secret got one, but that one was called Harvey to the Rescue for some reason. The point being, though, these were very odd, but they're also kind of cool. They're kind of like a sub-collection if anybody wants to complete these. You got Thomas and Friends up there at the top. James and the Red Balloon includes 6 stories. You got your boxcar with that beautiful promo shot of James and the Red Balloon in the background there. It's a nice poster image there. I just wish that this boxcar art wasn't a thing, because that would look really cool without it. The spine, hit logo, really small there. James and the Red Balloon, tiny portrait of James, and then really small, distributed by Lionsgate. I'll go ahead and let the cat out of the bag right now. This is slim case artwork inside of a thick case. I bought this used from a Goodwill, and this is the case that it came in. I need to get a slim case to put this in because this just doesn't feel right or look right. So on the back, favorites from Thomas and Friends. You've got a blurb about the release. Your bonus content is there. Your story stops are there as well. You got some screenshots from it too. FBI warning, a whole bunch of legalese and tech specs down there at the bottom. And if we open this up, it did not come with a insert because this is a slim case variant, so it came in a wooden train bonus pack, I'm assuming. But there's your disc. It's a squished up version of this photo that's inside of the boxcar. Now, I'm not sure if this menu has been changed or not. I think we've done a supplemental on a release like this. Yeah, it was the Runaway engine. That was like a year or two back. That took me forever to remember that. I don't think that menu was changed either, but it's worth a look-see, I guess, so why don't we find out together in the menu tour. Alright folks, here we are for the menu tour of James and the Red Balloon, and as far as I can tell, it's the same menu. Nothing has been changed here. It's even got the little animated intro segment where Sir Topham Hatt is talking to you about the fact that James has an encounter with a red balloon. I didn't think you all knew that. It's not like it's in the title or anything. Hi, I'm Edward. I sound like I'm in my 40s. Hi, I'm Thomas, and if you come with me, I'll show you how to get to your favorite story. All you have to do is evade taxes. Hi, I'm Percy, and if you hate the government spying on you, check out ExpressVPN. Use code Percy for 20% off. Hi,
I'm James. If you didn't know, I have an encounter with a red balloon on this DVD. Not like it's in the title or anything. If you couldn't tell, all that came off the top of my head. You know what, just for a quick refresher, let's take a look at the Pick a Story menu. I see you've chosen to evade taxes. Yeah, everything's the same here. Got the same number of stories, same stories on it, same screenshots, everything is the same. I suppose we could play a game. You guys want to play a game? Let's do that. Hello, James. Did you know that you have an encounter with a red balloon? Oh my gosh, sir. I didn't know. Thank you for telling me. So we've got Sir Topham Hatt's word fun. Which island picture is different? James's connect the dots fun. Sodor Superstars Hall of Fame and web fun. Why don't we take a look at which island photo? Hello there, I'm Sir Topham Hatt. This game is very self-explanatory. You have to look at 4 pictures and see which one is different. This game is for children, so it should be easy for you since you are presumably in your early to mid-20s. I'm not sure why someone of your age would be playing a game like this, considering it's meant for children, but you know what? It's 2022. Let's not judge each other. Gee, this one's a bit hard. I wonder which one is different. Can you guys see? Shout out to your screen. I can hear you right now. Oh, now don't get so political. Okay, I hear someone saying this. I'm going to go with this one. I hope it's right. Ha! It was right. Ooh, this one's even harder than the last. Let's think really hard about this. Think. I'm going to go with my gut here. Gut instinct. Boom. Perfect. This one just might be the hardest one of them all. So difficult. I just don't know. I mean, I'm just going to close my eyes. I'm going to pick one at random. Ha! Boom. 3 for 3. I'm amazing at this game. Should I really be bragging about that, though? I mean, as Sir Topham Hatt clearly stated, this is a game meant for children, and I'm in my early 20s, so... Oh, come on. This one is easy. Come on now. The other ones were really hard. Give me a hard one here. This one's just super easy. I mean, it's clearly that one, obviously. I guess that's the end of the game. There's no, like, congratulations or, like, certificate thing that pops up. You remember those old PC games where you got a certificate for finishing a game on there? This one's just, nope, you're done. Boots you back to the menu. I'm sure Sir Topham Hatt gave me a congratulatory message, but that's just a little anticlimactic when there's no sound. Anyway, folks, that pretty much wraps things up here for me. Thank you all so very much for watching. And as always, good night, everybody.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to another Thomas & Friends Home Media review. This review is on Thomas's Snowy Surprise. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Thomas's Snowy Surprise. So Thomas's Snowy Surprise has a very, very brief history here, as it was only released once in 2003. That's it. That's all this got. I think that my guess as to why this only got released once, there's only 3 new Season 6 episodes on it. That's it. So yeah, extremely brief history with Thomas's Snowy Surprise. It's really a shame because I think that these episodes really aren't that bad. I think some of them are really good, actually. So let's go ahead and move right into the close-up section of Thomas's Snowy Surprise.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Thomas's Snowy Surprise. Now, this is the 2003 VHS copy, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. As you can see, it's very shiny. They have a glossy, shiny outline on this silver outlining. It's very shiny. It's actually kind of blinding with the light in the background. But yeah, Thomas & Friends logo, Thomas's Snowy Surprise. There's Thomas on the front. I believe that's from Snow. And then a snapshot from Jack Frost. And if you look closely, there's little sparkles on the side here. There's like little snowflakes that resemble sparkles. And you can see my finger is reflected in there. That's pretty interesting. On the side, snow-covered cartoon Thomas. I like that they went the extra effort to change him, put snow on him. There's some snowflakes on the side here as well for decoration. Hit Entertainment. On the back, we've got snapshots from Thomas's Snowy Surprise. I think that's also from Thomas's Snowy Surprise. Storytellers, Alec Baldwin and George Carlin, which is a step above Thomas's Christmas Party, who didn't list Alec Baldwin as the narrator because he narrated Snow on that release. There's our blur about what's on the tape and such, and our story stops. Now, there are 3 stories that are new for this. We have Thomas's Snowy Surprise, Jack Frost and Toby Had a Little Lamb. The other 3 are repurposed. We also have a new song. And again, Thomas is still gone, and that Thomas is never coming back, unfortunately. There's our ink label, Thomas's Snowy Surprise and Other Thomas Adventures. And that's it. So that's your close-up look at Thomas's Snowy Surprise. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Same answers as every other answer in the show, honestly. It's just getting really, really annoying to keep saying that over and over again. I'm sorry if you think I'm going to say something different. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Nope. Number 3, should you pick this product up? This one is a real teaser to say if I recommend that you pick this up. Because the thing is, if you hate Season 6, you're not going to like this. And you're also not going to like the fact that you've basically gotten cheated. Because if you own the previous Christmas releases, then you've basically been cheated out of your money. So I'm going to say that if you don't like Season 6, don't pick up this product because you're not going to like it. If you like Season 6, yeah, go ahead, pick it up. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1 in every other show ever. And number 5, what price should you pay? There's really only one price I can really say. I mean, these are, I wouldn't say that they're rare. I would say that they're uncommon because of the fact that they were only released in 1 year. I would say if you find just the normal version of either the VHS or DVD, don't go over $5 for that. It's really not that rare. But I just read this. If you find a VHS version that comes with a bonus CD, which is kind of interesting, that's the VHS. I would think it would be the DVD. Maybe my source is wrong on that. But if you find either version that comes with a musical CD, I assume that's a bit more rare. I would go upwards of 10 for that because of the fact that, well, I've never seen that in person, and I just now heard about it. The songs in question are Winter Wonderland, the Snow song, Don't Judge a Book by Its Cover, and Never, Never, Never Give Up. Those last 2 are kind of interesting. I would think that only the Christmas songs would be on that CD, but I guess it's more bang for your buck. So that is our episode on Thomas's Snowy Surprise. Our next episode is going to round out our coverage of the best ofs. That's right, it's Best of Gordon, the very last one in America. Yes, I realize that there are some Japanese best ofs, like Best of Edward, Best of Henry, but this is solely an American-based show. I just want to stress that. So this is the last best of in America. So I will see you all next time. Thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome to the special bonus episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. That's right, this is a special bonus review since I didn't advertise this pretty much anywhere. I never spoke about it on Twitter or anything like that. So this is a complete surprise and I'm not sure what day I'm uploading this on. I just know it's not Monday or Thursday because, you know, those are my normal days for uploading videos and I wanted this one to be a surprise. I'm not sure what day this is going up on, but I'm pretty sure you're all shocked to see this in your sub box. Speaking of surprises, we're looking at the DVD version of Thomas's Snowy Surprise. You know, the reason I'm doing this is because, well, you know, it's Christmas time, it's December, I'm taking 2 weeks off in December from HMR, so why not do a special bonus Christmas-themed release? And it just so happens that I found this DVD copy of Snowy Surprise printed by Universal. I know that there were a couple people in the comments of the original Snowy Surprise HMR saying that, oh no, you got it wrong, HMR was released in 2014 by Universal, you're wrong. And I'm like, well, I've never seen it, so you can't blame me for that. And also, I never saw that date listed on the wiki, which is where I do most of my research. Sorry I got that wrong. I can't really go back and fix that, but sorry I got that wrong. Well, let's go ahead and jump in to the release here. So as you can see, it's basically the same poster art from the VHS version. The snowflakes are not like glittery like they were on the VHS version, but that does make sense because since my VHS version is an original print, they kind of glittered up the snowflakes to catch your eye, and this is a reprint, so that makes sense that they didn't keep the glittering. On the side, HIT logo, right there on the top. Scrolling down, Thomas's Snowy Surprise, Portrait of Thomas, and Universal. That's how you can tell that this is a reprint. Mostly. You can also tell that it's a reprint from the HIT logo, but if this was a later reprint, which I'm pretty sure there have been later reprints of this that I didn't mention, probably one by Lionsgate, that would also have the HIT logo there, except this would say Lionsgate instead of Universal and stuff like that. So on the back here, we still have our storytellers listed as Alec Baldwin and George Carlin. We still have our same screenshots, both from It's Only Snow, our blurb, bonus features, and our story stops. And down here, your legal information, copyright stuff, and all that, and also the HIT logo. Open this up. It's that uniform Universal disc artwork where they just print the title and then the legal info around the disc and the HIT logo, the Universal logo, with no artwork and stuff. That's very, very shiny. As you can see, my hand is being reflected in there. So let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour of Thomas's Snowy Surprise.
Welcome to Thomas's Snowy Surprise, where you'll experience firsthand the joy and magic that the holiday season brings to the island of Sodor. This is an exciting time of the year, and all of the engines work extra hard to make the holidays special. Are you ready to join Thomas and his friends in exploring the island with all of its holiday cheer? You can play all stories, pick a story, sing along with your engine friends, or visit the Fun and Games station. You're sure to find loads of snowy surprises and Christmas fun.
I'm a really useful engine, and in my shed, you can play all the fun stories of Thomas's Christmas Wonderland from start to finish. In my splendid shed, you can pick your favorite episodes and go right to them.
The sounds of the season always make the holidays very special on the island of Sodor. In my shed, you can sing along to my favorite winter songs.
Visit my shed to play Percy's Order Fun, match the snowflake, decorate a Christmas tree, visit Sodor Special Deliveries, and more.
Alrighty everyone, here we are at our Thomas's Snowy Surprise DVD menu tour, all that good stuff. My apologies if the screen looks like it's engulfing your screen right now, my TV screen that is. Running out of daylight as I'm filming this. Daylight savings time, what are you going to do? But yeah, actually I think this is actually pretty nice because you actually get the focus of the actual screen itself with some background light as well to, you know, see my hand and stuff like that. But yeah, the screen is the focal point, so I might actually start shooting the menu tours like this from now on. Let me know in the comments if you want me to start shooting the menu tours like this, because I quite like it. So before we get started here, if you heard Percy's bit, which I'm assuming that you did, you'll notice he said Thomas's Christmas Wonderland. I'm kind of wondering if they just reused the dialogue that this narrator recorded from the Thomas's Christmas Wonderland menu and just repurposed it for this. I'm not sure that's what they did, but I have a very big suspicion that's what they did because of what Percy said, obviously. So let's go ahead and transition into Pick a Story. This is James's Shed. Well, that's cool. They put little Christmas lights around each story. I like that. So we've got It's Only Snow, Jack Frost, Toby Had a Little Lamb, Snow, Thomas's Christmas Party, and Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree. Let's take a look at the sing-along song menu. I also like how the engines are wearing Santa hats. It is Winter Wonderland, just one song, so don't know why Henry said you could sing along to his favorite Christmas songs. There's only one song here, Henry. False advertising. I will sue. So we got the fun and games section as well. This is Thomas's Shed. Stop Matt moves out of the way there so he doesn't get run over. Here we go. Fun and games. It's in that same style of menu from, you know, like seasons 4 and 3 and such. Almost at 5. 5 had a completely different menu style. And I also really like how they kept the season 6 style of menu for this reprint, because with the universal printing of James Learns a Lesson, they completely stripped that menu out of any sort of features. There's no bonus content, nothing. It's literally just play all, or you can pick a story. That menu is very, very bare bones. But I am glad that Universal didn't tinker with this and change it. It still keeps that season 6 style of menu with the narration and stuff, and I quite like that they kept that in there. So we've got Percy's Order Fun, Match the Snowflake, Decorate a Christmas Tree, Sodor Special Deliveries. Kind of interested in the Sodor Special Deliveries one. Let's take a look at that. See what it is.
Here on the island of Sodor, the engines love to receive holiday greetings in the mail. It makes the holidays even more special. Oh, and it looks like you've got mail now. You can pick the letter you want to read first by clicking on that engine or Island Friend. Happy reading.
Did you see how bad quality that frickin' zoom in shot was? Geez, you can definitely tell this was an older release. Anyway, I think there's something similar to this on Ultimate Christmas, which we'll be taking a look at either in the next couple of days, or we took a look at in the past couple of days. Once again, I'm not really sure which day this is being uploaded on. So yeah, I think there is something similar to this. It might be the exact same thing on Ultimate Christmas. So let's take a look at, let's just see if it actually reads it to you, or you have to read it on your own.
Happy holidays. I'm Gordon, the fastest and most powerful engine of all. I'm both very important and very useful, and I like it that way. Look for me helping out around the island all winter long.
My apologies there, my Blu-ray player wire is glitching again. I'll have to take a look at that after this video is wrapped up. But yeah, there is something, I think, completely similar to Sodor Special Deliveries on Ultimate Christmas. So that, ladies and gents, pretty much wraps up this supplemental on Thomas's Snowy Surprise. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody, and have a very Merry Christmas. Oh, Merry Christmas, everyone. It's your boy, Lego Lover 117, coming back at you with another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. And this is a rare episode because I never say my name when it comes to this series, but I did it this time for some reason. Guess I wanted to change things up a little bit. This time around, it's another supplemental here for the holiday season, and it's on Thomas's Snowy Surprise. However, it is not on this copy that's sitting in front of the camera right now. We looked at this copy of Thomas's Snowy Surprise last year. If you recall, this was last year's Universal reprint of Thomas's Snowy Surprise when Mattel brought this back. Well, actually, no. Now that I think about it, this wasn't last year. This was 2 years ago, I believe we looked at this. This was 2016 they brought this back. Of course, they brought it back in 2017 too, and they're presumably going to bring it back this year for 2018. So, yeah, although they might not because Mattel has basically said that physical media in the U.S. is done. However, this year, we're taking a look at another variant of Thomas's Snowy Surprise, which was released. I actually don't know when this was released. I'm looking at the wiki right now, and the only date this has for it is the OG 2003 release date, and this is not a print from 2003. I can go ahead and tell you that right now. This is presumably from 2010, maybe 2011. It is a Lionsgate reprinting of Thomas's Snowy Surprise, but enough talking about it. Let's just go ahead and take a look at it here. So here is my new copy of Thomas's Snowy Surprise. This is sealed, factory sealed. As you can see, it came from Walmart, as noted by that sticker up there. We also have this big exclusive only at Walmart sticker. This includes a holiday countdown calendar inside. This is the reason I picked this up, is because it's a retailer exclusive, and Thomas and Friends retailer exclusives are notoriously hard to find nowadays. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Snowy Surprise, Cartoon Thomas down at the bottom, distributed by Lionsgate. The side's pretty much the same as the reprinted version, except the Cartoon Thomas has been changed, and there's a DVD logo on the new version, and of course, the new version is distributed by Universal and not Lionsgate. Back is pretty much the same as the other version, same bonus features, same story stops, and as I mentioned earlier, this is sealed. I feel bad about doing this, but we're going to open it up right here on the show. Let me bring out my knife, and here we go. This has one of those BS security stickers on the side, so this might be just a little bit difficult to open. If I can break the plastic, that would be nice. There we go. So, just put my knife down. I will be keeping this only at Walmart sticker there, because that is valuable. So I'll try not to mess up this plastic too much here as I take it off of the disc. Oh, there we go. So the cellophane is off. It's now been opened. And there's another layer of plastic actually on the case. So that's kind of cool. And there's the back again. But would you look at that? It's fake. There's the back of the actual case. There's no difference to it, but it's a fake back. I kind of suspected that. And then here's your holiday calendar. It comes in its own little cellophane thing here. Plastic thing. How do you open this? Is there a flap here on the back? Yes, there is. Which means I can easily reseal this. So that is okay. Oh, look at that. You got a little stand that you can fold out. And you can sit it up on a table or something. But that's what that looks like. Anyway, this is like one of those advent calendars like Lego does for every year. I'm assuming that's what this is like, but that's actually really cool. That's a nice little bonus thing there for... I'm going to put this back in the plastic behind the camera. Here it is. It's resealed in the plastic now. There's the fake back. And now because I'm curious, we're going to open this as well. Because I want to, and it's my collection, and I'll do what I please. I know some of you are probably screaming, "No, Lego Lover, don't open it, it's rare!" My response to that is, it is my collection, it's my copy, I paid however much I paid for this, I don't remember how much I paid for it, I bought it a long time ago, and I will open it if I please. Plus, it's been sitting in my closet unopened for like 3 or 4 months, so I'm itching to open it up. Already tore the security sticker. By the way, can I just mention how BS these security stickers are? I hate these things. Plastic on the side is still there. Just trying to chip away every imperfection with this thing, I guess. Now, I know there's a sticker on the top, but because opening it actually makes it easier to get the sticker off, because it splits it. What's the disc look like? Oh, hey! That's classic artwork. That's sweet, man. That's not like some, like, generic reflective gray look like the other one is. That's awesome. No insert, though, which is a little disappointing. Now, first part of the sticker is off. Now we'll get the second part. There we go. Security stickers are off, and Snowy Surprise has been opened. It is one of those kind of cheap feeling cases, though. But classic artwork on the disc, that is sweet. I did not expect to find that. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is your supplemental on Thomas's Snowy Surprise from an unknown date. I'm still holding on to 2010, 2011, just because of the fact that it's Lionsgate, and Lionsgate and Hit pushed the classic series more than Mattel ever has. I'm going to say then, possibly even sooner than that, maybe 2008, 2009. I'm not too sure. If anybody knows when this was released, let me know down in the comments. Just know that this is the only at Walmart version bonus holiday countdown calendar inside. And yes, this is a sticker. I tore it off the cellophane. Probably going to put it inside the case because putting it on the outside would just kind of ruin it. But anyway, this is a cool piece. If you guys want to check it out, look it up on eBay. I just found this randomly one night. I searched for, I think, Thomas DVD or something, and this came up and was like, hey, that's cool. That's a retailer exclusive. I'm going to pick that up right now. So I want to thank you guys so much for watching. Have a very Merry Christmas, and good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. It's our Christmas supplemental for this year. We're going to be taking a look at yet another copy of Thomas's Snowy Surprise. No, it's not a new one that's been reprinted by Universal. That unfortunately hasn't come back this year, which is kind of sad. That used to be a constant when Mattel cared about the classic model series and physical media in general. No. This is a copy from well over 10 years ago. I picked this copy up at a Half Price Books about a month ago with the intention of showing it here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Before we show that copy, though, I thought, why not refresh your memory on these two copies of Snowy Surprise here. This copy is a Universal reprint from a few years ago. Like I said, back in the day, Mattel would have Universal bring this back every year for Christmas. That hasn't happened in quite a while, though. And then this over here is a Walmart exclusive variant of Snowy Surprise. It's got a holiday countdown calendar. It's like a little advent thing. It's kind of cool. It's also got a false back on it, because when this was shrink wrapped in the store, this is what you would have seen.
So that's a cool little novelty item there for the collection. So now that your memory has been refreshed, let's take a look at the new item. This is a Wooden Train bonus pack of Thomas's Snowy Surprise. And you can see up there, it comes with Mavis. Now this is brand new sealed. It has never been opened, so kind of cool. We're going to open it up here on the video for your viewing pleasure. But let's take a look at these price stickers here. So on top of this sticker, which I presume is from an FYE, we have a Half Price Books clearance sticker. Yeah, I only bought this for $2. I think behind there, that's a 4, perhaps? I don't know how much FYE was selling this for, but they really like to jack up their prices on a lot of their physical media stuff. They used to be great for deals, but now they're like anybody else. They stink. But Half Price Books is still pretty good. Like I said, got this for $2 on clearance, which is pretty freaking epic. You'll notice here on the front, it's much shinier than either of these two, but it does have the same poster art with Thomas and Jack Frost Percy. The side. So it just says Train bonus pack. It should say Wooden Train bonus pack. It says the same thing over here. I guess I should show you the top. DVD logo, Thomas and Friends logo, Thomas' Snowy Surprise, and a little window peeking in on the Mavis. But yeah, it just says Train bonus pack. Kind of odd. Cartoon Thomas, DVD logo, Thomas Friends logo, Snowy Surprise, Anchor Bay logo down there at the bottom. The back features a limited edition thing there with a barcode, storytellers, blurb, images from the release, your bonus content, your story stops, and then down there at the bottom includes Thomas and Friends Wooden Railway character. And then we've got some more legalese down there at the bottom. If this box was in better shape and hadn't been presumably stepped on, it's kind of crushed down there at the bottom, I probably would have kept this sealed, but as it is, we're just going to open it up here. And you guys like when I open things. It's hard to do this in front of the camera because I have to grip it. There we go. Perfect. Okay. All right. Get rid of that cellophane there. Now you can see it a little bit better. You can see the sparkles more. So we'll open this up from the top. And first, we'll take a look at the Mavis that comes with this. This is an old style Mavis. It's in pristine condition. I guess that makes sense. It's not used. It was never open. Pretty decent model for the time. Mine has a bunch of stickers on it, so I bought this for the purpose of having a pristine old-style Mavis and also to show this on home media reviews, but I really like this. I have a pristine condition old-style Mavis now. That's cool. And then if we look a bit further here, I don't think there's a pamphlet. Some of these came with pamphlets. I don't think there's one in here. Slim case variant is no surprise. And look, we've got the kind of plain border now. The sparkle is gone. Oh, well that's interesting. I have never seen a spine that looks like that. The HIT logo is extended, and Distributed by Lionsgate is also extended. There we go. Check that out. Is this a rare variant? Does anybody else have a slim case that's like this? I've never seen it. So, that's cool. And if we open it up, no pamphlets or nothing, but we do have a old style, squished up version of the poster art disc. Alright, so that is your look at a Wooden Train bonus pack of Thomas's Snowy Surprise. I will be keeping this box. I'll be keeping the slim case inside of it because I just think it looks cool. So there will be no menu tour since the disc that's included here is exactly the same as the one included here, so go back and watch the previous supplementals for Thomas's Snowy Surprise if you would like to see what this menu looks like. With that all being said, though, I want to thank you all so very much for watching. I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.
Hello, everyone who is watching. Welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on the Best of Gordon. So let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Best of Gordon. So the Best of Gordon was originally released back in 2004 and back in 2009. Brief histories here, people. I'm sorry, this is just when they were put out. I'm sorry the history sections have been so short. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of the Best of Gordon.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at the Best of Gordon. Now, we do have only one copy, but it is a DVD, and you know what that means. Menu tour, guys, get hype. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Still putting that collector's edition, that really makes me mad. I hate that. Best of Gordon, nice cartoon Gordon picture on the side here. As you can see, there's the gold outlining, that's still there. I already showed you the DVD logo on the side. Cartoon Gordon, DVD logo, scroll on down here. Anchor Bay, because this is the 2004 release, so Anchor Bay was still around at this point. There's a snapshot from, I think that's A Better View for Gordon, and I have no idea what that's from. That might be a promotional picture, I don't know. The blurb is again in a zigzaggy pattern, as it is with every best of. And we have our story stops and Gordon's bonus features. We have 3 exclusive fun-filled games, bios of our favorite friends, website fun, and 12-page commemorative booklet. Cool. Pop sucker open. I don't have the booklet anymore. This did come with the booklet, because I bought this new in stores back in 2003, or 2004 actually, and there's our disc. There's the cartoon Gordon, and like I said with the Best of James, they basically just cut out the character and then paste the new character in and paste the name there. Although, in this case, they actually flipped the way the engine was, because in Best of James, James was backwards. James's face was over here, and, he was backwards. So that's how I show that. So that's your close-up look at the Best of Gordon. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour for the Best of Gordon. Okay, so we're here at the DVD menu for Best of Gordon. Hello, Gordon. And yeah, this is the classic menu style, although this changes with new friends for Thomas. This menu style goes out the window, and I'm kind of sad because I really like this menu style. But anyway, we see Thomas just rushed off because he and Mr. Hat were talking about, how great Gordon is and how Mr. Hat wants Thomas to go and, work Gordon's jobs for him. I'm sorry if it seems like saying Mr. Hat is weird. I just can't say Sir Topham Hat too quickly, or else I'm going to have to do a lot of editing. So we're sticking with Mr. Hat. Anyway, yeah, Gordon's on the menu screen now, and we have 3 options here, which okay, I was about to say, it almost clicked Play All Stories. So yeah, we have Play All Stories, Pick a Story, Fun and Games, or Web Fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at Pick a Story. Here's our pick a story section. We have Gordon takes a dip down the mine, whistles and sneezes. Gordon and the famous visitor, wrong road, trouble with mud, tender engines, Gordon and the gremlin, and a better view for Gordon. So those are your story stops. Let's go to fun and games. Gordon speeds away to the sheds. So we've got the Gordon's memory game, fun with numbers, the best of Gordon trivia, or we can go to the character gallery. And we're going to take a look at the character gallery here, see if it's any different. Okay, so here we are at the character gallery, and it looks exactly the same, except Gordon comes first now because it's best of Gordon. Typically, Thomas would be coming first if we were on a normal release. But since this is best of Gordon, Gordon comes first, obviously. And a web fun tab. Again, this website's dead, so that is no help to you. Anyway, that's pretty much it for the menu tour of the best of Gordon. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so you're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Same answers as every other show. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Nope, because I don't count Vudu or iTunes, because it's not physical media. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Again, if Gordon's your favorite character, yeah, pick it up. It's great if you really love Gordon. Personally, I really like him. Hence why I voice him in some people's series and crossovers and collabs. But if you don't like Gordon, you're not going to like this, so don't buy it. But if you like Gordon, pick it up. It's fine. It's a cash grab, but it's okay. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1 in every show ever. And number 5, what price should you pay for the 2004 versions? Don't go over $5 for either of those. They're very common. They were horrendously mass-produced, is how I've seen it, because I see copies of this on eBay every time I search up Thomas VHS/DVD. There's always a best of Gordon that pops up in there somewhere. And for the 2009 version, basically the case is different, so I would say go up to 10 for that. There's no new content like with a lot of these releases. It's just the cases have been changed. If you find a VHS with a cassette tape packaged with it, I would say go upwards of 15 for that, because that's obviously pretty rare, because you don't see those popping up every day. The songs in question that are on that cassette tape are the Thomas Anthem, Come for the Ride, Never, Never, Never Give Up, and Every Cloud Has a Silver Lining. So that concludes this episode on the Best of Gordon. Our next episode is on New Friends for Thomas. We're delving in... Or no, we're not delving into Season 7. Not yet. I was thinking of the different narration. But no, this is still Season 6. It's either Season 6 or 7. So I'll see you all then. Thank you all for watching. And as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This time, we take a look at the Best of Gordon VHS from 2003. That's right, finally, I have now completed the Best of collections in terms of VHS, because now I finally have Best of Gordon. And I actually had a pretty interesting story about the Best of Gordon VHS tape in terms of personal affairs with myself, but we'll get to that right after we look at this VHS tape. So, before we start, I just want to say that Best of Gordon was originally released back in 2003, both on VHS and DVD format. We've already looked at this DVD copy. It was reissued in 2007 by Lionsgate with that cool 3D cover or slip cover, which we've already seen with my Best of James supplemental, and which we'll also see with my Best of Percy supplemental that's coming later today, actually, at around 3 p.m. But anyway, let's go ahead and look at our VHS. It's pretty much exactly the same as the DVD version. It's just skinnier, so it doesn't look as nice. Best of Gordon, that's a nice gold outline on the side. Got Gordon, or Cartoon Gordon, as I should say. This isn't in the best shape, but it's an alright shape. Hit Entertainment on the back, or on the side there. On the back, there's our blurb and a little zigzag pattern with the screenshots from various episodes and promos, or at least promo in this one's case. There's our story stops. As you can see, mine is used. Obviously, there's a whole thing, a whole piece of the slipcover missing here, but that honestly doesn't bother me too much. Although I would prefer it being there, I'm just happy to have this. There's our tape, Best of Gordon, an extremely simplistic ink label. Now, oddly enough, this is actually my second copy of Best of Gordon on VHS. Technically. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Here's the copy that I originally ordered off of eBay. It's the exact same as this one. It's just got some, there's a big M written on top of Gordon. Again, this one was also used. There's our side. I had to tape the side because it was kind of opening up, because they just use a cheap glue to put these slip covers together, and mine was starting to wear down, so I had to tape it. Side's pretty much the same, back is the same, but it has the part of the cardboard that was missing from this release. You see there's a difference there. But when I take out the tape, you'll understand where I'm coming from. 10 Years of Thomas. No, this is not a misprint. This is a 2003 or so copy of 10 Years of Thomas, or maybe like 2002 or something like that. But the seller screwed up and sent me the wrong tape, is the moral of this story here. But the reason I bought this version is because, well, at first I thought it was a Best of Gordon VHS tape. That's what the listing said. However, it was a lie, obviously, but there was no picture of the tape itself, so I assumed that the seller knew what in the hell they were sending, but I guess they didn't. But the real reason I bought that is because of this. This is a cassette tape that was offered with Best of Gordon. I'm not sure if it was offered everywhere or if it was just offered if you bought it at certain retailers, but this is a pretty rare piece, and I had never seen this prior to finding this listing. So I said, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna buy it because I get this free little cassette tape here. Take it out. Side 2 with Harold the Helicopter and It's Great to Be an Engine. Flip it around, there's side 1 with the Thomas Anthem and Night Train. And I have tested this. My car actually has a cassette player still. Yeah, it's from 2004. Of course it still has a cassette player. But as I was saying, I've tested this and it works great. I'm not sure if the previous owner ever used it because it sounds like in perfect shape. So I'm very happy to have this in my collection, but I'm not happy that I got screwed over and got sent the wrong tape. But it all worked out because I got this copy, even though it is broken, but whatever. And by broken, I'm referring to the little cardboard piece that's missing from the back of the slipcover. The tape itself is not broken at all. So if I could find a way to fuse these two slipcovers into one, it would pretty much make the almost perfect Best of Gordon slipcover, I guess you could say, because they both vary in condition, but if I had a mash of the two, then I think it would make a pretty much almost perfect Best of Gordon cover. So anyway, everybody, that is our look at Best of Gordon on VHS, and you heard me right. Yes, there is a second supplemental coming later today at around 3 p.m., like I said, and it is on my Best of Percy from 2007 DVD. So keep your eyes out on my channel for that. That's going to be a great one. So that pretty much wraps up this supplemental, and I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. everyone, and welcome back to Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This is yet another supplemental episode in which we're going to take a look at the 2007 Best of Gordon. Before we go ahead and jump right in, we're going to go ahead and do a little timeline recap since it's been a while since we've taken a look at the Best of Gordon here. So, Best of Gordon was originally released in 2003 on VHS. Here that is right here. I think we took a look at this in the original Best of Gordon supplemental, so this is a 0.2, one of the rare instances where we get to a 0.2 in HMR. There's the ink label. And it was also released on DVD in this exact same time, so here's that release. The version I had as a kid. No pamphlet or anything. There's the disc, Cartoon Gordon. And it was also reprinted in 2009, and that's a version I don't have, so there should be a picture flashing up on the screen right now. But I do have the 2007 version, one of the rarest best of reprints, at least to me. This was the first time I'd ever seen one be auctioned off on eBay. I actually think that the Best of Percy and Best of James 2007 reprints are the most common out of these 2007 reprints, and Best of Gordon and Best of Thomas are the two rarest. So let's go ahead and take a look at Best of Gordon here. It's very similar to Best of Percy and James with the collector's edition up there at the top, except it's a very light blue instead of red or green. Best of Gordon prints up there at the top in a brand new font. Our big, giant, friendly Gordon face right there. Press my nose. I whistle. So, if you guys remember back with my Best of Percy from 2007, it sounded like poor Percy just wanted to die. So does Gordon work? He does work, and I was very excited to find out that he did work. I didn't want another 2007 reprint to basically be dying on me. So Gordon works. That's great. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo. Scrolling down, Best of Gordon. Cartoon Thomas, Anchor Bay on the back. It's very similar to the 2003 version. The blurb, the exact same screenshots. Gordon's bonus features include 3 read-along stories, 3 fun-filled DVD games, 4 sing-along songs, and much more. And our story stops are listed there below. And then you've got your tech specs and stuff on the bottom. Now, if we pull off the slipcover here, you'll see underneath, there's the slipcover, just in case anybody else wanted to see it. You'll see that it's a standard 2003 Best of Gordon. And to show you that I'm not kidding around here, here's the childhood one. Here's the one that I recently purchased, so they're exactly the same. Gordon with the orange sun behind him, and if you look, exact same. DVD logo, scroll on down, Best of Gordon. Anchor Bay, the backs, exact same. And that actually wasn't the same screenshots. Oh no, they were the same screenshots. What am I talking about? They're just in a different order on the case itself. So there's the blurb, Gordon's bonus features, exactly the same. Our story stops, exactly the same. Tech specs, exactly the same. Open this up. Whoa! A pamphlet. Holy Christ, guys. That's pretty cool. I was very excited to see that as well. And there's the exact same disc from the regular 2003 version, just for comparison's sake. So, we finally have a pamphlet to look at, so let's see what this 12-page commemorative booklet actually is. So here's the pamphlet. It's exactly the same as the front cover right there. Open this up. Hop on board with trainloads of fun with Gordon on DVD. That's cool. Main menu, pick a story, fun and games, fun with numbers, that's a game. The Best of Gordon trivia, that's also a game. And memory fun, which is also a game. You turn it over here. Look at this. What's this? Peek inside to find out how Gordon works. Holy Christ, I'm going crazy. So if we open it up here. Sorry if you hear my phone buzzing in the background. It's probably Twitter. You can see there's a diagram of Gordon here, and it has these little boxes pointing to his funnel, his lamp rod, his buffer, his coupling hook, his steps, his wheel, his tender, and his window. Each of these contains a little bio of what this part does to tell you how Gordon works. So let's read how the funnel works. That's the lamp rod. Funnel. Okay. You can find this hollow black tube right above Gordon's head, so this confirms that engines have heads. It is through Gordon's funnel that his steam escapes, making a loud whistling sound. Explain to you how the funnel works. Let's read another one. Let's read about his coupling hook. When Gordon needs to pull some coaches or important cargo, this hook is the device used to connect him to other engines or freight cars. Very interesting. So I really like this feature. I really like this booklet about how it tells you how Gordon works. I really like that. That's very cool for kids. Look in here. Advertisement for Day Out with Thomas. Advertisement for Thomas books, including the Railway series. And on the back is just other home media products that you can buy, with this little red bubble here telling you that's also available on DVD. So that pretty much wraps up the supplemental for the Best of Gordon from 2007. We're not going to have a menu tour because we already had that back in the regular Best of Gordon HMR. So yeah, go back and watch that if you want to see a menu tour for a regular 2003 DVD version of the Best of Gordon. All that being said, I am very happy to add this to my collection, and I'm so close, guys, to having a full set of 2007 Best of reprints. I just need a Best of Thomas. So if any of you guys find one on eBay and I haven't found it yet, could you link it in the comments, please? Because I really want to complete this set. I'm closer than ever. Please, please, guys, don't steal it from me. Please, I need it. I sound like a drug addict, which I am not. So anyway, guys, I think we're going to end the supplemental here. Thank you all for watching. And as we usually do, I say good night, everybody, and we'll have Gordon play us out. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This is going to be a Best of Gordon extravaganza, because we not only have one copy to look at here, we have two copies. Let's first take a look at this VHS right here, Best of Gordon. You guys remember this, right? It's Best of Gordon. Yeah, we remember this on when we covered it on Home Media Reviews a long time ago. Had that tear on the bottom of it, unfortunately. But if we slide this out, you'll remember I got gypped a few years ago on eBay. The seller sent me a 10 Years of Thomas VHS tape inside of this case. It also came with the Best of Gordon cassette tape, which, if I'm remembering this correctly, is not all that common. So that's cool. I still have that, but I wanted the Best of Gordon VHS. I got a 10 Years of Thomas. That was not cool. But a really cool fan of mine reached out. His name is Ricky. He actually bought something from me on eBay a few months ago and has been sending me stuff for a while now. One of his surprise donations was this. It's a bare Best of Gordon VHS tape. And he said, I want you to put this in your VHS case that has the 10 Years of Thomas inside of it. So Ricky, if you're watching, I'm doing just that. Not much else to look at on the VHS front. Just now I have two copies of the Best of Gordon, and I'm probably going to sell my extra one. I'm going to keep the one that was donated to me. But so let's go ahead and move this VHS out of frame, and let's take a look at these two DVDs right here. This is just a brief refresher. This is the original Best of Gordon DVD. And then here's your 2007 print. Let's see if his whistle works. Wow, that is really sad. I assure you that it's nothing that I've done to these. I'm storing them in cool, dry places, but technology inside of these slipcovers, they're over 15 years old now. Of course, they weren't built to last forever. I'm sure when this was brand new on store shelves, it sounded amazing, but now it does not. Still cool to have, though. There's the back and all that, and then inside of it, take the slipcover off. It's just your normal Best of Gordon underneath. Oh, this one actually has the pamphlet. I forgot about that. But there's all that. So recently, I walked into a Goodwill on the hunt for a new VCR. Both of my old ones are now no longer working, so I needed another one. And you can pretty much only find them at thrift stores. I've looked at pawn shops. Nobody has them now. So pretty much the only place that you can find a good working VCR is at Goodwill. I did find one. It's a Sony VHS and DVD combo unit. Doesn't have the remote, but I'm never going to use the DVD portion, so I don't need it. It's really nice, too. It was really clean, and it was only $9. However, that's not the only thing I found. I found a reprint of The Best of Gordon from, I think this was 2009, 2010 maybe. It's in a slim case, so it's from a Wooden Train bonus pack. However, it's a variant we haven't seen on home media reviews yet. So, I give you Best of Gordon with the Olympic Winter Games from Vancouver 2010 stickers all over it. I guess whoever owned this previously was really into these. Give me just a second. I'm gonna take these off. After about 5 minutes, the stickers have been removed. That was pretty easy. They just peeled right off. And now we have a untainted Best of Gordon from the early 2010s. So let's take a look at it here. Thomas and Friends, got a gold banner up there, blue banner behind it with the Best of Gordon, and a really cool title card. I don't know why I like that so much. Includes 9 stories. We have a boxcar with a, I think that's a behind the scenes photo of Gordon. Maybe it's a stock photo. But he's inside the boxcar. It's not classic Gordon. It's like season 8 and onwards Gordon, but pretty cool. These posters, they're okay. I know some people that vehemently hate these, but I don't know. I'm indifferent to them. I like the classic posters more, but this was a cool experiment, I guess. The spine, it's going to be hard to focus this up here. Hit logo, very small because this is a slim case. Best of Gordon. Very teeny tiny little... Come on, camera. Focus up here. Come on. Come on. I told you this is going to be hard. It does not like these skinny case variants. We got a little teeny portrait of Gordon from the front there, and then distributed by Lionsgate down there at the bottom. The back, there's no barcode because this was included in a larger package. Favorites from Thomas and Friends with a little banner across there. We've got a blurb, another boxcar with our bonus features there, and your story stops listed there. You all know how much I love when they actually list the stories that are on a disc. Love that. Hate how they stopped doing that. We got 2 shots from... Is that Gordon and the Gremlin? No, I think that's Gordon... A Better View for Gordon. I forgot the episode name there. And then that's The Trouble with Mud. Link to the Thomas and Friends website, legalese and stuff down there at the bottom. And if we open this up, there's no pamphlet. Your artwork is now a expanded photo of this photo of Gordon from the front. So that's cool that they actually changed the artwork. They didn't just reuse this artwork here. I'm sure they just reused the burn file, but I don't know. We'll have to see when we look at the menu. So that's a fun close-up of a fun variant of the Best of Gordon. Let's move right along to the menu tour. All right, folks, here we are for a menu tour of the Best of Gordon. And so far, this menu is exactly the same as the other copies that we have looked at here on the show. Nothing has been changed. You got Thomas and Sir Topham Hatt talking there. They're talking about how Sir Topham Hatt's giving Gordon a day off, I presume, because he's just been so good. So we got Play All Stories, Pick a Story, Fun and Games, and Web Fun. Let's take a look at Pick a Story first. Yeah, pretty standard here. We got Gordon takes a dip down the mine, whistles and sneezes. Got another page with another 3 stories on it. You got 9 stories in total on here. That's a pretty good amount. And if we go to the Fun and Games section, boy, that Gordon is way out of scale. Did you see how he just moved like that? Oh, it's so out of scale. We got Gordon's Memory Game, Fun with Numbers. We have Best of Gordon Trivia and Character Gallery. You know, I can't remember if we actually played a game on one of these during the original home media review, but that trivia, that's calling my name. Let's take a look at that. So now we go inside the shed. Oh, Gordon, I was afraid he was going to run us over there for a second. We don't need to hear the instructions. As a matter of fact, Gordon, we can't hear you. So let's hit begin. Who teased Gordon for accidentally riding the branch line in wrong road? That's a good question. That would be Bill and Ben. Yep, correct. Yay! Oh, and it plays a clip. Well, that's fun. I can't skip it, though. So we just have to sit here in silence. What's that? Asked Bill. Sheesh, said Ben. It's Gordon. It looks like Gordon, but it can't be. Gordon never comes on the branch lines. He thinks them vulgar. Did you guys like my Bill and Ben voices? I thought they were pretty good. What does Sir Topham Hatt tell Gordon he can't do when Gordon refuses to take a bath in the story The Trouble with Mud? It's pull the passenger coaches, I'm pretty sure. He tells him he can't go back to the shed. Yes, exactly. And he can't pull Annie and Clarabelle. No, it's pull passenger coaches. Come on. Give me a hard one. Oh, goodness gracious, said Sir Topham Hatt. You can't pull the train. Henry will have to do it. Now, Gordon, you better get clean straight away. See, I gave Sir Topham Hatt that kind of middle-aged type of voice. Not like a smoker type thing, but I could have done that. Could have coughed a little bit more. In The Trouble with Mud, what blew onto the tracks and made them so slippery that James could not climb Gordon's hill? I'm going to say paper. Yeah, it was definitely paper. A paper factory just exploded and a bunch of it fell onto the tracks. No, it's obviously leaves. Rocks don't make tracks slippery. Come on. Earlier, a paper factory had exploded, blowing shards of paper on to the tracks. Who tricks Henry into taking some old, dirty tenders in the story Tender Engines? This one's actually kind of interesting. It's obviously Duck, but was Donald in that episode? It's obviously Duck, though. I'm not stupid. You guys thought I had to think about that one for a second, didn't you? No, I know my Thomas. Yeah, there's... Is that Donald or Douglas? I can't see his number. Henry, he asked, would you like my tenders? Right, he says, would you like them, Donald? I wouldn't deprive you of the honor, said Donald. In the story Tender Engines, how many cars does Henry take? I have 6, and you can have them this evening. 6 lovely tenders, said Henry. What a splendid sight I'll be. See, here's the part where he says that. I have 6. Got him good, dude. All right, number 6. What kind of animal frightens the VIP's dog in Gordon and the Gremlin? It's a bull. There's no moose on the island, and why would a dog be frightened of a goat? Although my dog is frightened of everything, and she's a 70-pound pit bull. But she's a big fraidy cat. Here goes the dog, and he's going to see the bull in 3, 2... There he is. Wow, wow. Did you guys see that? I'm pretty sure somebody on Twitter has already pointed that out. But did you see the rack on that thing? Maybe not a rack, but he's packing. In Gordon and the Gremlin, where did the dog go after he was frightened? He ran into the forest and was eaten by a bear. Wow, that's dark. No, it's Thomas's cab. He didn't stop until he jumped straight into Thomas's cab. Urgh. That was a terrible dog impression. Not as good as Alec Baldwin, sorry. In A Better View for Gordon, what did Gordon crash into when his brakes got stuck? The new station wall. Would have been funnier if he crashed into a tree, though. He would have, taken his eye out because a branch would have went through it. The driver reduced steam, but Gordon was still going too fast. Insert Gordon's panicked whistle here. Boom. That is such a good crash. What does Sir Topham Hatt make for Gordon when he repairs the new station in A Better View for Gordon? Well, it's obviously A, but that's a little not correct because Sir Topham Hatt, he didn't make that hole. Gordon made that hole. He just fixed up part of it to make it seem like it's Gordon's head. Maybe it's a technicality, but A is correct. A hole in the wall for his view. Would have been funnier if he put up a big stop sign. Just be like, sorry, Gordon, you don't get a view. You just get told to stop because you never did that last time. It's your fault that we have this giant hole here. So I'm going to put this stop sign here. You stop right there. I trust that you will always see through it from the safety of your own rails. Congratulations, you've answered 9 questions correctly. Good for us. Look at that. I answered 9 questions correctly, and I'm sure you guys did too. So you know what? Give yourselves a pat on the back for that. Well, that was fun, don't you think? None of those questions were particularly hard, but for a kid, though, it might be a little challenging. But for someone like me who's seen these episodes probably in the triple digits, it wasn't very hard for me. Am I bragging about winning at a Thomas trivia game? Yeah, a little bit. Anyway, that wraps up your menu tour and your supplemental on this copy of The Best of Gordon. It's unique. It's fun. I think the most unique part about mine was the fact that it had those little stickers on it from the Olympics. It's nice if you want a variant, I guess. There's nothing here that's new. If you already have Best of Gordon, you don't need to pick this particular copy up, but it is fun if you like variants, like me. So that wraps up the supplemental. Thank you all so very much for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on New Friends for Thomas and Other Stories. And I was wrong last episode. We are getting into Season 7 and still in Season 6. 4 episodes of this release are from Season 7 and 2 episodes are from Season 6. I did not know that, so if you complained about it in the comments, I'm sorry, please forgive my sins against humanity. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of New Friends for Thomas. So, New Friends for Thomas is another one of these releases that has an extremely brief history. This was first released back in 2004 and was released again in 2009. I know that I own a copy that was printed by Universal, and that is dated 2014. That could be from 2014, 2015, 2016. I'm not too sure, but the sources that I found this from just say 2004 and 2009, but I am going to add 2014, 2015, or 2016. I bought that pack in 2015, so it could have been from 2015 and they just haven't did the date on it. I don't know. That's it for the history section. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of New Friends for Thomas. And boy, is it a long one.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your close-up view of New Friends for Thomas. We have quite a few copies to take a look at here, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. First up, we're starting with the 2004 VHS print. So as you can see here, we have New Friends for Thomas, Thomas and Spencer. We'll talk about Spencer more when we look at the DVDs, because there is a pretty funny error with Spencer. A snapshot of Harvey, Murdoch, and Salty on the front there. On the side, we've got Cartoon Thomas. Scroll on down here, hit Entertainment logo, back again. On the back, we have a snapshot from Emily's New Coaches and from the Spotless Record. There's no narrator listed here, which is pretty interesting. The narrator on this release is Michael Angelis, who has previously done the narration over in the UK for over a decade now. This is his first and last, actually, US release, because I guess for some reason Alec Baldwin left and he couldn't do these last season 6 episodes. Actually, Alec Baldwin did do Jack Jumps In and A Friend in Need. But yeah, they just used the Michael Angelis narration for this release, which was pretty interesting. And then Michael Brannon went back and re-recorded the first 4. I don't know if he did Jack Jumps In and A Friend in Need. I haven't seen those dubs, so I only know he's done the first 4 here on this release. But here's the blurb. You've already seen the story stops. And hey, our Thomas is back again. Don't know why he left. Slide this out. We now have a new ink label. It has now been changed from the previous one. There's no like little Thomas on the side here. It's just the Thomas and Friends logo and the large font of the release title. This case is actually not in the best condition, and as such, it's kind of small. Like, it's kind of shrunk, so the tape it fits snugly inside. I like that, but it's very hard for it to come out. I have to really shake it and actually pull it out. But I do like how it snugly fits in there. So now we are going to take a look at the DVD that you could have gotten back in 2004 as a companion to its lesser friend VHS. So this is the DVD. It is the same layout as the VHS, but if you take a look at Spencer here, there's 2 Spencers, or at least it looks like that. Look here. 2 funnels and a little bit of Spencer's second face. I don't know how they screwed that up. It works better on here because you don't see all of Spencer's back. So I guess that's a Photoshop fail or something. I don't know. But it looks really goofy, and they don't bother to fix it. I mean, it just stays that way. There's our 3 friends from the bottom again. On the side, Cartoon Thomas, DVE logo this time. Anchor Bay, not hit. On the back, there's still no narrator listed, but it's the same snapshots, same blurb, same story stops, except some bonus content. We have Sir Topham Hatt's scrapbook, which is actually pretty cool. A sing-along song, a 12-page commemorative booklet, 3 games, and a website fun. Pops this open. It did come with a booklet. I unfortunately lost that a long time ago. Here's our disc. Now this disc is actually pretty special because it's scratched. If you can see it on the camera here, let me point to it. It is scratched right there, and it will not play. So that's a interesting item to have in my collection. I suppose a scratched DVD. So our next copy is the one that you could find inside the Totally Thomas Volume 4 box set. That's right, these were released to package 3 separate releases into one and make it like a little convenient boxed set for you to buy, and they were called Totally Thomas. As you can see, this is Volume 4, as I stated earlier. So this one came with New Friends for Thomas, A Big Day for Thomas, and Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. On the side, Hit Entertainment logo, scroll on down, a Cartoon Thomas. On the back, we're just going to look at the blurb for new Friends for Thomas. We've already covered the Big Day for Thomas, and Thomas and the Really Brave Engines is coming later. So New Friends for Thomas, as far as I can tell, it's the same blurb, or maybe it's a little shorter. I don't know. I haven't read it. So let's pop New Friends for Thomas out. As you can see, there's the same error with Spencer, and it's practically the same. They just repackaged it. As you can see on the sides, exactly the same. On the back, exact same. All the way down to the discs. The disc here is exactly the same to this one. The only difference is the way the discs are stored. As you can see, this one looks kind of like a mouth. This one looks like something else. There we go. Really awkward shot there. But as you can see, I kept the booklet for this one. So we'll take a quick look at it. We open it up. We see our menus and everything. Now we get this really cool thing here, and the lyrics to 5 New Engines in the Shed, in case you can't understand the children singing it during the song. And here is a cool thing. It's kind of like bios of all the new engines that you meet in this release. It says it up here, meet the new friends. So you've got Arthur, you've got Jack and Alfie, you've got Emily, you got Murdoch, and you have Spencer down here. So that's pretty cool. It's a really nice collectible to have. Here's some more advertisements, and on the back, advertisements for what you can buy. That is Thomas related. So that's the version that you could have gotten in Totally Thomas. Now we delve into our last copy, which we have briefly seen in a previous episode. You could find this in a 2-pack with Spills and Chills. That's right. We briefly saw this back in Spills and Chills, and now we are taking a look at the New Friends for Thomas area. Hit Entertainment logo on the side, scroll on down. Universal, Universal, that means this product being printed nowadays. We can answer that in the 5 main questions. On the side, New Friends for Thomas. We look at the blurb here, the DVD features. Spills and Chills is on the top, but here is the disc that we are interested in. It's completely new art, and I can't say that I'm a fan of that. It looks kind of bland to me. I really like the squished up poster art actually more than that. So that is your close-up look at my 4 copies of New Friends for Thomas. We are going to transition into a menu tour of this copy of New Friends for Thomas. Alrighty everyone, here's our menu tour of New Friends for Thomas. Now we're going to start off by looking at this copy right here. This is from 2004, DVD copy. Obviously it's DVD, or else we wouldn't be doing a menu tour now, would we? Anyway, we're starting out here. Done the liberty already of muting the audio. Basically, the engines are telling us what their shed door is going to take you to. Like Percy's, as you saw, was Play All Stories. Gordon's is Pick a Story. Salty is probably Fun and Games. I'm just going to say that right now. I'm going to call it right now. And Thomas is more than likely Web Fun. Now, Harold is Thomas's Gallery, which is something pretty interesting, and we will take a look at that here in a second. Oh no, I was wrong. Salty's was the sing-along song. Thomas is pretty much going to be Fun and Games. Yep, I was right. And now we can start. So, it starts you off here at Play All Stories with the red circle around the flags there. Scroll over to Pick a Story. Now Gordon is going to come out of the shed and puff out at us. Alright, so now we're here at Pick a Story. So we've got 6 stories, Gordon and Spencer, Emily's new coaches, the Spotless record, peace and quiet, Jack jumps in, and a friend in need. So that is your story stop section. Sing-along song, which is 5 new engines in the shed, which normally, if you just played all the way through, if you just selected play all stories, this would play at the end, like normally, and like on the VHS copy, this would just play at the end. But if you just want to hear the sing-along song, then you can just go to the sing-along song station. That's what they call it. Now we go to Fun and Games, and now we come to a classic style menu screen, because this style of menu that you saw previously is used for new Friends for Thomas and Thomas and the Jet engine, and I think that's all that they use that menu style for. I'm not too sure, I think, but I really like that menu style. But Thomas is telling us about the types of games that we can play as they pop up here conveniently on the signals. So we could play A Day at the Works, really useful engines and really useful places. And then, as you can see on the bottom here, we've got 2 other options. We can go to the scrapbook or WebFun. And for the scrapbook is one of the areas I'm going to unmute the television. We're not going to play any of the games here, but the scrapbook, I think, is the selling point of trying to buy this DVD. So let's go ahead and look at the scrapbook.
This is my scrapbook, full of special photos of my longtime Island of Sodor friends, and my 6 new friends that just recently joined us on the island. First, you'll get to see all the fun I've had through the years with the engines that you are familiar with. Next, you can get acquainted with our new friends and watch scenes from their first days here on the island of Sodor. To open my scrapbook...
Alright, that's all we need to hear from you, Mr. Hat. So basically, this is like a memory book of stuff that's happened on the island. So we push the enter button there and scroll along. And now we've come to Birdie's page. And if I click the little thing here at the bottom, or if I unmute the TV first, so yeah, so we kind of missed what he was saying about Birdie. I'll scroll over to Bill and Ben so you can hear Mr. Hat talk about the engines.
Bill and Ben are twin engines and identical in every way. They like playing jokes on other engines, but will also help out when needed. In fact, once they helped save some workers from a destructive rock slide. The workers called them heroes. Would you? Select the bottom photo and press enter to decide for yourself.
Okay, let's select the bottom photo, and now we can watch a clip from Heroes.
They were just puffing out of the quarry when... Help! Wait for me! The workman had been left behind. Ben waited as the man climbed quickly aboard. The twins left the quarry just in time.
So yeah, it was a short clip, so let's go ahead and mute this again. Now we've come to Bulgy's page, and basically it goes through a bunch of characters. We're not going to go through all of them here, but they're in alphabetical order, so yeah, it goes through a lot of characters. So this scrapbook here, with each character you can view a clip from one of their best moments, I guess. So it's kind of like a highlight reel is what this is, and I think it's really cool that they put this on here, because if you were like me growing up as a kid, you didn't see every single episode of the classic series. Like, I never saw Heroes growing up. I never saw Bulgy growing up as a kid because I'd never had James Goes Buzz Buzz on VHS growing up. So finding something like this on here is pretty cool, because then you're able to know that, hey, there's more Thomas and Friends stories out there that I haven't seen. Maybe I should go and track those down. So that for me is my favorite part of New Friends for Thomas. So the web fun section, we'll just take a look at that. Again, this website's probably dead now, so that's no use. We'll go back to the menu. Now let's go to my second favorite part, the Thomas Gallery. And this includes some trailers for some Thomas and Friends. Yep, that's the Steamies vs. Diesels trailer. And it also includes the Wooden Railway trailer, which is the classic Wooden Railway trailer. Which I don't know why Thomas is pulling a caboose. Maybe the kid's stupid, I don't know. So yeah, that's my second favorite part because it includes some rare and hard to find trailers. So that's our menu tour on this copy of New Friends for Thomas. Next up, we will be looking at the menu from the 2015/2014 copy of New Friends for Thomas. So stay tuned, everyone. Alright, so now we're here at the menu for the 2015/2014 version of New Friends for Thomas. And as far as I can tell, it's exactly the same. I mean, I don't think they changed a thing. Apart from the fact that there's no sequence of Thomas, Percy, Gordon, and Salty talking to you, there's literally nothing different. And let's look at the Thomas Gallery. Nope, it's literally the same thing. So I'm going to guess that everything else is exactly the same, so there's no reason to go through this menu again. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the menu tour of New Friends for Thomas. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5-minute questions as always.
Alright, so you're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5-minute questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Same answers as every other show. You actually might be able to find the double pack version that I showed in the close-up with Spills and Chills still at a Walmart, pretty much, because that's where I got mine. I think that's where most of these 2 packs get shipped out to. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm really stumped to say. I am going to say yes, probably. This is one where it's really stumped me as to if it's being printed today, because like I said, it doesn't say from my source, and it doesn't say on the box if it was printed in 2015. It just says 2014, and that could mean anything. So I am going to say yes, but take that with a grain of salt. Number 3, should you pick this product up? This one has always been nostalgic for me. I received my first copy of this for Easter back in 2004, I believe. I didn't know Alec Baldwin had left the show at that point, and I was confused on why there was a new narrator. This was before I had any Season 8 or Season 7 releases, so I didn't know that Alec Baldwin, George Carlin, they were never coming back. So I was confused, and I was wondering if Michael and Gillis was going to be the new narrator, and his narration really didn't stick with me the first time I saw it, but over time it's grown on me, and these are the only Michael and Gillis narration episodes that I like. Because personally, I find him very boring as a narrator, but these I like because I grew up with them solely for that reason. I am going to give this a recommend. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For each version, whatever version you may have. Don't go over $5 for any of them. They're really not that rare. With a lot of these releases, they were mass-produced, and a lot of copies are still roaming around on the secondary market. So give it a couple years, like 10 or 20 years, and they might become rarer. But right now, you don't want to go over $5 for any copy. Except for maybe the 2009 one, because I know that one has a different cover, but other than that, the content is exactly the same as far as I can tell. So that's the HMR on New Friends for Thomas. Our next episode is going to be on Thomas and the Jet Engine. I know what you're thinking. You're skipping Steamies versus Diesels. Well, here's where I have to address something. Guys, I don't own every Thomas and Friends home video release. I know that's shocking, but I don't. Case in point, I don't own Steamies versus Diesels at the time of this recording. If I do happen to pick up Steamies versus Diesels after I record this episode, and after I put this episode out, then yeah, that'll be next week's episode, and there'll be a comment in the description saying that that is next week's episode. But as of right now, next week's episode is Thomas and the Jet Engine, because I can't review something that I don't own. So as of right now, if I skip a release in the timeline, don't go nuts about it in the comments saying, you're skipping this release. Just assume that I don't own it. When I get it, I will go back and do an episode on that release. That's it for this episode. I will see you all next time. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas and the Jet Engine. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Thomas and the Jet Engine. So Thomas and the Jet Engine has a very short release history. There's not a lot here, but obviously there is some. So its first release was back in July of 2004. That's pretty much it for the main release. I have seen a Lionsgate printing of this, so I'm guessing that's a 2010-2011 print of it, maybe 2008-2009. So it is kind of modern, but the only thing that's changed is the Hit Entertainment logo on the side and then the Lionsgate logo on the bottom of the side of the case. Then in 2005, there was a oddball release of just the story of Thomas and the Jet Engine. It came in a little cardboard slipcover, I guess you could say, and it only had one disc in it. We will take a closer look at this during the close-up section, but it was released along with a motor rail vehicle. That's the information I could find from my source. And I'm guessing it's a Trackmaster 2-pack or something like that, because Motor Rail links up with Trackmaster pretty much flawlessly. So that's my guess, but it was released in 2005, and it is based on Thomas and the Jet Engine, so I thought I'd cover it here. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Thomas and the Jet Engine.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Thomas and the Jet Engine on DVD. And since it is DVD, you know what that means, menu tour. Now we sort of kind of have two copies to look at here, but we'll get to that in a minute. So we start off here with a green background and a green setup and the Thomas and Friends logo, Thomas and the Jet Engine and Other Thomas Adventures. Thomas looking very scared with the Jet Engine behind him. And a shot from Thomas and the Jet Engine, which actually makes sense. On the side, we've got Cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo, scroll on down, Anchor Bay. On the back is where we start seeing this little thing, making tracks to great destinations. Yep, this is where it all started. And notice how there is no narrator mentioned. We saw a similar situation to this back with New Friends for Thomas, but this is actually interesting in terms of narrators, but we will get to that in a minute. We have a shot from Salty Stormy Tale and Percy and the Haunted Mine. Got our blurb, got our bonus features, got our story stops. The bonus features are the character cube, no longer called the character gallery, the sing-along song, Boo Boo Choo Choo, Thomas Gallery, 3 games, Counting Corner, What Came First, and Memory Madness, and Website Fun. And story stops are below that. Hit Entertainment logo right down there. pop it open. We've got our disc with the squished up poster art, as always. Now, I mentioned the narrators. If we take a look back here, these first 3 stories here, these are narrated by Alec Baldwin, and they are from season 6. These 3 over here are narrated by Michael Brandon, and they are from season 7. That's what makes this so interesting, because it's kind of a transition release. We're finally leaving season 6 and fully going into season 7 territory. So yeah, that's what I find interesting about this release. So let's move that to the side. And our last copy to look at is a promotional DVD. I picked this up at the Train Show 2016. It is the story of Thomas and the Jet Engine. As you can see, we just have a disc here. It did come with a little slip cover thing. I've seen pictures of it, but the way I bought this at the show, it was just the DVD. But yeah, we have a picture of Thomas and the Jet Engine, the Thomas and Friends logo, Hit Entertainment logo with the Making Trash to Great Destinations, and obviously you saw the story of Thomas and the Jet Engine on top. So now let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of Thomas and the Jet Engine. Alrighty everyone, here's the menu tour for Thomas and the Jet Engine. This is the original DVD copy we're going to be looking at here, and here's the menu. It's exactly the same as New Friends for Thomas. I skipped where everyone was talking to us, like there was Thomas, Percy, Salty, and James in their respective sheds. We're not going to play all stories. We're going to go to the Pick a Story menu, and Percy is going to puff out at us, run us over. So now we're at the Pick a Story menu. So we have Thomas and the Jet Engine, Percy and the Haunted Mine, Scaredy Engines, and that rounds out season 6. Now we move into season 7 with Harold and the Flying Horse, Bulgy Rides Again, and Salty Stormy Tale. So those are our story stops. Go back to the menu here. Check out the sing-along song menu. Here comes Salty. Our sing-along song is Boo Boo Choo Choo. So we only have one sing-along song there, so let's go back to the menu. Now we're going to take a look at the Thomas Gallery. Here comes James. Hi, James. How are the kids? He never answers me whenever I talk about his kids. Anyway, here we are at the Thomas Gallery. So we have a video/DVD trailer. We have a Books trailer. We have a Wooden Railway trailer. And we have a Day Out with Thomas trailer. So these are all pretty cool. I mentioned back in the new Friends for Thomas episode that I like seeing these trailers archived on these releases so that these trailers don't just die out. People can actually find ways to watch them if they choose. So let's click Harold's banner, and our last stop is the Fun and Games section. So we have a new style of menu here at Harold's Helipad with Mr. Hat there. So we have Memory Madness, Counting Corner, What Came First, Character Cube, which is basically just the character gallery, and Web Fun. So, as you can see, Harold, or Mr. Hat, is explaining to us how to move down using the arrow keys on your controller, basically is what they would say. So yeah, I'm moving down here. Let's go ahead and head back to the menu, and that is our menu tour, everyone. And now I'm just going to show you how this works. Basically, there is no menu. Alright everyone, so we just popped in the disc into the player of the story of Thomas and the Jet Engine, and obviously it's just playing directly through. So it uses the opening titles from the Thomas and the Jet Engine DVD here. And see, they basically just reuse the title because it says narrated by Michael Brandon as well, except there's just one episode. So, yeah, it's basically going to play through the episode. So we are going to fast forward here and see what else is on this disc, because I've only watched this disc once. So, okay, so we have some old style transition here, which is interesting. I believe there's a trailer. Yep, there's a trailer. It is a Trackmaster trailer, which is interesting. Do you guys want that layout when you were growing up? I wanted that layout. That's a really nice layout. And that's it. There's the story, and then there's a Trackmaster trailer, and that's it. So, that is the release of the story of Thomas and the Jet Engine's menu tour, as there was no menu to it. So, this wraps up our menu tour, guys. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Every answer in every other show. Like I mentioned in the history section, I did find a Lionsgate printing of this release, but it was at the train convention here in 2016. That's when this is being recorded. I think I featured it in that vlog. You can go and check that out for yourself. I'm not really sure if I showed it or not, but if I did, then hey, check your local train show. Maybe you'll find it there. But other than that, pretty much FYE or a used Blu-ray and DVD store is your best bet. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No. Number 3, should you pick this product up? This one is an oddball for me. I owned it as a kid, and I liked the Season 6 episodes on it. I still liked the Season 6 episodes on it. Was not a big fan of the Season 7 episodes on it, and I'm still not a big fan of them to this day. It's really hard for me to say whether or not you should pick it up because I'm really torn. 50% of it I like, the other 50% of it I'm not a big fan of. I'd say if you find this for a really cheap price and you really like Season 7 and Season 6, I'd say yeah, go for it. If you're just a fan of one of the seasons, kind of like I am, because I'm not the biggest fan of Season 7, I'd say sure, pick it up if you want to, but if you don't like either of the seasons, then don't buy it. You're just crazy. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay for the 2004 version? The DVD of that version is a lot more common than the VHS because around that time, Thomas on VHS was dying. The format of VHS was dying back in the early 2000s. So not a lot of people bought the VHS tape of this. So there's not a lot of them on the secondary market. So I would say for the VHS version, that's worth about 10, maybe upwards of 15 if you're really desperate to get it. For the DVD version for both the 2004 print and the Lionsgate print, I would say don't go over $5 for either of those. Really not that rare. You could probably find them for cheap anywhere you look. And for the little story of the Thomas and the Jet Engine story disc, that is rare. That's the rarest release that we've covered in this episode. So I would say go upwards of about 15, maybe 20 for that, because I'd never seen that ever in my life before I picked that up from the train show. I'd say, yeah, go upwards of 15 to 20 for that, because that, in my opinion, is extremely rare and not that easy to find. So that is our review on Thomas and the Jet Engine. Next time, we take a look at Season 8 for the first time. Yeah, I know, I skipped Steamies vs. Diesels, and if I owned that, we would have delved into Season 8 earlier. This is the first time we're ever delving into Season 8 on this show with It's Great to Be an Engine. So, thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. As you can see on your screen right now, we're looking at the VHS copy of Thomas and the Jet Engine. Before we get started here, I'm just going to give you a little brief history on Thomas and the Jet Engine since it's been a long time since we've looked at this release in the HMR format. So Thomas and the Jet Engine was originally released in 2004 on VHS and DVD, and in the original HMR we took a look at the original 2004 DVD release. The reason you can tell it's from 2004 is because of the Anchor Bay logo down there. It's also a very thick plastic. So there's the back. Quick little refresher here, there's the disc. So that's what we looked at in the original HMR. It was also reprinted at some point by Lionsgate. That version I do not own, but the way that you can tell if it's a Lionsgate version is if you look down here, you'll see a little blue tab and it says distributed by Lionsgate. It won't have the Anchor Bay on it. It'll also have the HIT logo up here. So it'll also be a cheaper feeling plastic for the clamshell case. So there's your history, a little brief history section. So let's look at the VHS. It's actually very similar to its DVD counterpart. I also want to mention that this VHS comes from another community member. This VHS right here actually comes from Jake, also known as Thomas Fan 12341 and Thomas number 1 Fan 101 on YouTube. No, he didn't send this to me for free or anything like that. I bought it from him off of eBay like a normal capitalist consumer would, and yeah, it was a very reasonable. It was a very reasonable price, and I needed one. So thank you, Jacob, for listing this on eBay and making it cheap, I guess. So here's what the VHS looks like. Again, it's very similar to its DVD counterpart, except it's just a little more squished. Thomas and Friends, Thomas and the Jet Engine and Other Adventures. Thomas on the front looking very scared with the jet engine in the background. There's James on the bottom with Thomas swooshing past him. He's also looking very scared. Again, the exact same image from the DVD, except you can see more of the jet engine and more of the station set down here on the bottom on the DVD, while on the VHS, it's more squished. On the side is obviously a lot more thicker. There's the big cartoon Thomas and Friends logo, Thomas and the Jet Engine, HIT Entertainment logo, children's VHS, all that stuff. There's no HIT logo on the DVD, though. I found that quite interesting. The back, exactly the same as the DVD. You got your Thomas and Friends logo, making tracks to great destinations. A snapshot from Salty's Stormy Tale, and a snapshot from Percy and the Haunted Mine. Your blurb about what's on the tape, and your story stops down there on the bottom. And text specs, copyright information stuff on the bottom. There it is on the back of the DVD as well. Interestingly, the HIT logo is on the back of the DVD, while on the VHS it's on the side. Interesting, I suppose. And also the DVD lists bonus features and the VHS does not, because VHSs do not contain bonus features. Unless you count trailers as being bonus features, which I don't know if it has any trailers on it. I haven't tested it. Slide it out of its slipcase there. Thomas and the Jet Engine. It's a very simplistic label. In 2004, Thomas and Friends on VHS and VHS in general was on its way out of the media market, so I guess I just didn't care to make the ink label look any cooler. So it's very simplistic, very bland, but I don't really care all that much. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty much the gist of the supplemental for Thomas and the Jet Engine. There's no menu tour that we have to do, because we've already done the menu tour in this HMR right here, back whenever that came out. Probably 2016 is when that one came out. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Oh yes, it's great to be an engine and go steaming along. Oh god, I forgot I was recording. Hi everybody, welcome back to another episode of Home Media Reviews. I hope you enjoyed my singing, because this episode is on It's Great to Be an Engine. See what I did there? Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of It's Great to Be an Engine. So, It's Great to Be an Engine was released in October of 2004, and then was reprinted sometime in 2014, 2015, 2016, because I was at Toys R Us a couple of weeks ago, and I found a universal printing of this. Didn't pick it up because it was way too expensive at $15 for that thing. I have seen it. It does exist, so I have to say it here, obviously, during the history section of this show. So let's go ahead and move right into the close-up section of It's Great to Be an Engine.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at It's Great to Be an Engine. Now we do only have one copy to look at here, but it's a DVD, so menu tour. You better be used to me saying menu tour, because we're going to be doing a lot of menu tours here nowadays on HMR. Anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at it here. We got a nice poster of Thomas, James, and Percy up on the cover here, and with It's Great to Be an Engine on the bottom. It's kind of hard to read because the red kind of blends in with the brown and gray of the tracks. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just too old. My eyesight's going bad. We have a cartoon Thomas on the side. He has not left the building yet. Scroll on down here. It's Great to Be an Engine. Hit Entertainment logo with the DVD logo. On the back we have Making Treks to Great Destinations. We have a snapshot from Emily's Adventure, and I think that's You Can Do It, Toby. We also have our blurb about what's on the DVD and such. Bonus features and story stops. Our bonus features are Thomas's Cargo Challenge, Race to Race, If You Were an Engine, a read-along story, character gallery. Oh, they're finally calling it the character gallery again. Songs and more, and web fun. Pop sucker open, just a squished up version of the poster art. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour of It's Great to Be an Engine. Alrighty everyone, here's our menu tour for It's Great to Be an Engine. We start off here, it's a different style of menu. I believe Steamy's versus Diesel's uses the same menu. I did own that release as a kid, but it got scratched up. But I am looking into getting a new copy for it. But I believe that and then this release here uses the exact same menu. So let's go ahead and move into the Pick a Story section. Click the little suitcase there, and Thomas is going to puff away. And Gordon comes in here and brings us trucks with our trucks with our stories on them. So we have Too Hot for Thomas, Emily's Adventure, more stories here. You Can Do It, Toby, Gordon Takes Charge, Edward the Great, James Goes Too Far, and Percy and the Magic Carpet. So it's an interesting way that they engineered this menu. It's interesting, I guess. Now we go to the Fun and Games section by Thomas. Don't run anyone over while you're gone. So here we are, the Fun and Games section. So we have Read to Race, which I believe is a game. If You Were an Engine, the Cargo Challenge, the Character Gallery, the Read-Along Story, Songs and More, which we'll take a look at here. Gordon's back again. So these are the little, what's the word, like mini shorts that come in between the episodes. They were found on these newer releases back in 2004, 2005, 2006. Like, you have a little segment here where the screen shows you some dots, and you have to try to figure out what the engine is. Obviously, it's Edward. And then a world around you, I think that's a music video. So if Gordon will just puff on here. And then you also have a segment called Henry Huffs Out of the Station, which is, I don't know what that is. My memory says it's a memory game, because it's like, Henry huffs out of the station, pulling certain cars or whatnot. It's kind of like that Percy segment, if you know what that's from. We have the sneak peeks section. So I've got Dale with Thomas trailer for Angelina Ballerina, trailer for The Wiggles, trailer for Bob the Builder Snowed Under. I actually own that, and a trailer for Rubba Dubbers. So as you can see, HIT is really trying to sell you everything that they own. Yeah, obviously at this point, this is when HIT bought the franchise, so obviously they're going to advertise everything else that they're selling. So then we have Web Fun, which obviously that does not work. So that is the menu tour for It's Great to Be an Engine. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so back from the close-up, now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Well, since it's being printed nowadays, you could probably find it pretty much anywhere. I'd say check your Toys R Us's, because that's where I found the copy I talked about here. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm going to answer yes, just because I'm tired of saying no, and because I've seen a universal printing of this, so I'm going to say yes to that. Number 3, should you pick this product up? It's Season 8. It's a very controversial season. The picture quality of the models looks flippin' fantastic. Like, the models look amazing in HD, sort of kind of HD because it's DVD, it's 480p, that's not HD. But in sort of kind of HD quality, close to 720p, the models look amazing. That being said, the story quality is significantly lower. I will say that I actually liked Too Hot for Thomas when I was a kid. I can't really say if I like it now because I haven't seen the episode in years, but I remember liking it as a kid. So I'm gonna say, you like Season 8? Pick it up. If you don't, and you've never seen these episodes, you probably won't like it. So steer clear. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Well, for the 2004 copies, the VHS is a lot rarer than the DVD, as reasons explained in the last episode, Thomas and the Jet Engine. I'd say for the VHS, go upwards of about 10 to 15 for that, because not a lot of people bought the VHS back in 2004, because VHS was dying as a format back then. For the DVD, don't want to go over $5 for that. Those things were massively overproduced. You can find those anywhere. For the 2014, 15, 16 printing, I'd say pay store price for it, about $7, $8, maybe 10. 15 is absurd. Do not go up to 15. Toys R Us charges up the roof for DVDs, at least where I am. Every time I go to a Toys R Us, they charge out the wazoo for different kinds of media and merchandise. So wait for a sale. Do not pay $15 for that thing. So that's the home media review on It's Great to Be an Engine. We will be back next week with the early years, the first and last Thomas and Friends full season box set in the US. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Happy 2017, everybody, and welcome back to another Thomas and Friends Home Media Review supplemental episode. I know I said in the channel update back in August and stuff that there weren't going to be any more supplementals after James and the Red Balloon, but hey, I forgot to put in my It's Great to Be an Engine VHS copy that I got from Train King James about a couple months ago in my It's Great to Be an Engine HMR, because I already had that completed. I didn't feel like going back and changing it, so I said, screw it, we'll do a supplemental on it. So here it is. So this is presumably going to be a bit of a shorter one because it's VHS. So we don't have a menu tour or anything else to do like that. We're just going to look at the VHS from 2004. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. We start off here. We have our poster art. It is skinnier than the DVD version, obviously, because, you know, the DVD version is slightly longer, so you can see more of Percy and James on that version. But on this version, it's skinny, so it's different for me to look at it here because, well, I never owned a VHS of this growing up as a kid, so I'm always used to the larger poster art. So it looks weird to me anyway. Got It's Great to Be an Engine printed down there. A little something on the side there. I'm not sure what that is. That might have been from like a price sticker on there from like a yard sale or something from the previous seller of this, because James bought this off eBay for me. We got our big fat cartoon Thomas on the side here. Scroll on down, hit Entertainment logo. If you look on the back is identical to the DVD version, just skinnier. So we've got snapshots from Emily's Adventure, and You Can Do It, Toby, along with making tracks to great destinations. We have our blurb.
we have our story stops, and we have our songs and more. I don't remember if the songs and more were also listed on the DVD version. They might have been under the bonus content, so I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look at that. But tell me in the comments if they were. So, slide aside the slipcover here. There's our ink label. It's actually pretty nice. It's not too basic. It keeps the font, so that's nice. So that pretty much rounds out this supplemental episode here for Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Yes, I know it was a bit of a shorter one, but hey, it's a nice way to kick off 2017. So, thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on The Early Years, otherwise known as Thomas & Friends Season 1. Let's jump right into the history section of The Early Years. So The Early Years has an extremely short lifespan. It was originally released back in 2004 and apparently was reprinted in 2009. The Early Years didn't live for very long, even though it's probably the single greatest US Thomas & Friends box set that's ever been put out. Because, you know, it's a full season finally. We get a full season. We hadn't gotten a full season at that point. And it really sucks because this is the last time we'll ever get a full season because I guess The Early Years didn't sell well. Yet over in Britain and over in Europe, they get season box sets every year. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, that's it for the history section. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of The Early Years.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at The Early Years. Basically, the Season 1 box set of Thomas & Friends. This is our first and last season set here in the United States, unfortunately. So, let's go ahead and take a look at it. This is the original 2004 printing, so we have collector's edition, putting it up on top. Still not a fan of how they put that up there. It's not a collector's edition. It's mainstream. Everyone can buy it. Thomas & Friends, The Early Years. Nice photo thing. Or window, I guess is what it is. Photo thing, I can't speak. And we have Thomas in there. The complete first season, 3-disc set. Let's look at the side first. Cartoon Thomas, he still hasn't left us yet. The DVD logo, scrolling down the side. Anchor Bay. On the back, we have our narrator, Ringo Starr, The Early Years, 3-disc set. We have our blurb about what's on the disc and such, and now we have a breakdown of what is on each of the 3 discs. So disc 1 and disc 2 are all of the stories that you get in season 1, and disc 3 is the bonus feature. So we have Sodor Memories, Sir Topham Hatt's commentary, read-along story, Thomas and the Naughty Diesel, which I believe we've gotten on another release previous to this. I can't remember which one, but I think we've gotten that read-along story previous. Build an Engine game and the Who Am I game. So, slide it out of the slipcover there. You can see that window is completely hollow. I can stick my finger through there. And there's our picture of Thomas and Sir Topham Hatt. And if we flip this over, we get a Welcome Everyone thing. This was the Welcome Stanley prototype, I guess. And if we put this in backwards, then we get a nice picture of Thomas there. And we can see a bit of James and a bit of Percy and a bit of Annie and Clarabelle. But it doesn't look as good from the other side. As you can see, it had the Early Years back there, so I like it better when it's like that. But let's open it up. Flip it open, we have another blurb. Making Treks to Great Destinations thing. And then we have another breakdown of what's on the discs. Another bonus feature tab. open it up even more, we get a little booklet. We will take a look at that in a minute. Thomas for disc 1, it's his face. Same with Percy, he is disc 2, and James is disc 3. And if you see on there, they are labeled right there. They are labeled disc 1, disc 2, and disc 3. They're just labeled on the sides. So basically they pop out like that. It's just the engine's face. His face is printed underneath there. So let's take the booklet out here and we'll take a little look at it. Open it up. Another breakdown of what's on disc 1 and disc 2. And a breakdown of what's on disc 3 with images. Then we have a little Day Out with Thomas advertisement, plus some other advertisements, and some more advertisements of what else you can buy on DVD and VHS. So that is the gist of the early years. And I'm going to do a menu tour for one of the 2 discs with the stories on them, because they're basically the same thing. And then I'll do a menu tour of disc 3. So, with all that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into that menu tour. Alrighty everyone, here's our menu tour for the early years. Now, as I stated in the close-up section, we're only going to be looking at 2 of the 3 discs in this release. Oh crap, we are playing all stories apparently. And that's because disc 1 and disc 2's menus are virtually the same. In fact, I think the only thing that's changed is they take Gordon out and put in Percy for disc 2. Obviously, this disc is very bare bones in the terms of special features, but that's all found on disc 3. So, we only have one option here, pick a story. So we've got Thomas and Gordon, Edward and Gordon, Sad Story of Henry. As you can see, they use the UK titles for these things. Edward, Gordon and Henry, Thomas's Train, Thomas and the Trucks. It's a different kind of menu, too. It has little circles on the side here for you to select what number of story you want. Thomas and the Breakdown Train, James and the Coaches, Troublesome Trucks, and James and the Express, Thomas and the Guard, Thomas Goes Fishing, and Thomas, Terrence, and the Snow. So that's basically the 2 story discs. So let's go ahead and move on into the bonus features disc. Alrighty everyone, now we're here at disc 3. So as you can see, they've cut out Gordon and put in Thomas for disc 3. So now we have more options on our signal here. We have Sodor Memories, Sir Topham Hatt's Commentary, Read Along Fun, Build an Engine, and Who Am I? So let's take a look at Sodor Memories first. As you can see, it's a game. I thought it was, or no, it's not a game actually. I think it's. Let's unmute Sir Topham Hatt so we can actually hear it.
Kenji will tell you about a time they'll never forget. A time when they were very...
Okay. So you click on a engine, and that engine will tell you about a time that they remember from their days on the railway. All right, I get that.
Press the N.
Let's listen to Thomas.
Hi, I'm Thomas, and I can't imagine a better place than the island of Sodor.
Let's do I'll Never Forget. Why not?
I'll never forget the day I wanted to go fishing. I always look forward to the sight of the river.
Alright. That's cool. They have the engines tell you about stuff that they'll never forget. That's really cool. I'd forgotten that was on here. It's been a while since I've looked at the disc for the early years of the bonus disc. That's cool. Now I know what Sir Topham Hatt's Commentary is, so let's go ahead and click that, and I'll give you a little snippet of what that is. This voice actor come back and do some more commentaries for Sir Topham Hatt, or maybe even the new voice actor come back and do some commentaries as Mr. Hat. I really like that feature. So here's our read-along story. It's just Thomas and the Naughty Diesel. I swear that's on another release. I can't remember which one, though. I don't know. Tell me in the comments. It's on another release. I don't remember which one. It's blanking on me right now. So the Build an Engine game is this. So let's Let's select one of these engines. Select James here. Let's build James. So as you can see, James is coming. He's missing his dome. He's missing his little hump there. And he's missing his coupling rods. And he's missing his rail on his boiler. So you have to find which part fits where. So, like, that just lit up, so you have to pick which one fits there. Obviously, it's the rail, but we're not going to play this game. So, and then we have Who Am I, which I'm pretty sure is just a guessing game, so we're not even going to look at that. Anyway, that's your menu tour of the early years. So, let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions, as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? This is kind of elusive. As I said, it didn't sell very well, and I don't think a lot of people picked it up. So I've never seen a copy of this in stores. Obviously, it's not being printed anymore. I would say eBay or online is your best bet. That's where I picked up my copy, was eBay. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Nope. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Absolutely. This is the single greatest Thomas & Friends boxed set we've ever gotten. It's season 1, the first season, the classic era, guys. I seriously think that every Thomas fan should own this release, just because of how monumental it is. Because, again, back in 2004, we'd never gotten a season set. This was a big deal. And they just didn't make any more season sets, and I wish they would have, because people will buy it. Whoever controls who puts out the Thomas & Friends merchandise on home video, listen to us. We want the classic series out on DVD, even Blu-ray in box set form. Make it so much easier than buying a bunch of random releases with random episodes on them just to see if you can get the full season. So again, absolutely, I recommend this. It's season 1. It's not the best season, but again, it's a monumental thing. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? This is a difficult one since it includes multiple discs. And some people can sell this for outrageous prices. I've seen one for a bid that was, the lowest bid was $50. I'm pretty sure that got up in the hundreds by the time it was over. I think I got mine for around 10, maybe 15 or so, and that's the price point I think you should stick in. Maybe go upwards of 20 if you really want it, and if you really listen to my recommendation, then yeah, you should go upwards of 24, because every Thomas fan should own this. But I'd say 10, 15, 20, don't go over 30. That's just insane. 25 is pushing it. That's what I'll say here. The 30 is just, don't even consider it. That's just out of question, in my opinion. So that's my review for the early years. Next time, we will be taking a look at Hooray for Thomas. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Hooray for Thomas. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Hooray for Thomas. Now, Hooray for Thomas was originally released back in 2005. And that's it. It was only released in 2005, which is actually kind of shocking, because some of the stories on here I actually kind of like, I guess. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Hooray for Thomas. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up view at Hooray for Thomas.
We only have one copy to look at, but hey, it's a menu tour copy, so yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. We have Thomas and Friends, hooray for Thomas, with streamers coming off of the Thomas and Friends logo. That's kind of nice. We have a picture of Thomas with a medal over his funnel there, and we have a shot from Best Dressed Engine. So on the side, we have Cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo. Scroll on down here. Anchor Bay logo. On the back, making tracks to great destinations again. Another shot from Best Dressed Engine and another shot from Best Dressed Engine. They really like that episode, I guess. And we have a blurb about what's on the release and such. Bonus features, and our story stops. This is another Season 7 release, which it's kind of funny how they put these releases out. They started with doing them with just the seasons. Like, they went through each season with a couple of releases. Now they're just putting these out willy-nilly. Like, last episode was the complete Season 1, and then previous to that, we had a Season 8 release, and then previous to that, we had a Season 6 and 7 release. So it's kind of interesting how they put these out. Bonus features, the character gallery, the read-along story, the Great Race. A little foreshadowing there, Andrew Brenner. The sing-along song, The Red Balloon. 3 games, counting, celebration, paint party, and fun with shapes. And computer fun, web fun, and 2 coloring sheets. All right. And then there's your story stops. Pop it open. Basically a squished up version of the poster art, which I like a lot better than some of these newer releases with just a bland title on the disc with no artwork. So anyway, let's go ahead and transition to the menu tour of Hooray for Thomas. Alrighty everyone, here's our menu tour for Hooray for Thomas. Now, starting this off, I have a bad feeling in my stomach. Because listen.
Or you can pick which story you want to watch by going to Pick a Story. Visit the Fun and Games Shed, where you'll find games and activities.
They replaced the old Sir Topham Hatt voice actor, who was so great and actually sounded like Sir Topham Hatt, with Michael Brandon narrating as Sir Topham Hatt. Oh boy. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Season 7, guys, because both dubs of it, they just aren't good. It's basically pick your poison at this point, because you either have Michael Brandon, who's over the top and just a bad narrator, or Michael and Gillis, whose narration puts me to sleep. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Season 7. We're here to talk about the menu for Hooray for Thomas. So obviously, as Michael Brandon was telling us, we have playoff stories, or we can go to Pick a Story, which I will pick right now. We've got Hooray for Thomas, Edwards Brass Band, the Refreshment Ladies Stand. I do like, however, how they put like balloons around the menus and such. That's cool. We have Rheneas and the Roller Coaster, the Grand Opening, and Best Dressed Engine. And I like how they made the menu more festive. I really like that a lot. I think it's pretty cool since the title is Hooray for Thomas. That makes sense. So the Fun and Games section, again with the balloons and everything. We have the Character Gallery, Fun with Shapes, Paint Party, and Counting Celebration. And if we go up here, Harold's banner is Computer Fun. We'll take a look at that really quick. So here is the Computer Fun thing. Let's you either get Web Fun or Coloring Sheets. Let's go Coloring Sheets. This disc contains 2 Thomas and Friends coloring sheets. To print these coloring sheets, load this disc into your computer's DVD-ROM drive and open coloring.html within your web browser. Please ask a grown-up to help you. Okay, that's interesting. So I could get 2 coloring sheets from this disc. I did not know that. So, the sing-along song here is The Red Balloon, as we saw previously. And the read-along story is The Great Race. Foreshadowing. Probably not. But it's kind of interesting because the special this year is called The Great Race. So, little subtle foreshadowing? I got no idea. Product Gallery is basically just a new age Thomas on DVD trailer. So, why'd they have to put that in its own section? I mean, this plays previous to the release even starting, so I don't know why they put this in its own section. Anyway, that's the menu tour for Hooray for Thomas. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always. Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Last time I answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Basically, internet. That's your best bet. You're not going to find this in stores.
Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? There are some episodes on here that I like. I like the Refreshment Ladies Stand, I like Hooray for Thomas, and I like Best Dressed Engine. But on the other hand, there are some I don't like. Rheneas and the Roller Coaster. The grand opening's okay. If it wasn't Skarloey that was being late all the time, I think it would make more sense. But I am going to give it a recommend solely on those 3 episodes that I really like. And plus, Murdoch. Murdoch's in Best Dressed Engine. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answer as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the VHS, don't go over $10 for that. That's a little bit more rare than the DVD is. And for the DVD, don't go over $5 for that. So that's our review on Hooray for Thomas. Next episode, we kick off the 60th anniversary with Thomas's Sodor celebration. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This time, we're taking a look at the VHS copy of Hooray for Thomas. Now here's a quick refresher for those of you who aren't watching this in the playlist. If you recall in Hooray for Thomas's history, you would know that Hooray for Thomas was released on VHS and DVD in 2005, which you're looking at the 2005 VHS version right now. If you recall, in our regular HMR, we took a look at the 2005 DVD version. Here's a quick refresher look at that. It's fairly similar to the VHS version, but we will be comparing them. And then it was reprinted in 2009 by Lionsgate on DVD, but I don't have that. Basically, the only difference would be is it would say Lionsgate down here in a little blue bar where the Anchor Bay logo would be, and there would also be a Hit Entertainment logo right up here at the top. That's literally the only difference. So anyway, let's move on from history. Let's go ahead and take a look at the VHS. Right here, we have Hooray for Thomas and Other Adventures. Interestingly, this is more bunched up on the VHS version, while on the DVD version it's more stretched out. And that comes with the DVD being longer, so we get a more gorgeous image of Thomas and the sheds. On the VHS, it's more squished. It's more like a full screen image, where this one's more like a widescreen image. This one's more of a full screen image, where we have a bit of a scrunched up shed scene. You can see Gordon is completely cut off on the VHS version. So there's the front of the VHS version. On the side, our big cartoon Thomas. Scroll on down here. Anchor Bay, Children's, AB 1332. I've never really paid much attention to these numbers, but I think they mean something important. And VHS down there at the bottom. On the back, the backs are fairly similar as previously stated. They both have Making Tracks to Great Destinations on them. This one, of course, is more stretched out. This one also includes bonus features because this is a DVD version. This one just has the blurb and our story stops and our 2 screenshots. They are the same screenshots on both of the releases. Slide this out of its dust jacket slipcover here. There is our VHS. Hooray for Thomas. It's a fairly simplistic label, but as I've stated several times, this is the final years of Thomas the Tank Engine's lifespan on VHS, so they got pretty lazy with the labels in 2005, 2006. So with that all being said, that pretty much wraps up our supplemental on Hooray for Thomas. Yeah, I know it was pretty short, but it's a VHS. We don't really have a lot to look at whenever it comes to VHS tapes, but I thought that I would go ahead and cover it here because I picked this up off of eBay a couple months ago, and I thought, hey, why not show it off here since this is a somewhat rare VHS tape. It's not too rare, but it's actually very uncommon. You don't really see this pop up on eBay a lot of the time, and that's mainly due to the fact that people were just buying DVDs more regularly in 2005 as opposed to VHS, so that makes this more common than this. was actually surprised I got it for as cheap as I did. I got it for about, I think about $5 or $6. It was an auction and I was the only bidder, so I was actually pretty happy for that. I was afraid that someone was going to come in and like undercut me at the last second. That's why I raised my max bid extremely high. Watching the timer on this auction was possibly the most stressful thing I've ever done in my entire life. That's sad. Anyway, that pretty much wraps up our supplemental. I want to thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This episode is on Thomas's Sodor Celebration. We've made it to the 60th anniversary, everybody. We're almost to 50 episodes of the show, and we made it to the 60th anniversary. Hey, that's cool. I never would have thought, back when I was producing this series at a sparse rate, we'd ever make it to the 60th anniversary. But hey, we're getting closer and closer to the modern era, closer and closer to covering the CGI series, and closer to covering the newer stuff that's coming out. But anyway, we aren't there yet, so let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Thomas's Sodor Celebration. So Thomas's Sodor Celebration was released a couple of times. The first time was back in 2005, obviously for the 60th anniversary and everything. And then it was re-released again in 2009. Let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Thomas's Sodor Celebration.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Thomas's Sodor Celebration, the first of 3 releases commemorating the 60th anniversary. Way back in 2005. Boy, that was a long time ago. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 2005 VHS printing. So, we have a nice poster here of Thomas with the logo in Thomas's Sodor Celebration with a bunch of balloons around it. I actually really like this logo, even if the release is not that good. We have a celebrating 60 years of Thomas and Friends little circle down there. Don't really know what you would call that. Cartoon Thomas has finally left us. It's now a picture of real Thomas. Scroll on down here. Hit Entertainment logo. We look on the back here. That's a shot from, I believe, the new version of Fish. And that's a shot from Thomas and the Circus. So we have our blurb about what's on the tape and such. And we have our story stops. And our songs and more. Pop Sucker out, we have a normal, just black ink label version. So anyway, let's go ahead and look at the DVD version of Thomas's Sodor Celebration. So it's basically the same as the VHS, as you can see, except the photo of Thomas is a bit bigger, and it's a bit darker, if you can tell. This Thomas's blue is a lot darker than this one's blue. That might just be from age of the tape. They still have the same little circle. And this is interesting. The picture actually wraps around the DVD version onto the side. If you can see, the sides are different because you can still see the balloons on this side, but on this side it's just red. So I kind of like that. Again, there's no cartoon Thomas. He has left the building. Scroll on down here, hit Entertainment with the DVD logo. Same back as previous, with the same snapshot, same blurb, everything, except now we have our bonus features. We have the Fun and Games section, we have the Character Gallery, Read Along, Songs and More, and Hit Extras. Those are actually pretty interesting. And Thomas's Storybook Adventure. And this is like a Thomas PC game that's a little bit more watered down than a Thomas PC game. It's actually not a bad game for a release like this, but It's still kind of bad, though. I'll have to show it to you when we do the menu tour. Pop the sucker open. Again, just a squished up version of the poster art. So that is your close-up look at Thomas's Sodor Celebration on VHS and DVD. Let's go ahead and transition into the menu tour of Thomas's Sodor Celebration. Alrighty everyone, here's our menu tour of Thomas's Sodor Celebration. Woohoo! Celebrating on Sodor, isn't that fun? So we have a interesting menu. This is a 3D CGI version. Before Thomas and Friends was CGI, let me just say, this is like a computer game level CGI rendition of Thomas here. And it's in that same style from when we took a look at It's Great to Be an Engine. We still have 3 suitcases on a station platform. We still have Thomas behind the station platform. Thomas is going to puff away when we pick a story here like he does right here. But it's in CGI, which is interesting in my opinion. And the special features are also CG animated as well. Or, not special features, the pick a story section. And it's the same, once again, as with It's Great to Be an Engine. We have Gordon just puffed up here and gave us some crates with our stories on. We have Thomas saves the day. Don't tell Thomas. We've got Fish and Halloween. The new Fish, not the old version, which is better. Spick and Span, Chickens to School. And last, but I guess least, I don't know, Thomas and the Circus. So, that was our Pick a Story menu. Now we move on to the Fun and Games menu, which is pretty interesting. I'm just going to say that right now. Cranky looking very angry, unloading some crates there. That is where our Fun and Games will be located. So we've got our Storybook Adventure, the Character Gallery, the Read-Along, Songs and More, Sneak Peeks, Hit Extras, and Web Fun. So let's take a look at the Storybook Adventure first, because that's a really cool feature on this release. This is basically like a computer game. Sort of, except you go through a story as Thomas as... I don't really know how to explain it. I don't want to play the whole game because that'll just take up way too much time. I'll just start it and you can get the basic setup and I'll unmute it so you can hear it. So,
Beautiful sunny morning on the island of Sodor. Everyone is very excited about the grand opening of the new rail station on Sodor.
So it's basically the plot of Thomas Saves the Day.
Have been washed and cleaned up. Shatapa Hat has a very important task to give out to one of the engines. Thomas, I have chosen you to go to Brendan Dock.
They didn't feel like CGIing Sir Topham Hatt, so they just said, hey, we're just going to use his figure and Photoshop him in.
After you load the cargo, go to the new station. If you arrive early, I'll have a special surprise for you. I love to make children happy.
That special surprise is basically you can decorate the station, and you can do that regardless.
I wonder what my surprise will be. This job seems very important. I'm surprised Sir Topham Hatt didn't choose an engine like me. Thomas knows that he will do a fine job, so he leaves for Brendan Docks to pick up the presents.
So it's basically Thomas is going through these odd jobs and odd tasks. Like, I know when he puffs up here, you'll have to deal with broken tracks. Then after that, you meet up with Percy on a hill. And then you have to choose to help him or not to help him. And then after that, you meet up with Salty at Brendan Docks, and then you meet up with Mavis at the quarry, and then you finally get to the end where you get to decorate the new station. So that's a fun game. I really like that they put that on there. Like, that's basically like, that's really cool that they put that on there, basically. Character gallery is pretty much the same. Let's take a look at it here. Oh no, they actually changed the format of it. That's interesting. So we go back here. The read-along story is... Let's see what it is. What's it gonna be? Happy Birthday, Thomas. Huh. Based on the Railway series by the Reverend W. Otter. Okay. Well, I'd never read that story before, so we're just gonna go on back and not even read it, because we are going to get copyrighted if we do that. Okay. So, Songs and More is basically what I showed you back in It's Great to Be an Engine, so we don't need to take a look at that. Sneak peeks, let's look at that real quick. These are all just trailers for different things that HIT is doing. There's a Thomas & Friends trailer on a Thomas & Friends product, that's interesting. Kipper, holy crap, does anyone remember Kipper? Kipper was one of my favorites growing up as a kid. Head on back to the fun and games section. Hit extras. Here's where these releases start to get just a little bit more valuable. Basically, these are single episodes of Barney, Rubberdubbers, Pingu, and the Wiggles. They are standalone episodes that Hit put on this release to try and sell you these products. So if I went to, let's say, Rubberdubbers and clicked it, and now we have a full episode here. You see? 10 minutes long. We have a full episode of Rubberdubbers on here. And it's the same with the Barney, the Pingu, the Wiggles. So yeah, I think that's really cool that Hit actually put that on there. Yeah, it is an advertising ploy, but hey, you get free episodes of other series. You may not like all of the series on there. I know I've never watched the Barney, the Pingu, or the Wiggles one. I've watched the Rubberdubbers one because I like Rubberdubbers growing up as a kid. Yeah, I think it's really cool of Hit to do that. So we go to WebFun here. Again, website is dead, so website's ripped, so it doesn't matter. So that's pretty much it for the menu of Thomas's Sodor celebration. So let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions, as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Well, seeing as I found the 2009 Easter copy at a Big Lots a couple weeks ago, you could probably find it at Big Lots or something, if you have a Big Lots near you. Or, you know, any, used DVD or Blu-ray store, really. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? You know, this product has Season 8 episodes on it, and to me, Season 8, in my opinion, kind of the same as Season 7, whereas there's some good, but there's also some bad. But truthfully, I don't think Season 8's really that bad of a season. I think Season 9 and 10 and seasons like that was where it really started to, take a turn for the worse. Episodes like Chickens to School, that episode, it's alright, I guess. But then you also have episodes on this release like Halloween and the new version of Fish, which Halloween is a really good episode in my opinion, and the new Fish is okay, I guess. It's not as good as the original Fish, but hey, that crash scene was pretty epic though, right? So I think I'm gonna just give this a really low bar recommend, just because of the fact that, hey, I personally kind of like Season 8. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For both of the original copies from 2005, wouldn't say go over $5 for either of those. The VHS isn't really all that rare. I've seen it, pretty often on places like eBay and stuff, but maybe go up upwards of 10 for that. And I would say for the 2009 Easter copy, upwards of 10, because literally the only thing that's changed is the cover. There's just a little Easter outline around the little poster of Thomas with the balloons. So I would say, upwards of 10 for that if you really want another package. So that's the home media review on Thomas's Sodor celebration. Next time, we'll be taking a look at another 60th anniversary release in the form of songs from the station. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Songs from the Station, our third sing-along DVD. So let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Songs from the Station. So Songs from the Station has an extremely short lifespan, as it was only released once in 2005. Obviously to commemorate the 60th anniversary and stuff. So with the history section being extremely short, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Songs from the Station.
Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up look at Songs from the Station. So first off, we're going to look at the original 2005 VHS copy. As you can see, don't have a case for it obviously, so we're just going to look at the tape. Pretty basic ink label. They're kind of getting a bit lazy with these VHS releases, but the real attraction is the DVD. So here it is. We've got Songs from the Station. We've got Thomas and Percy there with the little Percy, or no, not Percy, the little circle celebrating 60 years. Songs from the Station is pretty much the newer age trackside tunes and sing-along and stories, being as it has songs and stories on it. Cartoon Thomas is back. Scroll on down. Hit Entertainment DVD logo on the back. I don't know it. I think that's Thomas and the Tuba Player. I think that's Thomas and the Fireworks. That's what I'm thinking. I haven't seen these episodes in a while because they're newer age episodes, and I don't like the newer age episodes. Got our blurb. We've got our song tracks. We've got our story stops, and we have our fun and games. So there are the two stories. And the fun and games are Thomas's Great Destinations of Sodor, Songs of Sodor game, read along, story, web, fun, and hit extras. Pop it open. We have our disc, which is another squished up version of the poster art, obviously. So that's your close-up look at Songs from the Station. Let's go ahead and head on and transition into the menu tour. Alright everyone, we are back for the menu tour of Songs from the Station. So, as you can see, it's in the exact same style as Thomas's Sodor Celebration last episode, but we have more options. We have Play All Stories, Pick a Story, Fun and Games, but now we have Pick a Song. And now we have balloons and stuff on top, we have a tuba over there, and the suitcases have been changed, along with adding a guitar case there. So, really, it looks more festive than Thomas's Sodor Celebration does. So let's look at Pick a Story first, because we don't like songs. So here's our Pick a Story section. Hello, Henry. Your wheels are moving a little fast there, but you're not going very fast. So we've got Thomas and the Tuba, and Thomas and the Firework Display. So, only have two stories, just like with every other sing-along release ever. So, yeah, let's go ahead and go to Pick a Song. Hurry up there, Thomas. You're going to be late there. Hurry up. Here we have Gordon here for Pick a Song. So, here are our songs. We have Sounds, we have Emily, we have Surprises, Surprises, basically the new version of Accidents Happen, A World Around You, Determination, Patience is a Virtue, we have Ode to Gordon, and Engine Roll Call. So, those are our songs. Let's go back to the main menu. Now we move to the Fun and Games menu. There's Angry Cranky. Here we go. He's unloading our crates full of fun and games. So we have Great Destinations of Sodor, Songs of Sodor game, Read Along, Sneak Peeks, Hit Extras, and Web Fun. So let's take a look at the Great Destinations of Sodor. I don't remember what this is actually, so let's look at it. Okay, so this is like the game from Thomas's Sodor Celebration. Basically, you click one of these posters and you go to one of these locations, whether it be Tidmouth Sheds, the quarry, or the docks like it just showed you, and you can go there and click on different things, and maybe an engine will pop out at you, maybe a truck will run by or something, maybe Cranky will unload something. Let's do one. Let's go to Brenham Docks, just because. So, as you can see, we have our little blue arrow here, so if I click the enter button, someone will come up and fill up with water. I don't know who, but someone will. I think Sir Topham Hatt or someone's talking to us, so let's unmute this.
The water is heated up in their boilers to create steam.
Oh, it's the original Sir Topham Hatt voice actor. That's cool.
Oh, look. Here comes James.
Yep, told you, James is here to fill up on water.
James is a really useful steam engine.
Okay, so you get the idea, I hope. That's a really cool feature, though. I really like that they're making these games pretty interactive and a lot better than the original games are. Songs of Sodor game, we're not going to take a look at that. Read-along story is Little Engines Can Do Big Things. I had this story growing up as a kid. I had it in book form, and I was always confused on why I didn't follow the Thomas and the Magic Railroad storyline, because that book is very different from the movie. You've got sneak peeks, basically just a bunch of trailers. We have hit extras, which you all know I'm a big fan of these. We've got Barney, Wiggles, Rubber Dubbers, but Pingu is gone and has been replaced by Todd World. I think I checked that episode out when I was younger. Todd World is, it's interesting. I don't know if it has any fans out there, but it's definitely an interesting series. So here's the web fun section. Again, websites rip. That is pretty much it for the songs from the station menu tour. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so back from the close-up, now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Well, I haven't seen this product in stores in quite a while, so I would say the internet, Amazon, pretty much any other answer I've ever given on this question. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? No, it is not. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I've been kind of iffy on the sing-along releases. Trackside tunes I gave a recommend to clearly for nostalgia reasons, because there's only one story on there that's exclusive. Sing-along stories, those 2 stories are exclusive to that. For songs from the station, I'm not sure if these episodes are exclusive to this or not. Personally, I really like some of the songs on here. Some of the songs like Patience and Determination. I'm going to give it a recommend because I like most of the songs on this. The stories are okay, I guess. They're not some of the best. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answer as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? For the DVD version, don't want to go over $5 for that. For the VHS version, I'd say go upwards of 10, because as I've stated previously, not a lot of people were buying VHS tapes in this time period. In fact, the very next year, in 2006, VHS is gone. It's bye-bye. It's no longer around. So that's the home media review on songs from the station. Next time, we take a look at probably one of the most hated Thomas specials, but truthfully, I kind of enjoy it, just to kind of, I don't know, laugh at it. Sort of, I don't know. I really don't know why I like it. It's okay, really. It's calling all engines. So, I will see you all next time. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lego Lover, this is a supplemental to Songs from the Station. What's this random, obviously photoshopped, completely fake release sitting in front of your camera? Why is it here? Well, concerned viewer, you're wrong. This is official. This is not fake. This is an official Thomas & Friends release that, yes, even I had never heard of. This supplemental is on Great Destinations. So why is this a supplemental to Songs from the Station if it's on something called Great Destinations? Shouldn't this have its own HMR just by itself? Not necessarily, but we'll get into it. Here's a little brief history on Great Destinations, in case none of you have ever heard of it like I hadn't. This was released in 2005 to coincide with the 60th anniversary of Thomas & Friends, alongside Calling All Engines, Songs from the Station, and Thomas's Sodor Celebration. And that's really the only history I have on this. It's the only date I could find from my source. I suppose it wasn't reprinted. And this is the only copy I've seen for it on eBay. This link for this was actually sent to me by a friend of mine, Train King James. Check out his channel. He's a really cool content creator. I'll put a little annotation for him up in the card section here. And he asked me, hey bro, do you know what this is? And I was like, no, but thanks for showing it to me. And I did some research on it, and I picked it up for myself. So let's go ahead and take a look at it here. Thomas and Friends logo up on the top. Great destinations. There's Thomas on the front with James, Gordon, Percy, and Toby behind him. It kind of has like a classic series release vibe with this yellow lining around it. It looks like something that would have come out in early like 2002 or something like that. You've got the celebrating 60 years blue button right there. You have 2 videos in one. What does that mean? And 100 minutes of fun. On the side, Cartoon Thomas, Thomas Friends logo, Great Destinations. Right down there. Hit Entertainment logo and the DVD logo on the bottom. On the back, here's where things get interesting. You've got 2 screenshots here. They're both from Songs from the Station. But here's what's included on the release. Calling All Engines is on here, and so is Songs from the Station. So this is an amalgamation of Calling All Engines and Songs from the Station put onto one disc and sold at a discount, maybe? I'm not sure. I made the choice to have this be a Songs from the Station supplemental since Calling All Engines already has one. So let's open this up. The disc is very simplistic. It's basically just a squished up version of this poster art minus the yellow on the sides. But here's something I found interesting. Can you see that? Blockbuster. This is a Blockbuster case. So this came from a Blockbuster, obviously, if you couldn't tell from that logo there and from this little indent down here where they would put the lock on it before you tried to rent it. I'm not sure if this was a Blockbuster exclusive or not. It could be. My source, however, did not mention if it was a Blockbuster exclusive, so I'm not sure why it's in a Blockbuster case. Maybe that's where the person or the seller on eBay got it from. I'm not sure, but I'm kind of holding out hope that this might be a Blockbuster exclusive. Why do I say that? Because Blockbuster exclusives are hard as hell to get your hands on. I mean, from Thomas's Useful Stories to Thomas's Magical Musical Ride, Blockbuster exclusive Thomas VHS tapes are the hardest thing in the world to actually find, let alone a Blockbuster exclusive DVD. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour for Great Destinations. Okay, so we're here for the menu tour for Great Destinations here, and funny enough, I don't think there's a menu on here, guys. I mean, let me pause. I can't pause it. Don't know why I can't pause it there, but look up here. An hour and 52 minutes. I mean, that's over 100 minutes or close to it. I'm pressing the disc menu button right here, you see? And there is no menu here. It just plays directly through, and here's some trailers, I suppose. Or there's only that one trailer for Bob the Builder, but there's no menu here. That's really interesting. It just plays directly through. And I'm not going to show any footage here because I know Hit Entertainment's going to copyright me for it, which is completely unjustified in every way, shape, and form. But at the same time, though, that's interesting how this release does not have a menu to it. So there is really no point in doing a menu tour. Sorry if this is a bit of a shorter one, but there's really not much else I need to say on this. I mean, it's a cool reprint of Songs from the Station and Calling All Engines, but is it necessary? Not really, especially if you already have them. So that pretty much wraps us up for the Great Destinations / Songs from the Station supplemental HMR. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Calling All Engines, the very first Thomas & Friends special. Now, I know what y'all are thinking. Yeah, Magic Railroad was the first special. No, it wasn't. Magic Railroad was a theatrical film. Okay, there's a difference between a special and a theatrical film. Calling All Engines is the first Thomas and Friends special since it was not made for theaters. Just wanted to clarify that. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Calling All Engines. So Calling All Engines was originally released back in 2005, obviously for the 60th anniversary and all of that. This is the last 60th anniversary release out there. And apparently, it has been reprinted by Universal and was re-released in 2014. But Calling All Engines seems like a strange one to put out again, seeing as not a lot of people like this special. So let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Calling All Engines.
Alrighty, everyone, here's your close-up look at Calling All Engines, one of the worst specials ever made for Thomas and Friends, in my opinion, although I do kind of enjoy watching it for a laugh. Anyway, we only have one copy, and thank the Lord in heaven it is not a DVD copy, because I don't want to do a menu tour of this piece of crap. It's a VHS copy, so yeah. Full-length special. This was the first full-length special that was not released in theaters. I don't count Magic Railroad. Magic Railroad is a movie. These are not movies. These are specials, and this is the first special that was ever made to commemorate the 60th anniversary of Thomas and Friends. So we actually have a nice poster here. I actually like this. Thomas is in the center. We've got James, Gordon, Diesel 10, Emily, Toby, and Percy. I don't know why they brought back Diesel 10 here. We've got Cartoon Thomas on the side there. Scroll on down. Hit Entertainment logo. On the back we have basically a different version of that poster, but with the names listed underneath them. Your blurb about what's on the tape and such. Your song tracks and your story stop. That's right, they call this a story stop for some reason. Slide the sucker out, Calling All Engines right there. And if you notice, my copy doesn't have any of those plastic things that keep you from touching the reels. My finger can go inside of there like that. So I'm guessing that's because of the previous owner, because I didn't have this growing up as a kid, and as you can see, the condition of it is not that great. Someone obviously stepped on it from the obvious bend right there. But I actually have a funny story about how I got this. So I bought this in a lot a couple of years back. It came with Thomas Breaks the Rules and New Friends for Thomas, both on VHS. And this was the worst condition tape out of all of them. So it's pretty ironic because this is the tape I was least wanting to get. And it's the one I least enjoy out of all three of those. So it's kind of ironic that it's in the least, that it's in the worst condition out of all three of those. So that's your close-up look at Calling All Engines. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so back from the close-up, and now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Well, since it was reprinted in 2014, I'd say you could find it in stores, but I've never seen a copy of it in stores. But that doesn't necessarily mean you can't, so check your local store. Maybe you'll find it there. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I'm very iffy on that since it was reprinted in 2014. It still could be. I'm going to say I have no idea. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Like I said at the end of songs from the station, I sort of like this special, and it's fun to make fun of it. The special itself is okay. It's nothing special, and I don't like how they brought back Diesel 10 for this special just to have him, be a good guy, which it doesn't make any sense to me. Also, Michael Brandon's voice for him, that's hilarious. All right, said Diesel 10. I will help. It's like, what is he, clearing his throat? But I do like this special purely because I like to make fun of it, really. In fact, I was watching it with a couple friends the other night on Skype. We were watching it and making fun of it. The learning segments, can't comment on those. They're as stupid as ever. The one segment I find interesting is the one where Thomas is shunting trucks behind Diesel to take to the airport, and you're basically helping Thomas sabotage Diesel because you have the choice between a car full of bricks, full of wood, or full of bananas, and you're basically helping Thomas sabotage Diesel because he gives Diesel the bananas. And you, as the child, are supposed to say, yeah, yeah, Thomas, give him the bananas. So you're basically helping him sabotage Diesel. I think that's kind of funny, teaching kids to be bad. But I'm going to say I won't recommend this to anyone who hasn't seen it previously. If you've seen it previously, like on Netflix or something, and you don't own it, you pick it up if you want to. I'm not going to tell you to pick it up. But if you haven't seen it, I would not recommend that you watch it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answer as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? It's the same thing with the VHS and the DVD, like I've been saying during these past few episodes. For the DVD version, don't go over $5. For the VHS version, don't go over $10. Because, like I said, VHS is dying. Next year, 2006, VHS is out. It's bye-bye. So that's it for this episode of Home Media Reviews. Next episode, we take a look at one of the final Season 7 releases. I realize we skipped Percy Saves the Day. That's because I don't own it. But I believe this is the last Season 7 release in the US. And that release is Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. So I'll see you all next time. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Calling All Engines on DVD. This is another release that I picked up at Half Price Books along with James Goes Buzz, which we took a look at in our last supplemental. Actually, I picked them up on the same day, so that's a little interesting factoid there for you. But anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into our product, which is Calling All Engines. I remember I was so happy to not do a menu tour on this back when I first did the original review. One day I'd have to do it, so let's go ahead and knock it out now. Got the same poster art from our VHS here, but noticeably there's no, circle saying that, oh, this is a 60th anniversary thing. Here's our VHS here to compare it to, and yes, there is no 60th anniversary little button there. It would be where Thomas's chassis is, but nope, it's not there. And as you can see, the poster art is stretched out on this, and it looks better on this. Really, it looks squished up and all awkward on this. You might be thinking that this is an original print. Do not be deceived. If we look on the side here, our first red flag is the fact that there's a Hit Entertainment logo on the side here. That should not be there. Cartoon Thomas should be there. We scroll on down here, there's Cartoon Thomas and Lionsgate. That means this is a really late reprint of this. And yes, there was a reprinted version of this by Universal. I don't own that. I own this Lionsgate printing. So that's our second red flag. And our third was the fact that there was no button saying that this is a 60th anniversary release. But those are basically the only changes. On the back, it's pretty much the same. We've still got our spotlight of all the engines from the poster, still got our blurb, our soundtracks, our story stop, and now we have a fun and games list, which the bonus features on here really make this worth your buy. But we'll take a look at those in the menu tour. Open this up. The disc is a squished up version of the poster art. Did not come with a pamphlet, however. So, with all that Being said, let's go ahead and transition into a menu tour for Calling All Engines.
Hello, everyone. My friends and I are so glad you could join us. Welcome to the island of Sodor. I'm Thomas. To watch Calling All Engines, choose Play Movie. If you'd like to take the express directly to your favorite parts of the movie, choose Story Stops. Finally, you can join Cranky at Brendam Docks for the many great fun and games on this DVD.
Alright everybody, here's our menu tour for Calling All Engines. I like how this has that, CGI style menu that they did for Sodor Celebration and songs from the Dacian. I really like that a lot, except it's a newer setting and stuff. Like there's the umbrella and the puddle to say that it's summertime, and you saw the Sodor airport from the movie and all of that. I really like how they made the effort to change it for this, and you, of course, saw the Celebrating 60 Years balloon. So, let's go ahead and head into the Story Stops section. It's basically just the chapters of the movie, but we'll look at it anyway. Thomas is pulling around here. We go through Henrietta, not Henrietta, Annie. She pulls down her shades. We've got Summer and Sodor, Timber Trouble. Thomas and Percy play tricks. Again, these are just the chapters of the movie. Storm and Aftermath. Steamies and Diesels don't talk. It's more like Steamies and Diesels talk crap to each other. Thomas arrives at the bridge. Dream Sequence. Look, it's literally called Dream Sequence. That's the entire reason why they brought Lady and Rusty back for this friggin' special. Was for a dream sequence. That's literally what it's called. Thomas tells Mavis his plan. Sodor Airport is finished. And Tidmouth Shed's surprise. So those are the chapters of the movie. And if you saw, we also had an option to play all there, or just watch the entire movie. So let's go ahead and head into the fun and games section. This is where this release gets interesting. Here we are with Cranky. He's probably telling us about all the stuff he's unloading, all the fun and games that he's unloading for us. Come on, Cranky, let's move along here. Okay, so here we go. So Cranky's telling us what the games and stuff are. So let's take a look at this Calling All Engines, the game thing, or if I can. Oh, Cranky's still talking. He has control. Stop talking, Cranky. All right, fine. I'll just tell you what's on here. We have the game for Calling All Engines. We have a read-along. We have songs and more. The character gallery. Deleted scenes. And then a more section. So let's take a look at the Calling All Engines, the game. This is basically like what we saw back with Thomas Sodor Celebration. It's kind of like a complete story, except it goes through the film, and you can play through different challenges. So let's take a look at the challenges here. We have Harold's Special Delivery, Percy's Paint Game, Fix the Bridge Game, Tidmouth Shed's Surprise, and Thomas's Runway Challenge. Almost read that as Runaway. And it's not that bad of a game. I kind of take that back. It kind of sucks, but it's actually pretty cool that they created this entire game for this release. I'm not going to play through the full thing, just like with Sodor Celebration, but hey, if you'd want me to do like a commentary on it and upload it onto YouTube, hey, maybe I'll do that at some point. Let me know down in the comments if you want me to do that. Same with Sodor Celebration. I'll go back and play that game as well and do a commentary on that. So we have a read-along. Let's look and see what it is. It's Diesel 10 Means Trouble, to introduce us to Diesel 10 since he was reintroduced in this special for no apparent reason. Now we're going to take a look at our songs and more. We have Dream Song, Sing Along, New Engine Roll Call, not really sure how it's new. Steamies vs. Diesels extended version, and then we just have Steamies versus Diesel's similarities. Those were differences, the extended version. It's like Batman v Superman all over again. We got another song, Busy, Try to Do Things Better song, and Together We Make It Happen. All of those are songs, in case you're wondering. Steamies and Diesels are different. That's not the extended version. That's just a regular version. Banana tricks and which engine for which job. A lot of songs and more in here. And which way should Thomas go? Thomas looks for Mavis, and which diesel engine with which steam engine. So, oh boy, lots of songs and more in there. And that makes sense because this is a special, so of course you'd have a lot of songs and more and stuff in it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the character gallery. I think they changed it for this release. Yes, they did. As you can see, we've got profiles for Thomas, Diesel 10, Emily, James, Toby, Percy, Gordon, Henry, Lady, Sir Topham Hatt, and Harold. Let's take a look at Diesel 10's profile just because, and then we'll take a look at Lady's because I haven't heard Lady's.
Diesel 10 is a very large and strong engine with a big mechanical arm he uses for everything, from cleaning up junk to tearing down old buildings. Many of the Steamies and Diesels on Sodor are afraid of Diesel 10, but if they get to know him, they may find a really useful engine deep down inside.
Indeed they will, sir. Hopefully they will at some point. So let's take a look at Lady's profile.
Lady is a magical engine. When she moves along the rails, she spreads gold dust with her special powers. Lady has been known to help Thomas and his friends when there was no other engine to turn to.
Where did she do that? If you're referring to Magic Railroad, which I think that they were when they wrote down that she spreads gold dust on the track, but it just doesn't make much sense because when did Lady ever help the engines? I mean, it makes no sense. Anyway, let's move on to Deleted Scenes, a tab we have never seen. Biffed Again and Bert and Harry tease Thomas. 2 scenes, and they're pretty short. Both of them are about a minute in length. But hey, Deleted Scenes, something we've never seen on a Thomas & Friends product. Let's go ahead and look at the More section. Thomas & Friends Partners? What the heck is that? We'll take a look at that in a minute. Sneak Peeks, which is basically a trailer, showcase type thing. Hit Extras, which should really be called Hit Extra, because it's just a Fireman Sam story. Web Fun, let's take a look at that. And again, this website is ripped, so this does not help you at all. At least I think it is. And the back section. So let's look at that Thomas and Friends Partners thing again. Let's take a look at that.
The Thomas story began nearly 65 years ago when a father made up adventures about Thomas the Tank Engine, a blue engine who proudly wears a number 1 on his side, and his engine friends on the imaginary island of Sodor. Each adventure invites children to enter a world of imagination through the tracks of a train and the words of a story, leading to timeless life lessons of friendship, discovery, and cooperation. Today, with nearly universal awareness and appeal, Thomas and Friends has captivated children in all facets of their lives through television, DVD, toys, books, live events, and so much more. Joining us on Designing Spaces is Danielle Webb from...
Okay, before I get copyrighted here, let's go ahead and talk about what this is. This is like a documentary style thing where this representative from HIT basically lays out a lot of the new Thomas & Friends products for the year. This documentary, sort of pseudo-documentary type thing, was put out in like 2009 or so, which I believe is when Calling All Engines was reprinted, either 2009 or 2010. And this exact same documentary is also on Hero of the Rails. We'll take a look at that when we get to it. But it's here and it's on there. So there's 2 ways to see this thing in its entirety, unless y'all want me to put this up on the channel at some point. Let me know down in the comments if you want me to do that at some point. So this is pretty interesting, and it actually makes this release very worthwhile in my opinion. It's actually really cool to see someone from HIT, which we as the fan base know as like a faceless company, actually like lay out the products and try to sell you things on this TV show, I think is what this is. I'll have to look up if that's a TV show or not. So with that, ladies and gentlemen watching this review, basically wraps this review up and ties it with a nice little bow. So I want to thank y'all for watching. was actually surprised with the amount of features on this Calling All Engines DVD. I might actually say that I recommend you get the DVD, not for the special itself, but for the bonus features. I mean, there's a lot here that you'll enjoy. And if you're a fan of Fireman Sam, you get that story. There's that documentary. There's those deleted scenes. There's a ton of songs on here. There's a lot of stuff to be satisfied with, and I would say that you should pick this up. So I wanted to thank y'all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. We're back at Calling All Engines, everyone's favorite Thomas special, right? Everybody loves Calling All Engines? Or is that just not me? Because I don't like it at all, actually. The last time that we took a look at Calling All Engines here, I had this reprinted variant. So here's a little brief refresher for you. There's the spine, and there's the back. There's the disc. Red case, so that's fun. I have another variant of Calling All Engines here to show you all, and it's the original print from back when this first hit physical media. This, of course, came into my possession from Dan, who sent me a huge box of home video wonderfulness. So, as I will continue to do throughout this entire revival season, thank you so much, Dan, for this. You are what made this home media review supplemental possible. Here is the original print of Calling All Engines. Looks pretty similar, doesn't it? Although there's one major difference. Can you tell me what that difference is? Yeah, it's got the celebrating 60 years button down there. Other than that, though, the only other way that you would be able to tell that this is the original print is the spines. So moving down, we have a cartoon Thomas on the original print, a hit logo on the reprint. Titles are exactly the same, except for on the original print, the title is just a bit bigger. The old school hit logo down there at the bottom, a product number, and your DVD logo were on the reprints, Portrait of Thomas, and distributed by Lionsgate. The backs are also similar, but there are significant differences. For one thing, the barcode on the original print is smaller, and it doesn't have Lionsgate printed on it. And then on the bottom, you don't have the large link to the Thomas & Friends website. On the original print, it's smaller down here, and then you have the old school hit logo, as well as no FBI anti-piracy warning on the first printing there. The disc is pretty much exactly the same. There's no difference between these discs in terms of artwork. Mine didn't come with an insert. Very sad. Now, I've said this for years, ever since Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews first started. I would not do supplementals on variants of DVDs unless they were significantly changed from their original print. So I wouldn't do a supplemental on like a Lionsgate print of James and the Red Balloon, because the only thing that's been changed there are some company logos. However, on this variant of Calling All Engines, that being the original print, there are some significant differences in the artwork as well as what's on these discs. Because I've been told by a couple of people there's different content on the first printing than there is on the reprinted version. So you know what that means, folks. It's time once again for another menu tour. We're going to take a look at the original print of Calling All Engines.
Play movie.
If you'd like to take the Express directly to your favorite parts of the movie, choose Story Stops. Finally, you can join Cranky at Random Docks for the many great fun and games on this DVD.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your menu tour for the original print of Calling All Engines. And this one has a menu that's very similar to Thomas's Sodor Celebration and songs from the station, which makes sense. This movie came out the same year as those. This has a fully animated CGI opening that I was kind of caught off guard by and didn't have a chance to get footage for here, but it's narrated by, I think, Thomas, because he's here on the front, and I caught the last portion of it here, and he was telling us you can play the movie, you can go to the story stops, you can go to the fun and games section, but there's everything there. The CGI opening includes Percy and Mavis going by the new Sodor airport. It's kind of cool, I guess. We'll take a look at the story stops first, which, weird that it's labeled that, considering this is a movie. It probably should be labeled as chapter stops, but here we go.
Select your favorite part of Calling All Engines, or choose Play All to watch the whole movie.
I believe this menu is actually very similar to the reprinted version. It just doesn't have all of this animation or the Thomas voiceover or anything, but we do have our chapter selection here. We have numbers for each of the chapters, photos for each of the chapters, and titles for each of them. So for a movie that runs about an hour long, 10 chapters I'd say is pretty good. Probably could have lengthened that out to 12 chapters, but it does hit every major event in the movie. Now let's take a look at the fun and games part. And I'm going to unmute this to see if it has any fun dialogue.
Hi, I'm Cranky. Welcome to Random Docks. I'm unloading all of the fun and games Calling All Engines has for you to enjoy. If you'd like to help fix the island of Sodor after the hurricane, just like the engines did in the movie, you can choose Calling All Engines, the game. You can also choose the Diesel 10 Means Trouble read-along. Enjoy some music videos and songs and more. Or learn about your favorite Sodor friends in the character gallery.
So this should look very familiar to you. That whole animated sequence should look familiar to you as well, because that's the exact same sequence from both songs from the station, and Thomas's Sodor Celebration. They just redubbed Cranky's dialogue there. But we have Calling All Engines, the game, read along, which was Diesel 10 Means Trouble, songs and more, character gallery, deleted scenes. That one I'm very interested to take a look at, and then a little more section down there. I want to see what this Calling All Engines, the game is. I wonder if it's similar to Thomas's Sodor Celebration's storybook game. Let's take a look at this here.
Hello there. Come into my office and have a seat. There's just been a terrible hurricane on the island of Sodor. The engines and I are going to need your help to repair and clean up the island before the summer tourists arrive.
After the hurricane on Sodor, Thomas and Mavis worked together to gather steamies and diesels from all over the island to work hard and repair the island before the summer tourists arrived. In order to finish all of the jobs, Sir Topomat has asked for your help. There are 5 things that need to be done. First, you'll help Sir Topomat pick the best steamy and diesel team to complete each task. Then you'll travel with the engines to different locations on Sodor and play games to help them finish their jobs. Are you ready? Great. I know you'll be very useful. Let's go back to Sir Topomat's office and see what the first job will be.
I'm glad you decided to help with this very important job. Our first task today is to deliver supplies to locations all over Sodor. Many of the railway and branch lines are blocked by fallen trees and debris from the storm. The best choice would be one of our Sodor friends who can fly. Now, who would that be?
So this game is incredibly similar to the one on Thomas's Sodor Celebration. This is very in-depth, too. You saw there was like 5 different chapters with a whole bunch of characters to choose from. I guess there's 5 separate games that make up this entire story. I don't remember if we played this back in the original HMR on Calling All Engines, or maybe it was a supplemental where he covered the DVD. But I don't remember playing this. So if I did, sorry, you're seeing a repeat. But if I didn't, new content, because I'm excited to play this game. So let's jump into it here. So he said we need someone who can fly. Well, I'm going to say Toby can fly, right? No, it's obviously Harold. Okay, let's select Harold here and see what Sir Topham Hatt says.
Harold is a great choice. As a helicopter, he can fly quickly to the locations waiting for crates of supplies. When Harold arrives at each stop, he'll tell you how many crates of supplies you'll need to drop. Quickly, use your DVD remote control to select the correct number of crates and then move on to the next location. Good luck. It looks like they're asking for 3 crates of supplies. Can you select? You did it! The workers and Sir Topham Hatt are so proud of you!
Okay, I think it's hilarious how there's no, animation for that. It's just a picture of some dude and there's 3 crates around him. That's just really funny to me. Okay, Harold needs 4 crates now. There's not going to be any animation for this. Told ya, it's just a picture of a guy looking at 4 crates. I don't know why I find that so funny. They couldn't animate a little scene of 4 crates falling out of Harold. It's just a picture and a guy's like, "Oh, look at these 4 crates. They just appeared out of nowhere."
Delivered. You did excellent work. I will take you back to Sir Topham Hatt's office so you can help out with the next assignment. Great work delivering the supplies with Harold. Next, 2 smaller engines will need to pick up paint and deliver it to the construction sites. I think Mavis would be a great diesel for this job. Can you pick a Steamy who is small enough to make it around the sharp turns? Percy is the perfect choice to help Mavis pick up the paint. Please go join them at the Sodor Paint Factory and help. Percy will pull in with 3 truckloads of paint. Then choose the color of paint that the paint factory manager tells you he needs.
Hey, Percy has Thomas's whistle. That's not Railway Series accurate. Also, Percy's side rods are not moving in a lot of these cutscenes. Watch it now, okay? Here we go. See, they just barely moved. I don't even need to unmute this because it says it down there. Blue. He needs blue. Okay. I wonder for what reason. Is it to paint Thomas? Okay, and that one his side rods are moving, but wow, okay. His side rods are not programmed correctly. I gotta say, I don't remember the Sodor Celebration game that well, but I don't remember it being this simplistic, I think the term is. This is just very like, hey, pick a color, kids. Read the thing at the bottom, or if your kids can't read, listen to what that guy is saying. That guy right there. See what he's saying, and then pick the right color, I guess. To be fair, though, this is kind of like a rip-off of that game at the docks on Thomas's Great Festival Adventure. That one's pretty similar to this game.
See, go on their way to make their deliveries on time. Looks like Sir Topham Hatt is going to need your help again. Please join him in his office for the next job. The workers are almost done fixing the bridge, but they need 2 engines to help lower some of the last pieces. I have chosen James as he is a very hard worker. Can you pick a diesel engine who is a hard worker and has a great attitude? Salty is very easy to work with and always gets the job done.
He's also the only diesel engine available in that menu. And Henry wasn't animated correctly. Did you see how hard his tender just jerked?
Can you match that shape?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that, James.
Splendid. You got it. I know you know that one. Shiver me timbers. You got it right. Try to match the shape to the correct hook. That's correct. Good job. Can you match that? Ahoy, matey. You really know your shapes. Very good. You, Salty, and James work together to fix the bridge. Now it will be easier for all the engines to get their work done. Sir Topham Hatt is waiting for help on the next job. Tidmouth Sheds is undergoing some construction for a surprise I want to give to Emily. Now that the bridge is fixed, we need to express workers there right away. I have chosen Gordon to pull coaches of workers. He will need some help to push them up Gordon's Hill. Which Diesel is strong and can work with Gordon to get the workers to Tidmouth?
This one's actually not easy because Daisy has coach space to take workers, but is he going to say that, no, Diesel's actually stronger? I'm going to select Daisy and just see what happens.
That may be a good choice, but I was thinking of using a diesel engine.
Daisy is a diesel. I told you this was going to be a bit of a brain teaser there.
Diesel will be very useful in helping Gordon get the workers to Tidmouth Sheds. The construction workers need your help to rebuild Tidmouth Sheds. They'll ask for your help to find certain pieces of the sheds. When you find them, they will be able to build that section. First, we'll need to build the framework of the building. Can you find the lumber? That's it. Good job. Now that the wood structure is built, we'll need to build the walls out of bricks. Can you find a pile of... Good picking. You really know your stuff. We need to install the doors to the shed so the engines can sleep. You got it right. Next, we need to install the windows. Can you find... You got it right. Percy and Mavis just delivered some green paint to Tidmouth Sheds. Can you select the... Good picking. You really know your stuff. Look at that. The new and improved Tidmouth Sheds. What's different about the new Tidmouth Sheds? Here's a picture of the old Tidmouth Sheds. How many doors does it have? 1, 2...
Okay, it's just going to count to 6. This is so base level. This is totally a game meant for, like, younger preschoolers. I mean, you could see by the fact that I know my building materials. I'm proficient in building materials. Wow, they added a whole new berth for Emily. That's great. That's great. I don't have too much of an issue with Emily joining this team. Not like I used to. I just don't really care that much anymore.
Junk and debris left on the runway from the hurricane. I'm sending Thomas to help remove the junk. I also need a very strong diesel to clear away the heavy items blocking the airplane from landing. A diesel with a mechanical arm would be great. Can you?
Let me think. Well, Diesel 10 has a mechanical claw, and also he's pictured right there. Okay, but another funny thing, that's a picture of Diesel 10 from Diesel 10 Means Trouble. Why'd they reuse that asset for this? But whatever.
Very good choice. Diesel 10 is big and strong. His mechanical arm will be very useful to help remove the debris off the runway. Hurry and catch up with Thomas to help them clear the runway. You and Thomas nervously make your way across the island of Sodor to meet up with Diesel 10 to clear the runway. Help Diesel 10 choose which piles of junk to lift. A piece that is in one of the piles will appear on the bottom of your screen. Look for that piece in one of the piles. Once you find it, select the pile, and Diesel 10 will lift trash and load it onto Thomas's truck.
Wow, these animations. That Diesel 10 model also just looks so great. I shouldn't be too critical of this. I mean, it's a DVD game from the early 2000s. I mean, at least it has some substance to it. It's better than nothing. I'll give it that. That's my review of this DVD game. It's better than nothing. And hey, it seems like some genuine effort was put into making this somewhat fun. I mean, they had to make all these new CGI models and everything and animate all this. That probably took a lot of time and effort from whatever team worked on this. So I can't really be all that upset about the fact that this game is very boring. Now we get to watch this animation again. Oh boy. Here comes Thomas, very slowly. Diesel 10's gonna very slowly put the garbage into the truck. There it goes. Look at that. Oh, that's so good. I love this. I'm not bored at all.
You are a very useful and important part of my team here on Sodor. With everyone's help, the tourists will have a wonderful trip. Be sure to come back and play again. Goodbye for now.
Okay, I cut the majority of the last part of that game out because that was the worst one. I'm just gonna say it right now, that last minigame was the absolute worst. At least we got a little fun cutscene there. That's fun. Oh, look, it's literally titled Thomas's Runaway Challenge. There was nothing challenging about that. But I guess that was kind of fun. Let's take a look at the deleted scenes. I think we already looked at these, though, on the last time we looked at this DVD. But I'm going to look at them again, because I want to. There's only 2 deleted scenes on here. Biffed again, and Bert and Ari tease Thomas. And you can play them all right down there. That's fun. Thomas and Friends Partners. What is this? Because if I remember correctly, on the reprinted version, we had Thomas and Friends on Designing Spaces. Now, I want to see what this is. Oh, it's a whole bunch of trailers for merchandise. That's fun. You got trailers for Amtrak, Wooden Railway, Steam Along Thomas set, Leapster game. Okay, I had that game. That game rocked. I loved my Leapster so much. That was a great game on that console. I kind of want to buy a Leapster and actually play that. They had a free roaming section where you could choose an engine and build a whole bunch of layouts and stuff and just free roam around the island of Sodor. That Leapster game kicked ass. And Lego too. You know what? Whenever this comes out, on the Thursday after this video comes out, I'm going to upload all these trailers to the channel. I'm just going to archive these forever. I'm going to put them all up on the channel for you guys to enjoy, because I don't feel like playing them here. The supplemental's gone on long enough. But you're going to get archived, high-quality uploads of all these trailers. So look out for that coming this Thursday. Dang, we got a lot of sneak peeks on here. We got Jim Henson's Animal Jam, Angelina Ballerina, Thomas and Friends, Todd World, Barney, The Wiggles, Jim Henson's Fraggle Rock, Kipper. Okay, Kipper is so freaking underrated in the grand scheme of things. I don't know how many people out there who watch my channel now have actually seen Kipper. This show is so good. And then there's Bob the Builder. This is a good lineup for hit entertainment stuff. I forget how many franchises that Hit actually had under their belt back when they were huge. This is a decent lineup. I know the popular thing now is, oh my gosh, hate Barney, right? Barney's horrible, but I mean it's okay for kids. Fraggle Rock is fun. Todd World, decent. I never watched it as a kid, but I watched it primarily through Hit extras. It's okay. I've never seen Animal Jam though. I don't think I've ever heard of that. So we only have one Hit extra here, and it's a Todd World extra, Sophie's Sinking Feeling. So that's fun. So here's the web fun menu, and you guys know what I have to do. You know I have to do this. If you'd like to visit the official Thomas and Friends website, please insert this DVD into your personal computer DVD-ROM drive. You may need a grown-up to help you. ThomasandFriends.com is loaded with exciting features and news about all of your Island of Sodor friends. There are lots of activities and fun games to play. You can also find out about Thomas events and visit my office. Have fun! I visited the Thomas and Friends website back in the day. I miss it. It was such a fun website. Well, folks, that pretty much wraps up your menu tour for the original print of Calling All Engines. The reprint still has the game, the deleted scenes, the character gallery. The reprint's got all that, but it doesn't have those partner trailers, and it doesn't have the Hit extras. It also may not have the sneak peeks either. I don't know, though. It doesn't say on the back of this, and I don't remember, so it may not have the sneak peeks for all of those fun little franchises there. Thank you all so very much for watching the supplemental. I know it was a little long, especially this menu tour portion. I didn't expect to play that game, but it wasn't too bad. I will see you all in the next one. Good night, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another installment of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. This review is on Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. So Thomas and the Really Brave Engines is one of those releases that has a very brief history. It was released for the first time back in 2006 on VHS and DVD, and then was released at some point in 2014-2015 in a double feature pack with Thomas and the Toy Workshop, which we will be taking a look at in a separate episode of this series. So let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Alrighty everyone, here's your close-up view at Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Now we're going to start off with the 2006 DVD copy here. Don't have any VHS copies to look at here because that VHS is extremely elusive, I guess you could say, and it's not that easy to pick up. But anyway, we'll get to that in the rarity and how much you should pay for it section. Anyway, let's start out with this copy here. This is a Wooden Train bonus pack version, as you can see from the box right here. This came with Frank. It doesn't say anywhere in the box, but it did come with Frank. On the back, you have a little thing that notes that it's a Wooden Train bonus pack, includes Thomas and Friends Wooden Railway engine, and then how you open it, here at the top, there's where the engine would be, and then back in the back here is where the case, I'm going to take the flaps out, is where the case slides in. And it is a slim case, so it can fit in there. So, we saw something similar to this back in A Big Day for Thomas, I believe. I don't know if I showed that box, but yeah, my slim case version of A Big Day for Thomas was a Wooden Train bonus pack. It came with Caroline, just in case I didn't mention that. But anyway, let's take a look at the actual DVD. So, you got Thomas and Friends, Thomas and the Really Brave Engines, Thomas and Gordon, Donald and Douglas at Castle Lock. On the side, there's no cartoon Thomas because this is a slim version, so we just have the title in white on the side. It's actually kind of hard to pick up on the camera here. On the back, making tracks to great destinations. Got a picture from Oliver the Snow Engine, and I think that's James and the Queen of Sodor, I believe. There's your blurb, there's your bonus content, and your story stops. Pop sucker open. There's your disc with just a squished up version of the poster art. That's our first copy. We also have a second 2006 print that you could find in Totally Thomas Volume 4. We have taken a look at New Friends for Thomas and A Big Day for Thomas. Now we're rounding it off with Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. So, they are thick cases. They aren't the slim cases, which is nice. So, this is the exact same poster art and such, except mine has a little splat on it from something. I'm not really sure what that is, but it doesn't ever want to come off. It's weird. Anyway, on the side, we've got Cartoon Thomas, the DVD logo, Anchor Bay on the back, same blurb, same pictures, same story stops and all that. And if we pop it open, it's the exact same disc. That's our second 2006 copy. Now our last copy is a 2014 print, which you could find in a double pack with Thomas and the Toy Workshop. Here's Thomas and the Really Brave Engines side. You can just see Gordon, which I guess they just put Gordon there because Thomas is on this side of the cover, so I guess just decided to only put Gordon there, but it doesn't make sense because Thomas and the Really Brave Engines and you see Gordon. I don't know. It's interesting. The side hit logo, scroll on down here, you've got Really Brave Engines on the bottom with Toy Workshop on the top. You've got a picture of Thomas from the Toy Workshop cover on the front here. On the back, let's only look at the Really Brave Engines blurb. I think it's the same blurb. I didn't take the time to read the whole thing. And then we've got our features, 6 fun-filled episodes, sing-along song, 2 games,
and a read-along story and more. Alright, mini rant. I think it's awesome that Universal is going back and releasing some of these older releases, but I don't like on how this newer style of packaging that they just say 6 fun-filled stories. List the stories, please. I missed that. Pop this open. Disc on the top is Thomas and the Toy Workshop, but we flip it over. We have Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. There's no artwork on it at all. It's just the title and clear disc with Universal logo, hit logo, and copyright information around it. So I'm not really a fan of how those look. They look kind of cheap to me, but hey, I guess you could say it's cool because we're getting them again. So that's your close-up look at Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Let's go ahead and transition into our menu tour. Alrighty everyone, here's our menu tour of Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. We're starting off with the 2006 copy version. We'll be taking a look at the 2014 version after this. So let's go ahead and unmute the TV and get a little snippet of what's going on.
To watch all the adventures of Thomas and the Really Brave Engines, select Play All Stories. If you wish to select one of your favorite adventures, please choose Pick.
So, Sir Topham Hatt is basically outlining what's going on the menu and such, as always. So, we've got Play All Stories, Pick a Story, Fun and Games, Sing Along Song, Read Along Story. Let's go ahead and transition to Pick a Story. So, here's our Pick a Story section. We have Thomas and the Search for Fergus. We have A Bad Day at Castle Lock. Toby and the Windmill. The Runaway Elephant. James and the Queen of Sodor. And Oliver the Snow Engine. So, back to the menu here. Fun and Game Shed. So this is in that Season 6 style of menu, which is pretty interesting. Anyway, we have the Sodor Spelling Game, Picture Puzzle Fun, Character Gallery, and Computer Fun. So we're not going to play any of these games. Let's go ahead and take a look at the sing-along song, which is Troublesome Trucks, which this is the way I heard this song growing up as a kid. And we have the read-along story, which is The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. Oh, sorry. It's Midnight Ride of Thomas the Tank Engine. It's interesting. Maybe I'll take a look at that after this episode's finished. Anyway, that is the menu tour of the 2006 version of Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Something I find interesting is it says Thomas and Friends up here. It doesn't say Thomas and the Really Brave Engines in a blue bar like it should. Anyway, let's go ahead and transition to the 2014 version of Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Alright everybody, now we're here looking at Thomas and the Really Brave Engines from 2014, and there's virtually no difference. Mr. Hatt here is not telling us what's going on here, it's just the new series music, and here's proof. It is just the new series music, so yeah, as far as I can tell, everything is exactly the same. They didn't really change anything for it. Pick a Story section seems to be the same. Oh, we're missing the Computer Fun section, which was on this shed here. Now we only have 3 buttons instead of 4, so that's something that's different. Let's look at the sing-along song. Same one. Let's look at the read-along story. It is still The Midnight Ride of Thomas the Tank Engine or Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. So, yeah, pretty much nothing has changed. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so back from the close-up, and last time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Places like eBay and such. I bought my copy from, I believe it was Walmart, about a year ago at this point. Probably longer than that. It was back when Avengers Age of Ultron first came out on Blu-ray, so it's what? That was back in, August of 2015? So yeah, it's been about a year now, so you might still be able to find it in stores. I'm not so sure, don't quote me on that, but you might be able to if you look hard enough. Number 2. Is this product still being printed nowadays? You know, I'm kind of indifferent on what I'm going to answer for this question. Because on the one hand, it has been printed recently. But the question is, has it been printed nowadays? I'm going to have to say no to that because I have not seen a recent copy in person. The only one I've seen is that 2-pack version with, Thomas and the Toy Workshop, the one I got at Walmart over a year ago. So I'm going to answer no to that. Number 3, should you pick this product up? This is the last Season 7 release in the US, which is pretty freaking spectacular that we got Season 7 freaking complete. Because this is 2006. Season 7 stopped airing. It was 3 years ago now that the UK had the entire Season 7 air, and we in the US had just gotten, the first Season 7 release of new Friends for Thomas in 2004, and then we had to wait a couple more years, and then we finally get, Percy Saves the Day and Hooray for Thomas, and finally we get Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. This isn't even all of Season 7. We're still missing one episode, and that episode is Thomas and the Avalanche, which is included on Mud, Glorious Mud, which that will come out a couple years from now. So technically, we still don't have all of Season 7. Season 7 was released in such a weird way here in the US. Just thought I'd clear that up. Anyway, do I recommend this or not? As I've stated before, I'm not the biggest fan of Season 7. I think it's a fine season. It's not better than Season 6, in my opinion. I think I've said that before. You all have heard me rant about Season 7. But I don't hate the season, so I'm going to give this a recommend. Plus, it does have a episode featuring my favorite engine, Oliver. And I think that story of Oliver the Snow Engine is probably one of the better Oliver stories, to be honest with you. I don't, however, like Michael Brandon's voice for Oliver. I'm a great Western engine. I shouldn't have to shiver. Yeah, it just doesn't fit the character at all. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answers as number 1, especially if you find it in stores. It's pretty cheap if you find it in stores. And number 5, what price should you pay for the VHS version? These later VHS releases are starting to get more and more rare. You're going to have to pay a little bit more. I'd say for the original VHS copy from 2006, go upwards of about 7, 8, maybe even 10 if you're really into it. But for the DVDs, I would only say go upwards of 5, maybe 6 or 7 for them because they're pretty common. So that's the HMR for Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Our next episode is going to be on Thomas's Halloween Adventures. I know I'm jumping the timeline a little bit. I should really be doing Track Stars after this, and I really should have done Percy Saves the Day and Steamy's versus Diesels a couple episodes back, but I don't own those two. And plus, our next regular episode is going to air on Halloween, so Thomas's Halloween Adventures makes perfect sense. So anyway, I will see you all next time, and as always, good night, everybody.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another supplemental episode here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. And this is our second episode for a Monday. Pretty cool, right? Huh? Double uploading because I have so many supplementals that I just want to get them all out of the way. But this isn't the first time I've double uploaded on a Monday, so I don't know why this is such a big special occasion. I'm going to stop now, so let's go ahead and jump right in to the Thomas and the Really Brave Engines VHS, which is what the supplemental is on. I was unable to show you this back in the original Really Brave Engines HMR because, well, I didn't have this because this VHS is relatively rare. I wouldn't exactly say it's rare. It's uncommon. You hardly ever see these go up on eBay, and when they do, they go for outrageous prices. So that's why I was completely and utterly ecstatic when my friend, Wooden Railway Only, sent me a link to a lot with Percy Saves the Day and Hooray for Thomas, and this all on VHS for about $10. So I was like, heck yeah, I'm jumping on that. Once again, thank you, Wooden Railway Only. I know it's been a couple months since you sent me that link, and I've had this a lot in my possession for a couple months, but hey, thanks again, bro. I appreciate you. So anyway, enough of me rambling. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. As you can see, it's the exact same cover art from the 2006 DVD version as well as the 2015 double pack version. That's right, I do have a specific date for when that double pack was reprinted by Universal, and by that I mean the double pack containing this and Thomas and the Toy Workshop. I don't know if I mentioned a date for it back in the original HMR or in Thomas and the Toy Workshop's HMR, so there's your date right there. It was released in 2015. So as previously stated, it's the exact same front cover. I really like this artwork with Thomas and Gordon and Donald and Douglas outside of Lord Callan's castle on the bottom. I don't know why it says Really Brave Engines and Other Adventures. There's no story called Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. It's just kind of weird to me. I think I mentioned that in the regular HMR as well. On the side, we have a cartoon Thomas. Focus, there we go. Scroll on down. Anchor Bay on the bottom. On the back, Making Tracks to Great Destinations, and if you can see, mine's a little nicked right there, but really it's not in bad shape at all. The case is in almost perfect shape except for this little ding back here, but I can't complain too much. I have the VHS now, so I don't want to sound ungrateful. So we've also got a snapshot from Snow Engine and from, I think that's James and the Queen of Sodor, right? Because it's got James's I'm on drugs face. There's our blurb about what's on the tape. Come on, camera, focus up. There we go, just need a little more light. So there's our blurb, and there's our story stops. Missing our little Thomas on the side here, boo-hoo, that's sad. And we're also missing bonus features because it's a VHS. There are no bonus features to speak of. Slats out slipcover. There's our really simplistic ink label, Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. And yes, this is the last quote-unquote classic series VHS release, because after this comes Track Stars, and Track Stars ain't classic series. And after Track Stars pretty much closes out Thomas's lifespan on VHS, except there was a Tales from the Tracks VHS that was made, but it's extremely hard to find because nobody bought it, and there's less of them on the secondary market, so I doubt I'll ever get that one, so I kind of consider Track Stars to be the last Thomas and Friends VHS release. But I'm pretty sure I mentioned that in my supplemental on Track Stars on VHS a couple of months ago. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that pretty much wraps up our supplemental on Thomas and the Really Brave Engines on VHS. So, once again, I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Thomas and Friends Home Media Reviews. And this review is special because it's a Halloween-themed style of review, you know? That's why it says Halloween edition on your screen right now. Anyway, this review is on Thomas's Halloween Adventures. I mentioned in the last regular episode that, yes, I am jumping the timeline a little bit, but that's because the rest of 2016 is basically just supplemental stuff, and I wanted to bring you all a special Halloween-themed review for Halloween itself. So, here we are on Halloween. We've got this special review for you lovely, awesome fans. So, let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of Thomas's Halloween Adventures. So Thomas's Halloween Adventures was originally released back in 2006 and was released sometime during the Lionsgate era, because that's the copy that I own, and that's where that's from. I'm guessing 2009-ish. I don't have an exact date. It says 2013 on my source, but that's when it was released for digital download, so I'm going to say 2010, 2011, 2012-ish era. It could have been earlier than that, but I'm not really sure. And apparently, it was released again by Universal in 2015. I have not seen that in person, so that kind of baffles me. Couldn't give us a DVD copy of Tenors and Turntables, Better Late Than Never, Thomas Breaks the Rules, or any of that classic stuff, you re-release this. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of Thomas's Halloween Adventures.
Alrighty everyone, here's your spooky look at Thomas's Halloween Adventures. Just trying to keep with the Halloween theme here. So, you could find this in a double feature, and this is the only copy we have to look at. We've already seen this previously in Percy's Ghostly Trick, but we're only looking at the Thomas's Halloween Adventures side this time around. So, we have a squished up version of the Thomas and Emily poster art. Here's a picture of the actual poster art. Boop! Yeah, so it's pretty squished up. We got 2 DVDs on one, which is interesting. We've already seen this as previously stated in Percy's Ghostly Trick. So, Hit Entertainment logo, Thomas's Halloween Adventures is on top. Got a picture of Thomas from the Thomas's Halloween Adventures poster art, and Lionsgate, distributed by Lionsgate. That's interesting. On the back of Thomas's Halloween Adventures, we have a blurb about what's on the disc. We have our DVD features, 11 stories, we have a character gallery, we have a read-along story, The Great Race, foreshadowing, we have 2 sing-along songs, and we have a game, Learn to Count. And there's a picture of Thomas running away from the smelters. So we open this up. It's one of those discs that you have to flip over. That's extremely reflective here. So if you can see that there, side B says Percy's Ghostly Trick. But side A is Thomas's Halloween Adventures. So this side, if you flipped it over like this and put it in the player upside down technically, then that would be Percy's Ghostly Trick. But this side, if you put this side up top, then you'd be watching Halloween Adventures. So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the menu tour of Thomas's Halloween Adventures.
Your other Sodor friends, we can't wait to share the excitement of Thomas's Halloween Adventures with you.
And I can't wait either, sir. Hey guys, welcome to the menu tour for Thomas's Halloween Adventures. So, we start off here. It's a different style of menu, or actually it's not a different style, it's that classic style of menu with Thomas and Mr. Hat standing there, but they added some spider webs, because, you know, Halloween, spiders, spooky, scary spiders, stuff like that. So, you've got Thomas's Halloween Adventures in the blue bar up there. So, we've got our signals, play all stories, pick a story, learn to count, character gallery, sing-along songs, read-along story. So, let's go ahead and transition to pick a story. So, we've got Scaredy Engines, Haunted Henry, Thomas Gets Tricked for some reason, because that's a spooky tale, Thomas Percy and the Dragon, Diesel's Devilish Deed, which is retitled from Diesel's Devious Deed. They've renamed it the Devilish Deed, which is kind of satanic. We've got Percy's Ghostly Trick, Toby's Discovery, Gordon and the Gremlin, The Fogman. I guess you could make a case for that. And we have A Bad Day at Castle Lock and Percy and the Haunted Mine. So the Fogman, Gordon and the Gremlin, and Thomas Gets Tricked make no sense to be on this release. They aren't scary. They aren't like Halloween-based episodes. So we have Learn to Count, which is a game. We're not going to take a look at that. Character Gallery. Let's see if they changed it. Oh, hey, they did. So let's listen to what Sir Topham Hatt is telling us.
Use your arrow buttons on your remote control to pick your favorite character and press the enter button to begin.
Whose favorite character is Fergus? So, I guess you click the character and you choose, you know what, just because I said something bad about you, Fergus, let's choose you.
Fergus is a traction engine who works at the cement works. Working around all that dust has given Fergus a chronic cough, but he's still extremely reliable and always plays by the rules.
Do it right. So, yeah. Interesting character gallery setup. Ooh, there's an arrow key. There's more characters. Skarloey, Gordon, James, Arthur. Let's hear what he has to say about Arthur.
Arthur is a big new tank engine whose job it is to shunt trucks and pull freight. He's as excited to work for me as he is proud of his famous spotless record. Only time will tell if that record will stay as spotless as Arthur would like.
Yeah, that didn't last very long. But that's a cool way to set up the character gallery. I like that. They added some new characters and everything. I'm pretty sure everyone else's character bios are exactly the same, but I like that they added some new characters to it, like Arthur, Skarloey, Fergus, Duncan, Rusty, those engines. So, what are our sing-along songs, you may ask? Boo Boo Choo Choo and Engine Roll Call. Engine Roll Call makes no sense. Boo Boo Choo Choo does make sense. So, our read-along story is The Great Race. I'm pretty sure we've seen this on a previous release. I don't remember which one, though, but I know we've seen this previously. But is it foreshadowing? Who knows? So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the menu tour of Thomas's Halloween adventures. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so back from the close-up and last time, answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Basically, every other answer I've given on the show ever. eBay, you might be able to find the 2015 copy in stores. Check your Walmarts, actually. I've noticed that my Walmarts, there have been some Track Stars later printings showing up in my like $5 DVD bins. You might want to check there. They might be there somewhere. I know this isn't Track Stars' HMR, but I've seen them there, and I do plan on picking some up at some point. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? Again, another tough one. I had a tough time answering this back with Thomas and the Really Brave engines. So, like with that, I'm gonna say no. Number 3, should you pick this product up? Well, this product is basically a hodgepodge. You really think about it, this is just a bunch of stories that were thrown together to make a Halloween-themed release. That's not always a bad thing, you know. We get classic stuff like Thomas Comes to Breakfast or Thomas's Friends Help Out. Stuff like that that are hodgepodges, but actually are classic, in a sense. This release, to me, is just kind of forgettable. I mean, there are some good episodes on it. Scaredy Engines comes to mind. Haunted Henry, Percy and the Haunted Mine, Thomas Percy and the Dragon. All are very, I wouldn't say scary episodes, but they fit the theme of this release. But episodes like Thomas Gets Tricked and Diesel's Devilish Deed, yeah, they changed the title for that, just because they could. Those episodes make zero sense to be on here. I mean, they're not scary. They're not themed for Halloween. All of the other ones sort of make sense, especially Scaredy Engines, because that one actually takes place during Halloween. The episode I'm most shocked isn't on this is the episode titled Halloween. It was on Thomas's Sodor Celebration. I think it's like a season 8, season 9 era episode. I'm actually shocked that that episode wasn't on this, because that actually takes place during Halloween and is named Halloween, and is actually a pretty scary episode. I'm going to say this right now. I was kind of freaked out by that as a kid, you know, with Ari and Bert doing the ooh, stuff like that. That freaked me out as a kid because, I don't know, I guess I thought Ari and Bert were good villains, which they're not. They got their balls chopped off, but that's a discussion for another time. Anyway, I can't say that I recommend this because I don't. It's pretty forgettable, honestly. It's not a bad release, but it's not one that you absolutely have to have. I'm sad to say for the special Halloween review that I'm not recommending the product that we're reviewing, but hey, I guess you all thought I was gonna recommend it just because it's for Halloween. No, I don't think you should get this. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answer as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Well, if you didn't listen to my recommendation, I'd say probably around $5 or $6 for this would be worth it. If it's an original printed by Anchor Bay back in 2006, I'd go upwards of around 10 for that. But if it's a reprint, don't go over $5 for it. So that's the review for Thomas's Halloween Adventures. It's got a little negative during the recommendation section. I've never gotten that negative on a product to this point on the show. Rest assured, when we get to the CGI era, I'll be pretty harsh. And these next few episodes coming up here in 2017, I'll be a bit critical of them because they are newer series releases, so I will be very critical of those as well. So anyway, our next regular episode is airing in December, and that is on the Holiday Favorites box set. Thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody.
Well, hello there, everyone. Welcome back to a surprise supplemental for Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. I know, right? It's weird seeing a Home Media Reviews in your sub box on a Tuesday, but there's a good reason for that. If you didn't already know, because you haven't looked at your calendar, this Tuesday is Halloween, which is the day that I am releasing this on. And if you also had no idea, Universal brought back Thomas's Halloween Adventures for the 2017 Halloween season. So I made the choice to put more work on myself and create an all-new HMR that wasn't planned at all for this year. So as previously stated, the supplemental is on Thomas's Halloween Adventures from 2017. If you recall, last year we took a look at this copy of Thomas's Halloween Adventures, which is from 2010, which is in a double feature with Percy's Ghostly Trick. Just a little recap there. It's on one of those discs that you had to flip over. So, we don't need that anymore. We'll be taking a look at the 2017 reprinted version of Thomas's Halloween Adventures, which features full poster art. Woo! We don't have to look at the weird, half poster art that was on this. No, we get full poster art this year. So, Thomas & Friends, there's some spider webs up there to add some spooky atmosphere. Thomas's Halloween Adventures. Thomas there on the front with Emily behind him looking very spooked. And I think that's from Percy's Ghostly Trick, that screenshot at the bottom where he's puffing along the line and hits the cart and turns white. I really like the orange around it. It's more, eye-catching, you could say, than this orange, which is like a dull orange. This is like bright and in your face, and I really like it. On the side, we have our hit logo, which wouldn't be there if this was the 2006 original version. Thomas & Friends, Thomas Halloween Adventures, Portrait of Thomas DVD, and Universal. That's how you know that this is the 2017 reprinted version. Making tracks to great destinations. Thomas outside of the smelter's yard. There's Henry from Haunted Henry. Your blurb about what's on the disc. Bonus features, story stops. We open this up. There was no insert, but it is that relatively kind of hard plastic. It's not an eco case, but it's still kind of flimsy. And your disc. So yes, they have changed up the disc yet again. It's that uniform gray reflective Universal disc that I'm really not too big of a fan of, but at least they all look the same. So I will not be doing a menu tour on this version of Thomas's Halloween Adventures because it's the exact same menu as the one from last year. So if you want to see what the menu for this looks like, go and check out last year's HMR for Thomas's Halloween Adventures. So with all that being said, that wraps up this supplemental. A very, very short one, presumably, but, it's an extra one. So be grateful, I guess. I want to thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody, and have a very happy Halloween. Hey everybody, welcome to a very special supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews, and happy Halloween, because today's Halloween, the day I'm uploading this, so happy Halloween everybody out there. Today we're taking a look at the 2018 reprint of Thomas's Halloween Adventures. So, without further ado, let's lift it up here and we'll take a look at it. Glow-in-the-Dark Art Series, basically Universal re-released a bunch of their titles, not Thomas titles like Blockbuster Films and such, with this glow-in-the-dark art series brand on it with glow-in-the-dark slipcovers. I have seen them at Walmart. I saw them mostly in September, some of them in October, but mostly in September. And they're all very similar to this. So this is part of the glow-in-the-dark art series. Thomas and Friends logo with some spider webs next to it, Thomas's Halloween Adventures, and a CGI Thomas right there on the front with a little sticker there saying limited edition glow-in-the-dark art. I kind of like this poster, or this new slipcover artwork. It's simple, and the glow-in-the-dark feature actually works fairly well. It looks fine. Not all that great, but it looks kind of good, I guess. There's the Universal logo, portrait of Thomas from the front, more spider webs, Thomas Friends logo, Thomas's Halloween Adventures. I love how the logo kind of glows on the side. It's really insinuated by the natural light behind me, but it really looks like it's glowing on the side there, with the DVD logo down at the bottom with the product number over top of it. On the back, Thomas and Friends logo again, making treks to great destinations. It keeps the classic art style, just with new color scheme to it. Over here, there was a giant barcode sticker that was just a huge eyesore, so I tore that off, but it left sticky residue, and I hate it when Blu-rays and such leave sticky residue on the cases, so that's why you see like stuff stuck to the back of it. I don't know how to get that off. If anyone knows how to get that off, then that would be most appreciated. Oh, that's gross. Making tracks to great destinations again. The same screenshots from the OG Halloween Adventures release. I assume it's the same blurb. I haven't read it. Same bonus features and same story stops with copyright information down at the bottom with a link to the Thomas Friends website. And if we pull off the slip cover, what's underneath? Oh, look at that. It's literally just the same reprint of Thomas's Halloween Adventures from back in 2017. There's a better look at the spine. If you take a look inside, it's the same disc from then as well. And to prove to you that it's the same, and this isn't just me pulling a prank on you, here's my Thomas's Halloween Adventures from last year that I picked up new in store. There aren't even any changes to how the orange looks. It's literally the exact same. Back is exactly the same. And here's the 2017 one. And then the 2018 one. Just the exact same. And funny enough, this is the first new physical media product for 2018. Yeah, this was released at the first part of September. This is the first new thing, and it's a reprint. So, great. As stated previously, this is the first physical media release for Thomas and Friends for 2018 because Big World Big Adventures isn't getting a physical media release, which I'm kind of excited for, but also kind of sad because, like, it's only airing on Nick Jr. I think it's only airing twice in the year. Maybe 3 times, I'm not sure. I know it's airing at least once, but it's only airing on TV. Not everybody has cable. Mattel is basically excluding a part of their core audience by not releasing a physical media copy of Big World Big Adventures. I don't like Big World Big Adventures. Granted, I have not watched the full movie yet, but I don't like the concept. But I would still like a copy to have in my collection, because now my collection just feels incomplete because I don't have all the specials. But that's no fault of my own. That's the fault of the idiotic company that just continually makes stupid choices that will one day be the end of their company. But anyway, we're not going to have a menu tour for Halloween Adventures 2018 because it's the exact same menu, exact same disc from 2017, meaning it will have the exact same master from 2017, so we don't need to have a menu tour for it because it's exactly the same. You want to see a menu tour? Go back to last year's Halloween Adventure supplemental. I'm pretty sure I did a menu tour back there. If I didn't, go back to the original Halloween Adventures episode. There's a menu tour there. I guarantee it. So that brings this supplemental to a close. I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys have a happy Halloween. Please don't die out there tonight. If you are going trick-or-treating, be safe, and good night, everybody. Woo! Did I scare you? Huh? I bet I did. Hello everyone, welcome back to another supplemental here on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. Happy Halloween, everybody! It's another supplemental on Thomas's Halloween Adventures. This is not about the latest copy that is sitting on your store shelves right now, because Universal just keeps bringing this release back every single year, because there is no cool release. There isn't, oh, I don't know, a glow-in-the-dark slipcover? Perhaps? Nope, none of that. In fact, your standard copy that you'll find on your store shelves looks a hell of a lot like this. This was from, like, a few years ago. Back in, like, 2019, maybe? 2020? It's not even in a double feature, like this one is, with Percy's Ghostly Trick, which actually makes sense, because Percy's Ghostly Trick is actually more Halloween-y than this one is. So, yeah, your standard release, as I said, that is on store shelves now, looks like this one. Hidden Entertainment logo, Universal logo, all that good stuff. You also may notice that we are not filming this video during the daytime. I figured since this is a Halloween spectacular or spooktacular, I figured it'd be fun to switch up the scenery a bit. So it's nighttime with the flashlight on my phone on. So this probably doesn't look as good as it probably could. Enough with the setup. Let's move right along to the item we're going to be discussing today. This is indeed a copy of Thomas's Halloween Adventures, but it is not a copy that we have shown on the show up until this point. This copy of Thomas's Halloween Adventures looks suspiciously like the one that's on store shelves now, right? I mean, the poster art is exactly the same. Nothing has been changed. It's got the cobwebs up there in the corners, the orange background. I do like this poster. I don't like this release very much, but the poster itself is really nice. The differences come when we take a look at the spine. Cartoon Thomas up there at the top, the DVD logo, Thomas & Friends logo, Halloween Adventures, Anchor Bay logo down there at the bottom. The back is also just a little bit changed because it's got the Anchor Bay logo down here at the bottom and all that. This is an original print of Thomas's Halloween Adventures on DVD. I don't remember what year this came out. I probably should have done my research on that before filming the supplemental. Apologies. You guys know what year this came out because you guys remember this information more than I ever could. For comparison's sake, however, here are the backs of the most recent reprint is on your left, and then the OG print is on your right. Pretty much the only thing that's been changed is this new link to the Thomas & Friends website, hit logo from this one down here. And if we pop the original open here, ooh, it's got a pamphlet. We'll be looking at that later on. There's your disc, squished up version of the poster art, and it looks really good. Let's take a look at this pamphlet here. So on the front, we've got our poster art. Open it up. Celebrate Halloween on the island of Sodor. We've got our main menu blurb here. The cobwebs on the sides. Your pick a story section. Ooh, and it lists all your stories too. How convenient. Learn to count. I think that's a game. So you can test your counting knowledge if you're failing in math, which I kind of did last semester. The Great Race, which is a read-along. That's not the Great Race from from 2016. It's a different great race. Thomas and Birdie. Sing-along station. You've got 2 songs here. I don't know why they count the roll call as a sing-along song. It's on every release from this era. And then the character gallery, which is pretty standard on every release of this era. I always thought it was weird, though, how they only included Rusty and Duncan on the character galleries and none of the other narrow gauge characters. Like, why Rusty and why Duncan? That doesn't make sense to me. And the back features this classic photo here of all of these Thomas and Friends releases, and you'll notice that we are now in the era where DVD has taken over, because now the little oval says also available on VHS. It no longer says also available on DVD. VHS is now in the minority. I find that interesting. We've also got a little advert here for Thomas Books, so that's cool. Random House children's books, and then another link to the Thomas and Friends website. These pamphlets are simplistic. They're basically repeats of information that is included on the actual case, but they're a nice little thing that get thrown in, and they make these releases more of a collector's item on the aftermarket. And I would just like to say, before we move on, thicker plastic. This actually feels like a legitimate release in my hands, as opposed to this flimsy piece of junk. Would you look at all those Halloween adventures right next to each other? 4 brothers returned home. It's almost like Penguins of Madagascar or some other thing with 4 brothers in it. Can you tell it's late when I'm recording this? Because I'm literally just talking off the wall here. Anywho, we're going to jump right into the menu tour for the original Thomas's Halloween Adventures, because I don't remember if the menu has been changed or not. Alright folks, here we are for a menu tour of Thomas's Halloween Adventures. I am not going to hold up the case and show you that the disc is in the player because it is too dark in here to show that. It wouldn't even show up on camera, let me be honest with you. So as I mentioned earlier, I don't remember if the menu has been changed or not, so we're going to rapid fire through this because we basically already saw the menu on the pamphlet. So we have Play All Stories, Pick a Story here. Our classic Halloween stories like Scaredy Engines, Haunted Henry, and apparently Thomas Gets Tricked, because I guess that's a Halloween story. Thomas Percy and the Dragon makes sense, though. We've got Diesel's Devilish Deed, Percy's Ghostly Trick, Toby's Discovery, Gordon and the Gremlin, The Fogmen, Bad Day at Castle Lock, and Percy at the Haunted Mine. I'm going to refrain from talking about how half of these stories don't make any sense for being on this release, because I've already talked about that in previous episodes of this very show. So Learn to Count, that is a game. Character Gallery, we don't need to look at that. We already saw that in the pamphlet. Take a look at the sing-along songs menu here. There's our 2 sing-along songs. Again, I don't see the reason why they include Engine Roll Call. It's on every release, or at least it was in this day and age. And then the read-along story menu. So short menu tour, short supplemental, because basically everything on this release we have seen on previous releases, but I wanted to make a fun little Halloween video here for you guys. I thought it would be spooky and fun to take another look at the classic release of Thomas's Halloween Adventures, and now it's playing because autoplay is a thing apparently, and I don't like it. Much like this release, I don't care much for this release. Come Halloween, which is today, the day I'm uploading this video, I will be watching Percy's Ghostly Trick because that is the true Halloween release. Anyway guys, thank you so much for watching the supplemental on Thomas's Halloween Adventures. I appreciate every single one of you. Have a lovely and safe Halloween. I will see you all next time. Good night everybody.
Hello everybody, this is Lego Lover 117, just making a little announcement before this episode of HMR starts. I've had this HMR complete for a couple months now, and when I had it complete, I had no idea that I was going to hit 1,000 subscribers before I uploaded this HMR. So I'm going to insert this little audio bit before the episode actually starts to say, thank you everybody for 1,000 subscribers. Honestly, when I created this channel 4 years ago, if you had told me I would get 1,000 subscribers, I would have said that is amazing, because I was a really self-centered kid when I was younger, and that's the whole reason I stopped doing Lego reviews and stuff like that, because I wanted all the fame and fortune right then and there. And having to wait for it, it really taught me a valuable lesson in patience. And you just got to be patient, guys, because one day this fame and this quote unquote fortune might fall upon you as well, like it did on me. So thank you, everybody, for 1,000 subscribers. You all are the best group of fans that I could ever ask for. You're beautiful, you're wonderful, and I don't want to waste any more of your time. I know you came here for the HMR on the Holiday Favorites box set, so I will go into more detail about thanking you and go on a big gushing spree in my end of 2016 live stream, which I'll be doing pretty soon. So keep your eyes out for that, and please enjoy the last HMR for 2016. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. Welcome to this special Christmas-themed Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews episode. This review is on the Holiday Favorites box set. You guys feeling festive? I'm feeling pretty festive. Holiday season is in the air. Just a fun time all around. It really is. Getting happy to get out of the supplemental range. So anyway, let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into the history section of the Holiday Favorites DVD box set. So this box set possibly has the briefest history that we've ever seen on this show to this day. This box set was released once in 2011. That's it. It's the only time you could get it, technically, I guess. I bought my copy on Amazon last year for Christmas as a little gift to myself. So you can still get it. It's just not being printed nowadays. Oops, I spoiled that question. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into the close-up section of the Holiday Favorites DVD box set.
Alrighty, everyone. Here's your close-up look at the Holiday Favorites 3 DVD gift set. So, let's go ahead and take a look at it here. We got, what I just said, the 3 DVD gift set up here on the top, Thomas & Friends, Holiday Favorites, nice picture of Nitrogen era CGI Thomas, and down here it says includes 3 DVDs. We have Ultimate Christmas, Merry Winter Wish, and the Holiday Express. On the side, the Hit Entertainment logo, scroll on down here, Holiday Favorites, distributed by Lionsgate. This is a very thick case here, in case you're wondering. That's why the Lionsgate logo is so fat, and why the CGI Thomas is so fat in the bottom here. And on the back we have blurbs for each of the releases here. None of them list the story stops or anything or the bonus content, so we don't have anything to read down there. And on the bottom we have your tech specs and copyright information and such. Open this up. Here's the Ultimate Christmas DVD. Now you're probably thinking, wait a minute, Lego lover, where are the other ones? Holiday Express and Merry Winter Wish. You see, what they've done here is they have triple stacked your discs. And personally, I'm not too big of a fan of triple stacking or just stacking in general. A lot of my Blu-rays have double stacked their discs. One that comes to mind is Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. They did this exact same thing. And I'm not too big of a fan of that because it takes a little more time for you to get to the actual disc that you want. And I guess it's not too big of an issue for this because the only one here that I'll ever watch a second time is Ultimate Christmas. Or maybe I'll watch the other two a second time this holiday season because, well, I haven't watched them since last Christmas. When didn't I pick this up from Amazon? So anyway, let's go ahead and jump right into our menu tour for all 3 of these releases. What? Whoa! Hey, that's right, the close-up's not over yet. We have one more copy of Ultimate Christmas to look at. And this is one I picked up recently, here in December of 2016. I bought this at Walmart on a Black Friday deal. It was like $2 or something, so I was like, sweet, I'm gonna pick it up, and I'm just gonna throw it into this holiday favorites box set HMR, because, well, we're kind of covering 3 releases in this HMR, so I thought it'd be wrong to skip over the standard DVD copy of Ultimate Christmas. So let's take a look at it. Limited holiday edition, printed up there at the top. Thomas and Friends with the wreath around. Big cartoon Thomas. Ultimate Christmas, again with the wreath around Thomas there. On the side, we have our hit logo. Scroll on down, Ultimate Christmas. Cartoon Thomas in a portrait. Lionsgate. So this is a 2011 or so print. This is the exact same disc that you can find in the Holiday Favorites box set. And on the back, we got Ultimate Christmas. Our blurb about what's on the disc and such. If it'll focus, come on there. There you go. There's the Ultimate Christmas thing again because it wasn't in focus. There's a screenshot from Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure. Screenshot from, I think it's only snow, or maybe it's just snow. I think that's from just snow. Our bonus features, 9 fun-filled stories, 2 sing-along songs, 4 games, a read-along story, and more. We open this up. There is our disc. As I stated previously, it's the exact same disc as in the Holiday Favorites box set. So there's no need to do a menu tour for this version, but we are doing a menu tour for the version that comes in the Holiday Favorites set. So now, let's go ahead and jump right into that menu tour. Alrighty everybody, here we are at our menu tour for our first out of 3 releases. This is the Ultimate Christmas DVD, as you can see on your screen right now. So we have a nice menu set up here. The thing I found interesting about this is when I pop this in the player, it's been a while since I've actually watched this, so it was interesting to me to see that this had a Day of the Diesels trailer on it, which makes sense because this was released in 2011, or reprinted in 2011, however. So it makes sense to put that trailer on there because Day of the Diesels had come out in that year. So anyway, let's go ahead and transition into the Pick a Story menu. We have Snow, Thomas's Christmas Party, Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree. We have Terrence the Tractor. We have Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure, Special Funnel, It's Only Snow, Jack Frost, and Toby Had a Little Lamb. So those are your 9 stories that are included here. Take a look at the sing-along songs. We have the Snow Song, and we have Winter Wonderland. Both are really good songs. Let's take a look at the read-along story here. It is Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree. Now, that's pretty interesting. Let's just take a look at the character guide. Let's see if they changed it for make it a Christmas-themed thing. Oh, they did. They changed the background. We now have snow on the shed and in the background and such. And we have a little wreath on the menu. And Thomas is wearing a Santa hat. Isn't that nice? Let's see. Did they change any of the other engines to put Santa hats on them too? Yep. There's James with a Santa hat. I'm pretty sure whoever comes next is going to have a Santa hat too. Percy with a Santa hat. I'm just going to assume everybody has a Santa hat because I don't have time to go through them all. So, we have a lot of games over here. We have Sodor's Special Deliveries, Percy's Order Fun, Match the Snowflake, Decorate a Christmas Tree, and a Connect the Dots Christmas game. So I'm interested to do the Connect the Dots thing, because who didn't like Connect the Dots growing up as a kid? So, let's take a look at it here.
Sir Topham Hatt has sent me out to pick up all the things we'll need to decorate the roundhouse for the Christmas party. Can you help me figure out what I'm carrying in each of my troublesome trucks? It will take a lot of work, but I know you can do it. Here comes the first one. Are you ready?
Alright, let's do this.
Connect the dots in order to complete the special decoration this troublesome truck has on board. This is one of the most important decorations, so start on number 1 and use the direction buttons on your controller to move from number to number.
Don't you love how they call it a controller, not a remote? But anyway, let's do this. 1.
Oh no, let's try again.
Wait, what? Am I supposed to, like... Oh, okay. So I'm supposed to move along here. I was about to say, am I supposed to start with 1? I'm not stupid. I know what comes after 1. So we go to 3, 4, 5...
Great work! That was such a huge help, and all my friends will love this green Christmas tree. But we can't stop yet. There's much more to...
I think we can. So that's kind of a fun kind of game, I guess. It's pretty interesting. Let's do one more game here. Let's do Sodor's Special Deliveries, just because the title sounds interesting. Let's do it.
Here on the island of Sodor, the engines love to receive holiday greetings in the mail. It makes the holidays even more special. Oh, and it looks like you've got mail now.
Oh, that terrible video quality.
You want to read first by clicking on that engine or island friend.
Oh, so it's like kind of like a character gallery, I guess, sort of thing, except with just certain engines. That's pretty cool. Let's choose somebody. Let's do Gordon. I like Gordon.
Happy holidays. I'm Gordon, the fastest and most powerful engine of all. I'm both very important and very useful, and I like it that way. Look for me helping out around the island all winter long.
Okay, so it's like the engines do like a Christmas card thing where they like write a Christmas card to you, the person watching this. So, what do they do for the Scots? Let's click them and see what they do.
Happy holidays! Donald and Douglas here. We're good at playing jokes, but are helpful too. Like when Thomas got stuck in the snow and we found him. We were rewarded by getting to enjoy the Christmas carolers. Hooray for us!
That's actually a really nice feature. I like that. So let's go ahead and transition back to our main menu here. I kind of want to do another game, but I don't want to spend too much time on this release. Let's do Percy's Order Fun, just because. And then we'll transition to another menu tour.
Hi, it's Percy here. Welcome to my Order Fun game. Are you ready to help me arrange some holiday scenes in the correct order? To play, you'll see 4 scenes and we'll need to decide in what order they should be placed. Use your right and left arrow buttons on your controller and click on the scene that should go first, second, third, and last. Let's begin.
Let's begin, why don't we?
To get in the festive spirit, the first thing we'd like to do is decorate the sheds, and boy, will it be fun! Look closely at the pictures and choose the picture that comes first.
So we have to choose which one comes first, so I'm going to say this one with no decorations.
Wow, you're right! The snow hasn't even fallen yet.
Thanks, Percy. I knew I was right.
What can...
We're going to finish this up pretty quick here.
Of course that comes next. You're so smart.
Thanks, Percy.
Correct. Garland was added to the sheds.
Indeed.
The shed is ready. Now we need to get the tree.
That's wonderful. That's actually
Thomas just picked up the Christmas tree and...
Okay, we're not going to do the rest of that. But that's actually a pretty interesting game. I like that. That's nice. But anyway, we're not going to do the other 2 games because I'm already stretched for time here. So let's go ahead and transition into our second menu tour for Holiday Express. Alright everyone, here we are at our menu tour for Holiday Express. So this menu is in the style of the newer CGI era menus and such, which makes sense because I believe Holiday Express was released around the same time as things like Hero of the Rails, Missy Island Rescue, stuff like that. Probably around 2009, 2010-ish. I didn't look at the exact date for it, but that's just my assumption, I suppose. Oh, it's playing. We're gonna get copyrighted. It's actually not a joke. The past couple regular episodes of HMR have been copyrighted by HIT just because I showed footage that was muted. It makes no sense to me. But anyway, let's go ahead and transition to the episode selection before it starts playing on us again. We have Thomas and Percy's Christmas Adventure, What? Does that mean it's the UK version? No, it doesn't. That doesn't mean it at all. It actually just means that it's the UK title with the Mountain Adventure put in there. We also have Snow Engine, Henry's Lucky Day, Thomas's Frosty Friend, Thomas, Emily, and the Snow Plow, and Don't Tell Thomas. These 4 stories here you can already get on other releases. This is on a multitude of them. Snow Engine is on Thomas and the Really Brave Engines. Thomas, Emily, and the Snowplow is on Track Stars. And then Don't Tell Thomas is on Thomas's Sodor Celebration. Frosty Friend and Henry's Lucky Day, I have no idea where those came from. They were probably just afterthoughts. But we have language selection. That's a new tab. We have English, Espanol, Franciscans. I think that's how you pronounce that. Basically English, Spanish, and French. And last, but certainly not least, we have our bonus features tab. We have a game, which is Sodor Sounds, and we have a second game, Cargo Challenge. We're not going to play either of those because I don't feel like it. We also have a tab to view trailers, which I guess that's cool. Anyway, that's the menu tour for Holiday Express. Let's go ahead and move on to our final menu tour here for Merry Winter Wish. Alright everyone, here we have our menu tour for Merry Winter Wish. Obviously this is in that newer style of menu like I mentioned with Holiday Express here. With the newer CGI era stuff, they basically all use the same menu layout. We just have your back image, 4 options down either on the bottom of your screen or on the side. It's not lazy per se, it's just not ideal. Anyway, we have play, let's look at episode selection. We have Merry Winter Wish, Thomas and the Snowman Party, Henry's Magic Box, and Merry Misty Island. We also have language selection. We have English, Spanish, and French, like last time. And we also have a little tab right down there to play the video, if we want to play it from there, which I don't know why you just play it from the main menu, but I digress there. Here we have one bonus feature. It's a game. You can play Top Hat's Frosty Friend, and that's it. You can also view the trailers, which I have something to talk about with the trailer. While I was loading this up and getting everything set up to do the menu tour and all, this has a Misty Island Rescue trailer on it, which, gotta be honest, the Misty Island Rescue trailer isn't actually as bad as the movie. I'd say it's actually better than the movie itself. But that was actually interesting because that means that Merry Winter Wish came out in 2010 because that's when Misty Island Rescue came out. Anyway, that wraps up our menu tours for all of these releases. Let's go ahead and head on back and answer the 5 main questions as always.
Alright, so we're back from the close-up. Now it's time to answer the 5 main questions as always. Number 1, where can you pick this product up? Well, like I said in the history section, Amazon is your best bet. I'd look to see if it's in stock or not. If it is, then yeah, that's your best place to get it. You're not going to find this in stores, I'm going to tell you that right now. Number 2, is this product still being printed nowadays? I spoiled this in the history section. No, it is not, in case you're wondering. This was printed in 2011. I mean, it's 5 years old now. Do you really think it's still going to be printed nowadays? It wasn't that popular then. It's not that popular now. Number 3, should you pick this product up? I really hate to get negative for a Christmas-themed review, but the only release in this that I actually like is Ultimate Christmas, because it combines the 2 Thomas and Friends Christmas-themed releases from the later years onto one disc and actually makes it affordable for you to get both. The other 2 releases, Holiday Express and Merry Winter Wish, Holiday Express is generic, right? It reminds me a lot of Thomas's Halloween Adventures. You know, when we reviewed that back in Halloween, it's like that. It's forgettable. It reuses a lot of episodes, and not a lot of them are good. It's bland and forgettable. And Merry Winter Wish is just awful. All right, this is the CGI era. This is seasons 13 through 16. I don't know what season the episodes are from. I didn't bother to look it up, but it's terrible. All right, I don't ever plan on watching that again. Holiday Express I might watch again if I get bored, and the Ultimate Christmas I will most definitely watch again, because that's the best Thomas Christmas release ever. Unfortunately, 2 out of the 3 releases that are included here I don't like. I'm gonna have to say I don't recommend that you get this. Unless you really want more Thomas Christmas themed items in your collection, then sure, track it down. Try and find it. Number 4, where should you pick this product up? Same answer as number 1. And number 5, what price should you pay? Completely ignored my recommendation for number 3, but hey, I'll still give you a price. Don't go over $5. I think I went a little over when I bought it. I think it was $8 on Amazon, but I had Prime shipping. So I wouldn't say go over 5. If you find it at 8, that's a little pushing it, but hey, it's still fine. But 5 for 3 DVDs is a steal in any way. You find it for 5 and you really want it and you completely ignored my recommendation, then yeah, by all means, go for it. It's your money, you do what you want with it. So that is my review for the Holiday Favorites DVD box set. I like the packaging on this. I like Ultimate Christmas. That's about it, really. The other releases are generic, but hey, it's a Christmas-themed review. I owned 0 Christmas DVDs previous to this. Well, actually, that's a lie. I own the Christmas Engines, and I own Thomas's Christmas Carol, so I guess you could say I own some Christmas DVDs prior to it, but I didn't own any classic series Christmas DVDs. But now, I do. So anyway, that rounds out HMR for 2016, guys. It's been a pretty productive year. I'd say this was the biggest year for HMR. I finally started, making these in advance. I actually, I set a date for them to be uploaded every single week. It's worked out so far. So let me go ahead and give you all a layout for what's coming in 2017 for HMR. Basically, we're getting into the newer series, seasons 8 through 11. I don't know if I have any 10 or 11 releases, to be honest with you. Probably don't. This is the point in the show where I'm going to be skipping around a lot because I don't own every single release from this era. In fact, I own nothing from season 12, as far as I know. So I'm going to be jumping around a lot, but rest assured, whenever I get those releases like Carnival Capers comes to mind, all of season 12, High Speed Adventures, Team Up with Thomas, Percy and the Bandstand, all that stuff. When I eventually pick those up, I will go back and stop everything and review those and then jump right back into the regular timeline. Don't hark on me in the comments if I jump around. It's because I don't own that release. I did this very same thing with Steamies versus Diesels and Percy Saves the Day this past year. And basically, 2017 is going to kick off with a supplemental episode. Hey, you thought I was done. I had one more up my sleeve. I forgot about my It's Great to Be in Engine VHS that Mr. Train King James sent to me a couple of months ago. I gotta cover that on the show because that's an episode we've done already, so I gotta cover that. But after that is when the regular episodes finally resume with Track Stars. And I believe that supplemental episode is airing on January the 9th. Mark your calendars because in, 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, is when HMR comes back in 2017. So, thank you all for watching this past year of HMR. Thank you all for watching this Christmas-themed review for the Holiday Favorites box set. As always, good night, everybody, and I'll see you in 2017.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back to another holiday edition of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. I apologize again if I don't sound very enthusiastic throughout this. I have a cold currently. I have really bad allergies whenever it comes to winter, and my apologies, but my voice is kind of going, but also coming back at the same time. But anyway, as I announced last week on the Thomas's Christmas Party super special supplemental that no one knew was coming. I said that there would be another supplemental, and there is another supplemental. And yeah, there is another supplemental. It's on Holiday Express, and this is a supplemental to the Holiday Favorites DVD box set HMR that we did last year to end off the year. I'm doing it as a supplemental because the Holiday Favorites DVD box set HMR was kind of like 3 HMRs in one. If you notice, I didn't cover Ultimate Christmas by itself, I didn't cover the Holiday Express by itself, and I didn't cover Merry Winter Wish by itself. And that's because I covered them all here in this set. So I kind of knocked out 3 HMRs with one. But now we're doing a supplemental to showcase Holiday Express just by itself. Eventually, when I pick up Merry Winter Wish, which I more than likely will, I'll be doing another supplemental to showcase that just by itself. And I showcased Ultimate Christmas by itself in the Holiday Favorites HMR way back in 2016. So if you want to see what that looks like, then you can check out that HMR. But for now, we're going to take a look at what Holiday Express looks like by itself. I'll give you a quick recap of Holiday Express's history before we get started. Holiday Express was originally released on November 3rd in 2009, and it was reprinted in October of 2010, and it was reprinted again in October of 2014. It was also reprinted in October/November of 2017 because Universal has brought back Holiday Express. So Universal's bringing back a lot of Christmas-themed releases. So we're going to go ahead and move the Holiday Favorites box set off of the set here, and we're just going to take a look at Holiday Express. So Thomas & Friends logo, Holiday Express Classic Storytime Collection. I really like this banner that they have for it. It's really nice and really professional looking. There's Thomas on the front with some garland on him that's so obviously just CGI'd onto him, but it still looks kind of nice. He's also covered in snow, and he's pulling some freight cars full of presents. He's also right outside of a snow-covered station, and there's snow all over this poster art. So overall, the poster art is really nice. The release itself kind of sucks. Hit Entertainment logo on the side, Thomas and Friends Holiday Express, portrait of Thomas down there with the DVD logo and the Universal logo. On the back, Thomas Friends logo again, a holiday special with trainloads of fun right next to your UPC code. Your blurb about what's on the disc with Thomas and James right there, looking kind of awkward. You can barely see the rails on the snow, so it just looks like they're just sitting on the snow from an untrained eye. Bonus features include Sodor Sounds, which is a game, and the Cargo Challenge game. Link to the Thomas & Friends website with tech specs and stuff down at the bottom. Open it up. There's what your disc looks like. You've already seen this disc if you watched my unboxing video on the Thomas's Holiday Collection, which was a super special 6 DVD release for the holiday season. I did an unboxing on that a few weeks ago. If you want to check that out, link will be in the description. But yeah, it's that normal reflective gray look. I would have liked it better if they would have done a sort of red uniform like they do with a lot of the mainstream Christmas releases, like they did with Christmas on Sodor or Tinsel on the Tracks. I also find it kind of hilarious that Holiday Express barely shows up on here, and you can only see story time. That's all you can see. You can't see the rest of collection or classic. It's all just gone. So that was not a good disc job by Universal. And just to jog your memory about what the actual Holiday Express disc looks like when it was originally released, here's what that looks like. We took a look at this last year. We did a menu tour on it and all that last year for that extra special HMR that was so epically amazing, and I ended up not recommending it. So that, everyone, pretty much concludes the Holiday Express supplemental for 2017, and I'm not sure if the Merry Christmas Thomas HMR is out yet. It more than likely is not, so that'll be the last HMR for 2017. So I'll see you all for that one. Have a happy holiday season, and thank you all for watching, and as always, good night, everybody. ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, HMR viewers. Welcome back to another supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. It has been a long time since I've pulled this guy out of the archives. Holiday Favorites DVD box set. I believe this may have been one of the first, season finales we did. Christmas-themed releases that ended off a season of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. At the time, I grabbed this off of Amazon for relatively cheap and thought, hey, I don't need individual copies of Ultimate Christmas, Holiday Express, or Merry Winter Wish. I'm okay with just having them in this box set, because it's unique, and not a lot of people have it. I'm totally okay with them being triple stacked inside of this giant case, even though that makes no sense. Maybe I didn't say that part, but at the time, I was content with just having this box set. Over the years, though, the collector side of my brain has been telling me, you're actually not okay with that. So over the last few years, I have picked up various copies of Ultimate Christmas just by itself. A few years ago, I found a copy of Holiday Express just by itself. That one I think I actually picked up in a Walmart $5 bin back when those existed. And now we're here in 2023 to complete the Holiday Favorites box set. This release was never covered just by itself on Home Media Reviews. It never got its own episode. It was basically relegated to existing in this episode of Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews, but now it's time to give it its day in court. I walked into a flea market not long ago and found an individual release of Merry Winter Wish from back in 2010. Everything has finally come full circle. Up here at the top, Thomas & Friends logo, a really nicely designed Christmas logo there. I really like this font. Merry Winter Wish. That's really cool. And the poster art's honestly not bad either. You got Thomas there pulling giant star. I'm just going to ignore that. But you got Percy, Edward, Henry, and James all at Knapford with the Christmas lights and the snow on top of it. Wishes come true in this holiday special. I actually really like this poster. It's very Christmassy. I really like it a lot. The release itself's not great, but the poster art's awesome. Hit logo up there at the top. Thomas & Friends logo. Merry Winter Wish. Portrait of Thomas taken from the front. Distributed by Lionsgate. All aboard for a magical winter adventure. Barcode. Thomas with some wreaths on his buffers, and he's sitting next to a lamp by the side of the track. And there's Santa Claus himself with a snowman there. There's a blurb about the release down there. Your bonus feature is just Sir Topham Hatt's Frosty Friend, which is just a game. And then you got some legalese and stuff down there at the bottom, along with a link to the Thomas Friends website. And opening it up inside, we do have a pamphlet, which we'll look at here in a second. There's your disc. It's a squished up version of the poster art. It's honestly not really a pamphlet. It's kind of just a piece of paper, but it's advertising Thomas & Friends books. Thomas and the Christmas Tree, Misty Island Rescue, Trouble in the Tunnel, Christmas in Wellsworth. So we have 2 books about Misty Island Rescue and then 2 books about Christmas. I guess that makes sense because this came out in 2010. Misty Island Rescue was the new movie then. Marketing synergy, I guess. Available wherever books are sold. From Random House. The back. If you like playing with trains, try riding one. Kids ride free with this coupon on Amtrak when accompanied by adults. Oh, okay, so you get like a little Amtrak advertisement or coupon, I guess. Is this the coupon? Was there another thing in here that I'm missing? But you got a beautiful shot of some snow-covered mountains with, I assume, an Amtrak engine down there. And you can call that number right there, and you can book your train ride. Does that number still work? I don't know. Now, we've already done a menu tour on Merry Winter Wish. So normally I'd say, hey, that's it. Go watch the original home media review if you want to see what the menu looks like. We're going to call it a day here. Thank you all for watching. See you all next time. Good night, everybody. I'm not saying that, though, because we didn't play the game. We didn't play Sir Topham Hatt's Frosty Friend back in 2016, 2017, whenever that video came out. So I'm going to rectify that situation here. We're not doing a full-on menu tour. If you want to see what the full menu experience for Merry Winter Wish looks like, go back and watch the original home media review on the Holiday Favorites box set. If you're still here, though, let's jump right into the semi-menu tour where we play Sir Topham Hatt's Frosty Friend.
Hello, and welcome to the island of Sodor. Sir Topham Hatt is enjoying the lovely winter weather and is helping the children of Sodor build snowmen. You can help finish making the snowman by clicking on the top hat at the bottom of the screen. Catch each snowflake before it hits the ground, but move fast before the snowdrift builds too high. Now, choose a level by clicking on easy, medium, or hard, and have fun.
Alright, here's Sir Topham Hatt's Frosty Friend game. So, because we are hardcore gamers in this house, we're going to go with hard. So, I guess the idea is just to catch snowflakes. I think that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, now it's not letting me move at all. It's literally not letting me move at all. What the heck? I can't move at all. What? It's not letting me pick anything. It's, what? This is so weird. It's not letting me move. It's not letting me move. I can't move. Alright, I've reset the game. We're going to do that again because for some reason my controller wasn't doing anything. Like I was moving the stick up and down, but it wasn't letting me move the hat at all. We're going to go easy this time around. So let's see how this works, alright? Okay. Alright. See? It won't let me do anything. Look at this. Okay? I'm moving up and down. All around. Hitting these things. It's not letting me do anything. It's literally not letting me move. Well, I didn't expect this game to go down in a blaze of glory, but here we are. For some reason, that game does not work with the Xbox One controller here. That stinks. But the basic premise of the game, catch snowflakes and build a snowman out of the snowflakes. Don't let the banks get too high or else you lose. I want to thank you all for watching this supplemental on Thomas & Friends Home Media Reviews. If you haven't already, check out the supplemental on How the Grinch Stole Christmas on VHS that was posted earlier on if you're watching this on the day that this airs. Thank you all so very much for watching. I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.